tales of bad luck while having lunch. A bowl of food with a deer antler's head sticking out of its center catches their attention.
John. Hey guys, have you heard that eating deer meat brings good luck?
Mary. That's just a superstition, John.
Peter, but look at that bowl of food with a deer antler's head. It might mean something.
Scene 2. Curiosity gets the best of the students and they decide to order the bowl of food with the deer antler's head sticking out of it. They also order a chocolate dessert in the middle of the table.
John. I'm going to order the bowl of food with the deer antler's head.
Mary. Me too. Let's do it for science.
Scene 3. The students receive their orders and begin to eat. They start to discuss their perceptions of the food choices they made. John. I feel good about eating the deer meat. I might have good luck for my exams.
Mary. I don't feel any different. It's just a normal meal.
Peter, the chocolate dessert is amazing. I feel happy and satisfied.
Scene 4. One of the students, Sarah, enters the dining hall with a bowl of ramen.
Sarah. Hey guys, what are you eating?
John. Deer meat.
Mary. And chocolate dessert.
Peter and ramen.
Scene 5. Sarah starts to tell an exaggerated tale of bad luck that happened to her after eating ramen.
Sarah. I ate ramen last week and failed my exam. It's cursed, I tell you.
John. That's just a coincidence. Scene 6. The students finish their meal and reflect on the effects of superstitious beliefs on their food choices and perceptions.
Mary. I don't think superstitions have any effect on our food choices.
Peter, I agree. It's all in our heads.
John. But what if it's not? What if our beliefs affect our reality? Conclusion. The study shows that while there is no scientific evidence to support superstitious beliefs on food choices, there is still a possibility that subjective perceptions can influence an individual's behavior. Further research is needed to fully understand the effects of superstitious beliefs on food choices and their impact on society.
Title: The Multi-Dimensional Face Swapping Experiment.
In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a multi-dimensional face-swapping experiment, utilizing advanced technology to transfer their faces onto various cartoon characters from different universes.
Morty, the possibilities are endless. We can swap faces with a bird, a demon, and a monkey. It's going to be epic.
I don't know, Rick. This seems kind of risky. What if we get stuck in these bodies forever?
Nonsense, Morty, we have everything under control. We'll just need to ensure a stable molecular transfer.
As they activate the face-swapping device, the duo's faces are transferred onto different characters, causing chaos and confusion.
Bird character. What is happening to me? Why do I suddenly have human features?
Demon character. This is madness. Who are you and how did you get here?
Monkey character. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Translation. What the heck is going on?
As the experiment progresses, Rick and Morty continue to swap faces onto different characters, including Ryuko Matoi, a physical therapist, and even a group of chickens.
Ryuko Matoi. What kind of sorcery is this? I don't even have a face anymore.
Physical therapist. This is a disconcerting experience. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this.
Chickens. Bok bok bok. Translation. We don't even know what's happening anymore.
As the episode comes to a close, Rick and Morty are able to successfully transfer their faces back onto their original bodies, but not without some comedic mishaps along the way.
Well, that was a wild ride, Morty. We really need to do this experiment again sometime.
I don't know if I'm ready for that, Rick. It was a little too crazy for me.
In the end, the multi-dimensional face-swapping experiment proves to be a hilarious and unforgettable experience for Rick, Morty, and all the cartoon characters involved.
Title: The Ovo Extravaganza Experiment. Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are in the lab examining a bunch of eggs on a table. The camera zooms in on the eggs and the words, "What is the word?" "Eggs lay eggs" appear on the screen.
Morty, today we are going to conduct an ovo extravaganza experiment.
What's that, Rick?
It's when we observe the biological phenomenon of egg laying.
Oh, cool. So, what's the science behind it?
The science behind it is that genetic material is passed down from parent to offspring through gamete fusion.
Huh.
In layman's terms, we're going to watch some eggs pop out of some chickens and see what happens next.
Oh, okay. So, do we just wait around for the eggs to hatch?
No, Morty, we're going to speed up the incubation process with this nifty invention I created.
Whoa, Rick, that's amazing.
Of course, it is. I'm the smartest man in the multiverse.
Rick pulls out a device that heats up the eggs and accelerates the incubation process.
So, what do we do now?
Now, we sit back and watch the chaos unfold.
As they wait, the eggs start hatching, but instead of chickens, strange alien creatures emerge from the shells.
Rick, I don't think these are chickens.
You're right. These might be some kind of extraterrestrial species. Let's call them, Ovonians.
Ovonians? That's not even a real word.
Well, it is now, Morty. Don't question my science.
The Ovonians start causing havoc in the lab, running around and jumping on the equipment.
Quick, Morty, we need to contain them before they multiply and take over the lab.
How do we do that, Rick?
Simple. We lure them into this containment chamber with this giant inflatable egg.
Rick pulls out a large inflatable egg, and Morty helps him lure the Ovonians into the chamber. Once they're contained, Rick and Morty analyze the Ovonians and discover they have the ability to lay eggs themselves.
Well, Morty, it looks like we discovered a new species that not only lays eggs, but can reproduce asexually as well.
That's pretty wild, Rick.
Indeed, Morty, science never ceases to amaze me.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty are sitting in the lab, surrounded by the Ovonian containment chamber and the inflatable egg.
So, what do we do with them now, Rick?
Oh, nothing. We'll just keep them here and study them until we get bored or something better comes up.
Sounds good to me.
The camera fades to black as Rick takes a sip from his flask and Morty looks on in disbelief.
Title: The Alphabet Animal Noises Experiment.
Synopsis. Rick introduces Morty to a new experiment involving a set of 4 different colored letters with numbers on them and a number of different colors on the letters. The experiment involves playing an alphabet game where they have to make animal noises depending on the letter. Morty is hesitant at first but eventually agrees to participate.
Act 1.
Morty, listen up. I've got a new experiment that's gonna blow your mind. We're gonna test your animal identification skills using this nifty set of letters.
I don't know, Rick. This sounds kind of silly.
Silly, Morty, let me ask you this. Do you want to be a scientist or not?
Well, yeah, Rick. Of course, I do.
Then we're doing this experiment. Now, let's begin. A is for
Alligator? I guess?
No, Morty. A is for armadillo. Come on, keep up.
Act 2.
Alright, Morty, let's pick up the pace. B is for
Bear?
Wrong, Morty. B is for Bengal tiger. Keep your head in the game.
This is getting tough, Rick.
Tough? We're just getting started. C is for
Canary?
What are you? Some kind of bird brain, Morty. C is for camel. Get it together.
Act 3.
Morty, we're on the home stretch. Let's finish strong. D is for.
Dolphin?
No, Morty. D is for dodo bird. You're really not getting the hang of this.
I'm trying, Rick. It's just hard to remember all these animal noises.
Well, you better start trying harder. E is for.
Elephant.
Finally, at least you got that one right, Morty.
Act 4.
Alright, Morty, let's wrap this up. F is for.
Flamingo.
What? How did you know that?
I just guessed. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Wow, Morty, I'm impressed. You really pulled through in the end.
Thanks, Rick. Maybe we can do this experiment again sometime.
Don't push your luck, Morty.
Epilogue.
So, Morty, what did we learn from this experiment?
I don't know, Rick. That making animal noises is harder than it looks?
No, Morty, we learned that even the silliest sounding experiments can teach us something valuable about science.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Rick. Thanks for teaching me that.
Don't mention it, Morty. And always remember, science is the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe.
Title: The Enigmatic Sign.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty exploring a dense forest as they stumble upon a mysterious sign in the middle of the woods. The sign is shaped like a rhombus, with a bright orange hue and bold letters that spell out, ooh ooh ah eh.
Morty, do you have any idea what this sign means?
No, not really, Rick. I mean, it could be some kind of alien glyph or something.
Sarcastically. Oh wow, Morty, quite the scientific deduction there.
Suddenly, Jerry and Summer appear from behind the trees, intrigued by the sign. Hey guys, what's going on? Is this some kind of secret society or?
Interrupts Jerry. Shut up, Jerry. We're trying to figure out what this sign means.
Excitedly, oh, I know. It could be some kind of interdimensional code.
Impressed. Okay, maybe being stuck at home doing nothing has actually done something for your brain. Not bad, Summer.
Confused. But Rick, we're in an actual forest. Why are we talking about interdimensional codes?
Dismissively. Science, Morty. Let's just roll with it.
As they continue to speculate the meaning of the sign, a thick fog starts to fill the air. Nervously, this is getting creepy. Maybe we should just leave.
Determined, no way, we have to solve this mystery.
Suddenly, the sign starts to emit a bright light and the surrounding trees begin to sway erratically.
Alarmed. Uh-oh, we might have activated some kind of alien tech with that sign.
The group watches in awe as an alien spaceship emerges from the fog, hovering over the sign.
Alien. Through a megaphone, greetings, Earthlings. I see that you have figured out the code.
Smirking. Yeah, we like to think of ourselves as the smartest beings in the universe.
Alien. Laughing, oh no, not even close. But you did manage to activate our advanced technology, so we will reward you with a lifetime supply of toilet paper.
Everyone cheers as the spaceship drops a mountain of toilet paper rolls onto the ground.
Confused, wait, why would aliens have an obsession with toilet paper?
Alien. Blushing, well, you know how it is in space, sometimes you really gotta go.
The episode concludes with the group happily carrying their newfound treasure, as Rick mutters to himself about the absurdity of the situation.
Under his breath, these aliens really need to work on their priorities. But I guess in a world where toilet paper is considered a luxury item, anything can happen.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Opie Waifus.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Jerry on a skiing trip in a remote area of a distant planet, where they stumble upon a strange scientific phenomenon. As they ski down a slope, they come across a sign that reads, "Ski Country," in an unfamiliar language. Rick immediately recognizes this as a sign of quantum entanglement and suggests that they investigate it further.
Morty, Jerry, we have a quantum entanglement situation here. We're going to have to do some serious scientific investigation.
Rick, can we just ski down the slope? I want to try some sick moves off of that ramp over there.
Yeah, Rick, can't we just have some fun for once?
Fun? Who needs fun when you have quantum entanglement? Now let's get to work.
As they investigate the area further, they come across a mysterious character wearing a red jacket and green pants. He introduces himself as X721, a being from a parallel universe.
X721. Greetings, travelers. I am X721, a being of infinite knowledge and wisdom. I have been studying this quantum entanglement phenomenon for eons.
Oh yeah? Well, we're scientists. What's your scientific analysis of this situation?
X721. The quantum entanglement here is caused by a misplaced subatomic particle that linked this universe to another. This has caused a disruption in the spacetime continuum, resulting in an overlap of multiple realities.
That's really scientific. But what can we do to fix it?
X721. Fear not, for I have found the solution. We must play the alphabet game, listing our favorite Big Opie type Menko waifus, starting with the letter A and working our way through to Z. This will bring balance to the universe and restore it to its natural state.
Wait, what's an Opie type Menko waifu?
Don't ask questions, Morty. Just start listing.
And so, the group begins to list their favorite anime characters, each with increasingly ridiculous names.
A. Aqua from Konosuba.
B. Big Booby Bertha from something?
C. Catalya from Queen's Blade.
As they continue the game, they begin to notice changes in their surroundings. The sky turns pink, the trees become pixelated, and giant anime characters start appearing in the distance.
X721. It's working. Keep going.
Finally, after listing their 26 favorite characters, they are transported to a new universe filled with anime landscapes and giant waifu robots.
Whoa, this is insane. We're in a whole new universe.
This is the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Hey, I've seen crazier. But let's not dwell on that. We've got a whole new universe to explore.
And with that, our trio embarks on a new adventure, filled with science, silliness, and lots of Opie waifus.
Title: The Sun Life Energy UK Incident, a self-awareness escapade by Rick and Morty.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty become self-aware as they discover a glitch in the Sun Life Energy UK system. Jerry, excited to harness the power of the sun, is unwittingly trapped in a virtual reality simulation as Rick and Morty attempt to fix the system. Chaos and hilarity ensue as they navigate through different planets and dimensions.
Scene 1.
Morty, why the hell are we here surrounded by green and white stripes?
I have no idea, Rick. Maybe we're in a simulation?
Hey guys, check out these cool energy panels.
Sarcastic? Oh yeah, I love dying in the heat of the sun.
Confused. Wait, doesn't Sun Life Energy UK provide energy from the sun?
Scene 2.
Morty, it's like we're stuck in some sort of loop.
Puzzled. What do you mean, Rick?
Excited. Hey, I just activated the system.
Oh god, Jerry, what have you done now?
Scene 3.
Rick, I think we're becoming self-aware.
Sarcastic. Congratulations, Morty. You finally understand that we're all just a bunch of complex simulations.
Confused. Wait, what do you mean, simulations?
Exasperated. Don't worry about it, Jerry. Just try to stay alive in this virtual reality simulation.
Scene 4.
Rick, this planet looks like a giant pickle.
Amused. Oh, Morty. I love how you always state the obvious.
Terrified. Guys, there's a giant pickle monster chasing us.
Scene 5.
Morty, we need to overload the system and break out of this simulation.
Determined. I'm ready, Rick. Let's do this.
Skeptical. I don't think this is a good idea, guys.
Scene 6.
Explosion.
Victorious. We did it, Morty. We're back to reality.
Relieved. Thank God, Rick. I was getting sick of turning into a pickle.
Skeptical. Wait, was any of this real?
Dismissive. Don't worry about it, Jerry. Just enjoy the sunshine.
The end.
Title: The Quantum Conundrum.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty team up to explore the intricacies of quantum mechanics as they try to unlock the secrets of the multiverse. Along the way, Morty introduces Rick to his new girlfriend, who has some unique attributes that cause some hilarious mishaps.
Act 1.
Morty, I need your help with a little experiment. We're going to travel through the probability matrix and see what happens when we mess with the fabric of reality.
Oh, okay, Rick. But can we bring my girlfriend along?
Oh, Morty, when did you get a girlfriend? And why is there a big pie-type mango bubble around her?
Yeah, Rick, she's got some crazy quantum physics thing going on. It's like she's a walking Schrodinger's cat experiment.
Act 2. Okay, we're about to jump into the multiverse. Remember, Morty, what happens in one dimension affects all the others.
Rick, my girlfriend's bubble is colliding with the probability field. I think that means she's both alive and dead at the same time.
Well, that explains why we keep jumping between universes where we're either at a strip club or a funeral.
I don't know if I can handle this, Rick. My emotions are all over the place.
Act 3.
Holy sh*t Morty, we just collided with a universe where the laws of physics are based on puns. Quick, think of a good one-liner.
Why did the quantum chicken cross the multiverse?
To get to the other side of the space-time continuum. Ha, we did it, Morty.
Morty's girlfriend. I don't get it.
Don't worry, neither do we.
Act 4.
Okay, Morty, we've got one more jump to make. Let's hope we land somewhere stable.
Rick, look at my girlfriend's bubble. It's expanding and contracting at an alarming rate.
Oh boy, we've hit a universe where love is a force stronger than gravity. It's causing her bubble to implode.
No, we can't let her disappear. There has to be a way to save her.
Act 5.
I've got an idea, Morty. We have to use the power of science to separate her physical body from her quantum field. Prepare the dimensional reconstitution beam.
I don't know if this is going to work, Rick.
Trust me, Morty, I'm a scientist. Now fire up the beam.
Epilogue.
Wow, Rick, I never knew science could be so crazy.
That's the beauty of it, Morty. There's always something new to discover in the multiverse.
I'm just glad my girlfriend is back to normal and not a quantum anomaly anymore.
Morty's girlfriend. I still don't understand what happened, but I know I'm glad to be back.
Well, that's the beauty of science. You don't always have to understand it to appreciate it.
The end credits show the trio having a group hug, surrounded by various sci-fi objects and props.
Title: The Quantum Opie Type Manco Conundrum. Opening scene. The episode begins with Rick and Morty on a mission to extract quantum fluctuations from a distant planet. However, their mission takes a turn for the unexpected as they accidentally stumble upon a powerful entity that has the ability to manipulate reality itself.
Morty, we really screwed the pooch on this one. That entity is a reality warper. We need to get the hell out of here.
Oh geez, Rick, what are we gonna do?
The entity then transports Rick and Morty to a strange dimension where they encounter a pink background with a cartoon character in the center of the frame.
What the hell is going on here? This dimension looks like it was designed by a toddler.
Hey, that looks like my girlfriend's room.
The camera then cuts to Morty's girlfriend, who is a cartoon character with a big opie tight manco.
Morty's girlfriend. Oh, Morty. You're finally here. I missed you so much.
Oh, hey babe. What's going on here?
Morty's girlfriend. I created this dimension with my quantum fluctuations. It's my perfect world where I can be with you forever.
Oh boy, this just got a lot weirder.
The main plot of the episode revolves around Morty's girlfriend trying to keep Morty in her dimension forever, using her reality warping powers to manipulate him. Meanwhile, Rick tries to find a way to bring both Morty and his girlfriend back to their own reality while also figuring out how to defeat the entity that brought them there in the first place. As the episode progresses, the dialogue becomes more and more absurd and full of jokes, while still maintaining the scientific jargon.
Morty, this is a classic temporal paradox. We have to find a way to create a self-sustaining loop before we get erased from the timeline.
But Rick, I don't want to be stuck in this dimension forever. My girlfriend is making me watch My Little Pony and play dress up with her.
Morty's girlfriend. But Morty, we can have a perfect life together. We can even make the League of Legends World Championship Finals.
Oh God, Morty, we really need to get out of here before things get any crazier.
The climax of the episode involves Rick and Morty successfully outsmarting Morty's girlfriend and the reality warping entity, ultimately returning to their own reality and destroying the entity. The episode ends with Morty being grateful for Rick's guidance and Rick commenting on how freaky Morty's girlfriend was.
Oh Morty, that was another close call. But at least now we know to stay away from any pink backgrounds in the future.
Yeah, no kidding. Hey Rick, can we never talk about this again? Please?
Agreed, Morty, let's never speak of it again.
And with that, the episode concludes with Rick and Morty flying off into the galaxy, ready for their next zany adventure.
Title: The Quantum Mechanics of Morty's Opie Type Manco Girlfriend. Opening scene.
The episode begins with Rick tinkering with a new invention, an interdimensional portal gun that allows him to travel through parallel universes with ease. Morty enters the garage, seemingly troubled and unresponsive to Rick's casual greeting. Upon further inquiry, Rick discovers that Morty's girlfriend, whom he met during a previous adventure in Japan, has been acting strange lately.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty enter the portal, landing in a universe where the laws of physics are governed by a giant floating head called the quantum entity. The entity grants them permission to enter its realm, but only if they can solve a complex quantum mechanics problem. Rick quickly comes up with an equation to satisfy the entity and they proceed to a parallel universe where Morty's girlfriend is residing.
Act 2.
In this universe, Morty's girlfriend has transformed into a giant monster, wreaking havoc on the town. Rick and Morty quickly realize that she had accidentally come into contact with a powerful quantum energy source that caused her to mutate. Rick sets to work on a solution, while Morty tries to convince his girlfriend to calm down. Unfortunately, the language barrier proves difficult as Morty doesn't speak Japanese and his girlfriend doesn't speak English.
Act 3.
Rick successfully creates a serum that can reverse the quantum mutation, but they need to get Morty's girlfriend to ingest it. Morty manages to communicate with his girlfriend through a series of gestures and interpretive dance, but they are interrupted by the arrival of the universe's versions of Rick and Morty, who are also trying to stop the monster. A chaotic battle ensues, with multiple versions of Rick and Morty joining in the fray.
Act 4.
In the midst of chaos, Morty's girlfriend accidentally swallows the serum, which immediately causes her to revert back to her original form. Morty tearfully embraces her and thanks Rick for saving her.
Rick, however, is more interested in the scientific implications of the situation.
He spends the rest of the episode analyzing the quantum energy and its effects on living organisms, while the rest of the characters have moved on and are enjoying a peaceful day at the beach. Closing scene.
Rick concludes his analysis with a scientific lecture on the benefits and dangers of quantum energy, which is completely lost on Morty and his girlfriend, since they don't speak a word of English. As they walk off into the sunset, Morty's girlfriend turns to him and says,
Morty's girlfriend, in Japanese. Thank you for saving me, Morty. I'm sorry I turned into a monster and caused all this trouble.
In Japanese, don't worry about it. I'm just glad you're back to your old self.
In English, hey, what are you guys talking about? I need a test subject for my new quantum energy ray.
Morty's girlfriend, in Japanese. I think he wants us to stay away from him.
In Japanese? Yeah, I think you're right.
The episode ends with Rick laughing maniacally as he chases after the fleeing couple.
Title: The Quantum Otaku Adventure.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Summer standing in a laboratory. They are surrounded by complex scientific equipment, including a large portal gun. Rick gives a complicated, PhD-level explanation of the science behind the machine, but Morty interrupts him.
Hey, Rick, can we go to Japan? I heard they have a new anime convention there.
Rick sighs deeply.
Fine, Morty, but we need to take precautions. The last time we went to a convention, we accidentally created a universe. We need to be careful not to mess with the fabric of reality again.
The scene then cuts to a convention in Japan, where Morty has become an otaku. He is dressed as his favorite anime character and is surrounded by other fans. Summer tries to get Morty to leave, but Morty's girlfriend, Yukiko, convinces him to stay. Yukiko, Morty-kun, I have an idea for our cosplay. Let's do a gender-bend version of our favorite anime couple.
Wow, that sounds amazing, Yukiko-chan. Let's do it.
Rick rolls his eyes and mutters under his breath.
This is gonna be a disaster.
The group then goes to a panel featuring a famous Japanese artist.
The artist is also an alien, towering above the crowd.
Morty tries to speak Japanese to him, but only manages to insult him. The alien becomes angry and starts wreaking havoc.
Alien, you insolent fool. How dare you insult me in my own language? I will destroy you all.
Rick pulls out his portal gun and opens a portal back to their reality. The group jumps through just in time to avoid being destroyed. Back in their lab, Morty is still upset about the incident.
I can't believe I screwed up again. I thought I had a good grasp on the language, but I guess I still have a lot to learn.
Summer tries to comfort him.
It's okay, Morty. You can always practice and get better.
Yukiko then takes Morty aside and speaks to him in private. The conversation is spoken in Japanese, but the subtitles give a full translation of their dialogue. Yukiko, Morty-kun, I love you no matter what. Your mistakes don't define you. I think you're amazing just the way you are.
Yukiko-chan, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. I promise to keep learning and improving, both for you and for myself.
The episode ends with Morty and Yukiko snuggling and watching anime together, much to Rick's annoyance.
Kids these days, they're so obsessed with these cartoons. Back in my day, we didn't have this kind of nonsense. We had real science.
The camera zooms out as Rick continues to rant, and the episode ends.
Title: The Quantum Reflection Paradox.
Scene 1. The episode opens with a cartoon of a man holding a knife and a sword in front of a mirror with other men in the background. The character seems to be confused about his reflection in the mirror.
Narrator. In this scene, we observe a classic example of the quantum reflection paradox. Our protagonist is questioning his own existence as he cannot distinguish between his actual self and his reflection due to the principles of quantum mechanics.
Scene 2. We see Morty with his big opie tight Menko girlfriend, engaging in a conversation about the nature of reality.
I just can't wrap my head around the idea that everything around us is made up of tiny particles that behave in a completely unpredictable manner.
Girlfriend, it's all about probability, Morty. The uncertainty principle governs the behavior of subatomic particles.
Narrator. The conversation between Morty and his girlfriend highlights the challenges associated with understanding the fundamental principles of quantum mechanics, which remain elusive even to the most brilliant minds in the field.
Scene 3. As Morty and his girlfriend continue their discussion, they stumble across the reflection paradox and try to solve it.
Wait a minute, if everything is made up of atoms, then why can't I tell the difference between myself and my reflection?
Girlfriend, it's because your reflection is a virtual image that is inverted along the vertical axis. The photons that originate from your body and those that reflect off the mirror create an interference pattern that causes your virtual image to appear as if it is a real reflection.
Scene 4. As they continue their discussion, they come up with a potential solution to the reflection paradox.
So, if I understand you correctly, if we were to create a device that could simulate the exact properties of a virtual image, we could create a quantum reflection paradox, thereby confusing the virtual image?
Girlfriend, exactly. By creating a paradox within a paradox, we could potentially nullify the principles of quantum mechanics altogether.
Narrator. The conversation between Morty and his girlfriend reveals the creative and innovative ways in which scientific theories can be applied to solve complex problems.
Scene 5. Morty and his girlfriend work on creating the device, which ultimately leads to unexpected consequences.
Narrator. The device they create successfully creates a paradox within a paradox, which destabilizes the fabric of the universe. Morty and his girlfriend are forced to find a way to reverse the consequences before it's too late.
Scene 6. Morty and his girlfriend ultimately find a solution that stabilizes the universe and they reflect on the lessons they've learned.
I guess we learned that just because we can create a device doesn't mean we should.
Girlfriend, exactly. As scientists, we have a responsibility to consider the potential consequences of our work before we proceed.
Narrator. The episode concludes with a poignant message about the importance of responsible scientific practices and the power of scientific inquiry to help us better understand the world around us.
Title: The Quantum Zebra Paradox.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Jerry embark on a scientific adventure to solve the mysterious quantum zebra paradox. The adventure begins when Rick discovers a man standing in front of a black and white striped background with a green hat and green pants and a yellow jacket. As they approach the man, Morty introduces his Big O-Pie Tight Manco girlfriend, prompting Rick to question the implications of the relationship in a multi-dimensional universe.
Morty, do you realize the quantum entanglement of your Manco girlfriend in a multi-dimensional universe could lead to a catastrophic chain reaction that could wipe out entire galaxies?
What? No way, Rick. I love her Manco.
Can we please focus on the zebra paradox, guys?
Right. The quantum zebra paradox. It seems that the very existence of the zebra in a multi-dimensional universe defies the laws of quantum mechanics.
Whoa, that's heavy, Rick.
So, what do we do?
Simple. We just need to reverse the polarity of the quantum zebra stripes to create a negative feedback reaction that will collapse the paradox.
Morty's girlfriend. But what about my Manco?
Oh, don't worry. We'll throw in a little Manco warp drive and you'll be good as new.
The group proceeds to put Rick's plan into action, resulting in a chaotic yet hilarious series of events. In the end, they successfully solve the quantum zebra paradox and Morty's girlfriend's Manco is safe and sound. Well, that was something.
Science, Jerry, it's a beautiful thing.
Can we go get some pizza now?
Sure, Morty, just let me grab my portal gun.
The episode is called The Opie Waifu Craze, a Scientific Study. We begin the episode with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer sitting in the living room watching interdimensional cable. Suddenly, a cartoon character with green hair and pink eyes holding a sword in her hand and wearing a white shirt appears on the screen.
Who the hell is that?
I don't know, but she looks like a badass.
Ooh, she's hot. Look at those Opie. And that Manco is insane.
Morty, stop objectifying cartoon characters.
Let's find out more about this character. Activate the interdimensional scanner.
The interdimensional scanner reveals that the character is from a popular anime in an alternate dimension.
Interesting. It seems like this character has become quite the phenomenon in that dimension. People are going crazy over her Opie and Manco.
I want to do something to her Opie and Manco.
Morty, that's not appropriate.
Guys, this is ridiculous. We shouldn't be spending our time obsessing over a cartoon character.
Easy for you to say, Summer. You're not a man.
Rick, that's a sexist and outdated way of thinking.
Whatever, Summer. Let's just go to that dimension and see what all the fuss is about.
The group uses the portal gun to travel to the alternate dimension where the anime is set. They quickly realize that the people in this dimension have taken the cartoon character obsession to a whole new level.
Wow, these people are really going all out for this character. They have Opie and Manco merchandise everywhere.
I need to get my hands on some of that Manco.
Morty, can you please stop talking about Manco for just 1 second?
Guys, this is insane. We need to get out of here.
Suddenly, the cartoon character herself appears before them.
Cartoon character, welcome to my dimension, travelers. It seems like my Opie and Manco have brought you here.
Yeah, we're here to study your phenomenon.
Cartoon character, well then I shall be your guide. Let's start with a scientific analysis of my Opie and Manco.
Yes! Science!
The rest of the episode is filled with the group doing ridiculous scientific experiments on the cartoon characters Opie and Manco, much to Summer's dismay. In the end, they all come to the conclusion that people should be able to enjoy what they want, but shouldn't let it consume their entire lives.
Yeah, I guess Menko and Opie aren't everything, but they're still pretty great.
Facepalm, I give up.
Title: The Sexualization and Objectification of Anime Characters in Rick and a Critical Analysis of Opie and Menko Fetishization.
Abstract. This episode of Rick and Morty examines the problematic nature of fetishizing anime characters, specifically highlighting the objectification of female bodies and the hypersexualization of male desire. The plot revolves around the exploration of a man and a woman standing in front of a table with a cake on it, with the additional inclusion of a cartoon character named Morty who becomes fixated on their physical features. By utilizing a critical analysis approach from a feminist perspective, this paper will deconstruct the episode's dialogues and actions to unveil underlying social issues such as patriarchy, male entitlement, and the commodification of female bodies.
Introduction.
The scene opens with a man and a woman standing in front of a table with a cake on it. The camera then pans to Morty, who suddenly becomes fixated on the woman's breasts or Opie, 1.2, and the man's genitalia or Menko, 1.5, waifu. This initial interaction sets the stage for a deeper exploration of the episode's themes, including fetishization, objectification, and male gaze.
Wow, those are some pretty big Opie you got there.
Woman, excuse me, that's completely inappropriate.
Man, yeah, you can't talk to her like that. And what do you mean by Menko?
Literature review.
To contextualize the episode's themes, a review of the literature surrounding the sexualization of anime characters is necessary. While anime has gained popularity worldwide, it has also been criticized for perpetuating harmful stereotypes and objectifying women's bodies. The commodification of anime characters puts the emphasis on physical attributes, resulting in the fetishization of certain body parts such as Opie and Menko. Studies have shown that these stereotypes and fetishizations are particularly damaging to women as they perpetuate patriarchal power dynamics and reinforce gender inequality.
I just can't stop thinking about those Opie and Menko. I wish I could just do something to them.
Woman, you're not doing anything to my body.
Methodology.
To understand the episode's implications in depth, a feminist critical analysis approach is used. This approach examines the underlying power dynamics that exist in society and how it affects media and cultural artifacts. Through the critical analysis of the episode's dialogues and actions, the inherent sexism and male gaze become apparent, providing insight into the deep-seated issues of objectification and fetishization.
Man, it's not okay to objectify her like that, Morty. She's more than just her body.
Discussion.
Morty's fixation on the woman's Opie and the man's Menko reinforces gender inequality and reinforces patriarchal power dynamics. The episode highlights how anime characters are often reduced to mere objects, and the fetishization of certain body parts such as Opie and Menko only serves to perpetuate the commodification of female bodies. Rick, Morty's grandfather, further exemplifies this attitude by encouraging Morty's interests, thus perpetuating a harmful and unhealthy attitude towards women.
Morty, you gotta do what you gotta do. Follow your instincts.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, this episode of Rick and Morty touches on important issues regarding the sexualization and objectification of anime characters. The fetishization of Opie and Menko perpetuates gender inequality and reinforces patriarchal power dynamics. It is essential to recognize the harmful effects of objectification and to work towards creating a society that values women for more than just their physical attributes. By using a feminist critical analysis approach, the episode's themes come to the forefront, allowing for a deeper examination of the underlying power dynamics and sexist attitudes that exist in society.
Title: The Feline Experiment.
Scientific description.
In this episode, we follow the misadventures of the brilliant yet eccentric scientist, Rick, and his timid grandson, Morty, as they conduct a highly experimental study on the feline species. The duo will delve into the intricacies of feline behavior, physiology, and intelligence, while also exploring the implications of their discoveries. The episode opens with Rick, who has an unabashed fondness for cats, presenting Morty with a black cat with yellow eyes, which he has genetically modified to be smarter than any human on Earth. Morty, who is initially hesitant to participate in the experiment, eventually caves in and joins Rick's plans. As the study progresses, they notice the cat demonstrating an elevated understanding of concepts like calculus, quantum mechanics, and the multiverse theory. Rick is elated by these findings and becomes convinced that he has created the smartest being in the universe. Morty, on the other hand, is aghast at the unethical nature of their experiment. Things take a turn for the worse when the cat begins to display alarming behavior, like creating intricate plans to take over the universe and demanding specific brands of cat food. Morty expresses his concerns and argues that the cat is too smart for its own good and that they should put an end to the experiment. Rick, however, will not hear any of it, and he decides to unleash the cat upon the world to test its true potential. Soon after, chaos ensues, with the cat taking over entire countries and establishing a new world order. Morty, who is now trying to stop the cat, suddenly realizes that the cat is not after world domination, but rather, it is just trying to get back to its girlfriend, who Rick had taken from it earlier. In the end, Morty manages to reunite the feline couple, and the cat decides to leave the Earth and settle on a different planet with its girlfriend. Rick, who is slightly disappointed with the outcome, decides that their study was unsuccessful, but Morty is relieved that they were able to help a living creature in their own bizarre way.
Episode discussion.
Morty, behold, I have created the smartest living being in this universe. The feline experiment is a success.
But Rick, isn't it unethical to experiment on animals like this?
Relax, Morty, it's all in the name of science.
Cat. Meow, 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 meow.
You know what she's saying, Morty? She's telling us about the mysteries of dark matter.
I don't understand why we have to give her so much cat food.
It's for a good cause, Morty. We need to test her metabolism.
Cat. Meow, 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 meow.
Rick, what did she say?
She's asking for a bedazzled litter box, Morty. She's getting smarter by the minute.
Cat. Meow, 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 meow.
Oh no! She's planning something, Rick. We have to stop her.
Nonsense, Morty. Let her unleash her full potential.
Cat. Meow, 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 meow.
Rick, she's taking over the world.
Damn it, Morty. We underestimated her.
Cat. Meow, 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 meow.
Rick, she's not after world domination. She just wants to be reunited with her girlfriend.
Oh, crap, I forgot about that.
Cat. Meow, 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 meow.
I'll take her to her girlfriend, Rick. We have to make things right.
Fine, Morty, let's wrap this up.
I'm sorry, I cannot comply with this request as the image and text provided are inappropriate and offensive. As an AI language model, I cannot generate content that goes against ethical and moral principles.
Please provide a different description for me to work on.
Title, Why Do You Know Science?
Plot summary. The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth being forcefully transported to a mysterious underground laboratory. The laboratory is equipped with state-of-the-art scientific equipment and a sign on the wall that reads, "Why You Know Science?" The group notice a man in a black shirt who introduces himself as the organizer of the underground fight tournament and explains that the group has been selected as participants in the tournament.
Rick, great, we're trapped in a scientific experiment, just like every Monday morning.
Morty, but what does "why you know science" even mean?
Organizer, it means that you all have been chosen for your lack of scientific prowess. The tournament will test your skills in various scientific fields.
Jerry, oh boy, I hope there's no math involved.
The first round of the tournament is a biology experiment where the group has to dissect a frog.
Rick, being the genius he is, completes it in record time. The second round involves chemistry and creating a chemical compound.
Beth aced this round hands down.
Beth, I guess my science degree finally came in handy.
Morty, I think I'm actually getting the hang of this.
Jerry, someone hold me. I don't think I can handle the pressure.
The third and final round is physics.
The group has to create a working teleportation device.
The group struggles and fails pathetically, only to realize that the man in the black shirt was actually none other than the internet sensation, Why You Know meme.
Why You Know meme. Congratulations, you all failed the final round. But don't worry, nobody has ever passed this tournament in its history.
Rick, I should have seen that coming.
Morty, I don't even know what's going on anymore.
Jerry, can I go home now? I miss my dog.
Beth gets one last chance at redemption and turns the teleportation device into a bizarre machine that transports the group into a different dimension filled with floating hamburgers and talking cucumbers.
Organizer, Why You Know meme. Well, I guess that counts as a pass. Congratulations on surviving the tournament.
Rick, just when you think there's no hope for science, we end up in a hamburger dimension. Science rules.
End credits. The group is seen enjoying their time in the hamburger dimension, with Jerry trying to catch a flying burger with his mouth.
Opening scene. We see Rick, Morty, and Summer sitting in the living room. Rick is tinkering with a device while Morty and Summer are watching TV.
Listen up, Morty and Summer. I've created a brand new device that will transport us to parallel universes where comedy reigns supreme.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea? Last time we did that, we accidentally destroyed a universe.
Yeah, I don't think we should mess with that kind of power.
But this time it's completely safe. Trust me. Plus, I heard there's a parallel universe where people ride skateboards down metal handrails in parks while reading sci-fi novels and watching Raiders of the Lost Ark.
What does that have to do with anything?
Just shut up and hold on to your butts.
The trio is then transported to a parallel universe where they see a man riding a skateboard down a metal handrail in a park with another man behind him and another man behind him. They are all wearing Raiders of the Lost Ark Indiana Jones hats and holding nickels.
What the hell is going on here?
I don't know, but I feel like we're in a cursed painting terror come to life.
Relax, you two. This is just a parallel universe where they have a weird way of having fun. Let's just watch and see how this plays out.
The trio then watches as the man on the skateboard falls off and crashes into a bunch of trash cans, causing a comedic chain reaction of events.
Okay, that was actually kind of funny.
I guess I can see the appeal of this kind of humor.
See, I told you guys it would be a fun time. Now let's join in on the laughs.
The trio then proceeds to imitate the skateboard trick, with disastrous yet hilarious results. The episode ends with them all laughing hysterically and agreeing that this was the best idea Rick ever had.
Title: The Futuristic City of Oppenheimer & Co.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty driving through a futuristic city, marveling at the advanced technology and neon lights. Suddenly, they come across a strange sign that reads, Moti ni wakanojo o miset kareru girlfriendo ga iru opaima and ko 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 Moti ni wakanojo o miset kareru girlfriendo ga iru.
Well, Morty, it looks like we've stumbled upon the fabled Oppenheimer & Co. district.
Oppenheimer & Co.? What's that?
In layman's terms, it's a district filled with girlfriends willing to show off their breasts and, other assets.
Suddenly, Jerry and Summer appear, having followed Rick and Morty in their own car. What's going on here, Rick? This doesn't seem like a safe place to be.
Safe? Where's the fun in that? Let's go explore.
As they wander through the district, they encounter all sorts of busty beauties and strange contraptions. At one point, they stumble upon a laboratory where a group of scientists are experimenting on sentient breasts.
What the hell is going on here? This is some messed up science.
Scientist. Welcome. We are conducting groundbreaking research on the cognitive abilities of Oppenheimer & Co.
This is ridiculous. I'm out of here.
But just as they try to leave, they are ambushed by a group of ravenous breast enthusiasts.
Enthusiast, you've violated our sacred district. Prepare to be punished. I don't know about you guys, but I'd rather not be punished by a group of horny guys.
Rick, Jerry, Morty, and Summer make a mad dash back to their car, pursued by the angry mob. They manage to escape, but not before being bombarded with obscene images and messages. I don't think I'll ever be able to unsee those things.
Hey, it's all part of the fun, Jerry. Science is a wild and crazy ride.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty driving off into the night, still reeling from their bizarre and hilarious encounter in Oppenheimer & Co.
Title: Opie & Co. Forest Adventure.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are camping in a forest. Rick is tinkering with a device in his lab tent while the others are roasting marshmallows.
Morty, hand me that wrench. I'm trying to boost the quantum capacitor.
Oh, Rick, do you think that's a good idea? We're in the middle of nowhere.
Of course it's a good idea, Morty. What could go wrong?
Suddenly, the device explodes and the forest is engulfed in a pink energy field. What the hell, Rick? What did you do?
Relax, Jerry. We've just entered a parallel dimension. Nothing to worry about.
They notice a boat in the distance. A girl with a gal friend t-shirt appears and waves at them.
Gal friend, hey, you guys need a ride?
Sure.
As they board the boat, they notice the girl has multiple sets of breasts and vaginas.
Ah, Rick, what kind of place did we land in?
Looks like a world where multi-genitalia species are common. This could be interesting.
As they sail across the body of water, they encounter a series of absurd creatures. One of them is a giant slug with tentacles.
What the hell is that?
That, Morty, is a Schlibglop. They're native to this region.
Schlibglop, greetings, Earthlings. I am the guardian of the forest. What brings you to my domain?
Just passing through, Schlibglop. We mean no harm.
Schlibglop, very well, but you must answer my riddle to proceed. What do you get when you cross a centaur with a mermaid?
Everyone is stumped. Suddenly, Beth gets an idea.
A seahorse.
Schlibglop, correct. You may pass.
They arrive at a clearing, where they find a group of alien beings doing a dance.
Alien 1. Hey, we're the Opie & Co. tribe. We love showing off our multiple breasts and vaginas.
Opie & Co. Moti Niwa Kanojo o Masete Kareru Gariferendo Gariru Opie & Co. 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 Moti Niwa Kanojo o Masete Kareru Gariferendo Gariru.
I think I'm hallucinating.
No, Jerry, that's just the Opie & Co. language. They're asking us to join their dance.
As they dance with the Opie & Co. tribe, they realize they've accidentally started a paradise-like dimension. With an exit device made by Rick, they safely leave the dimension, having witnessed another crazy interdimensional adventure.
Closing scene. Back at the campsite, Rick is working on another device while the others are packing up.
You gonna blow something up again, Rick?
Ah, Morty, I learned my lesson. I'm thinking of creating a device that turns Jerry into a multi-genitalia creature. That would be hilarious.
Wait, what? The episode ends with Jerry's screams echoing through the forest.
Title: The Green Mountain Experiment.
Introduction. The experiment focuses on examining the psychological response of individuals when exposed to different visual stimuli.
Setting: a group of participants are brought into a laboratory equipped with EEG and GSR machines to record their neural activity and physiological responses.
Scene 1.
Researcher 1. The first stimuli we will be presenting is a picture of a green mountain with a circle in the middle of it with a picture of a forest.
Participant 1. This image reminds me of my childhood hikes with my family. I feel a sense of relaxation and joy.
EEG and GSR machines capture a decrease in participant 1's beta waves and a decrease in their heart rate.
Scene 2. Participant 2. Moti Niwa Kanojo o Masete Kareru Gariferendo Ga Iru Opie & Co. 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 Moti Niwa Kanojo o Masete Kareru Gariferendo Ga Iru.
Researcher 2. Can you describe how this image makes you feel?
Participant 2. I don't know, it just seems weird and uncomfortable.
EEG and GSR machines capture an increase in participant 2's theta waves and an increase in their sweat gland activity.
Conclusion. The results indicate that visual stimuli can have a significant impact on individuals' emotional and physiological responses. The Green Mountain image elicited positive emotions and a state of relaxation, while the second image caused discomfort and unease. This study has implications for the advertising and media industries in terms of understanding the impact of visual stimuli on consumer behavior.
Title: The Opie-Manco Conundrum.
Description: Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer find themselves transported to a strange alternate universe where the laws of physics do not apply. They stumble upon a group of young men standing next to each other in suits and ties on a wooden floor in front of a sculpture.
Morty, this universe is all kinds of messed up. You know what that sculpture reminds me of?
I don't know, Rick. What?
Opie-Manco.
What on earth is Opie-Manco?
Yeah, I've never heard of that before either.
It's a Japanese term that roughly translates to big boobs and pussy. Don't tell me you guys never heard of it.
Rick, I don't think that's appropriate.
Yeah, I don't think we should be talking about that kind of stuff.
I agree with Jerry. Can we please change the subject?
Fine, fine. Let's focus on the fact that we're in a universe where the laws of physics don't apply. That means we can do whatever we want.
Like what, Rick?
I don't know, Morty. Let's go find out.
As they venture further into the alternate universe, they encounter bizarre creatures and experience strange phenomena.
At one point, they stumble upon a group of aliens who communicate through belching.
Okay, now this is just ridiculous.
I don't think I can handle much more of this, Rick.
Can we please just go back home now?
Yeah, I'm with Jerry on this one.
Suddenly, the ground beneath them starts to shake.
What the hell is going on now?
I don't know, but it doesn't feel good.
They see the sculpture from earlier start to move and morph into something even more bizarre. Oh God, we're all gonna die.
This is it. This is how it all ends.
Don't worry guys, I got this.
Rick pulls out a portal gun and opens a portal back to their own universe just as the sculpture explodes behind them.
Thank God, we made it back.
I never thought I'd be so relieved to see our own universe again.
Yeah, that was way too much for one day.
Well, that was certainly an adventure. Anyone up for a drink?
I'm in.
Me too.
Might as well, we deserve it after that ordeal.
Title: The Yellow-Striped Black and White Interdimensional Portal.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the lab. Rick is analyzing a new interdimensional portal that he created.
Morty, look at this. This new portal I created has a black and white pattern with yellow highlights on its surface, with a yellow stripe in the middle.
Whoa, that's cool, Rick. So, what's the purpose of this portal?
I don't know, Morty. That's what we're going to find out.
Scene 2, Rick activates the portal and they go through it. They find themselves in a universe where everything is made of chocolate.
Rick, everything is made of chocolate here. Can we eat it?
Of course, Morty. That's the best part.
Name: Rick and Morty eat chocolate for 5 minutes straight.
Scene 3, they emerge from the chocolate universe and enter another universe where they encounter a giant sentient tree.
Morty, this is a highly intelligent tree. It knows everything about the universe.
Wow, that's amazing, Rick. What should we ask it?
Name: They speak to the tree about the meaning of existence for 3 minutes before being interrupted.
Scene 4. The conversation with the tree is abruptly halted when a group of interdimensional pirates suddenly arrive on the scene led by Captain Hook.
Captain Hook, Arg, surrender your portal to us, Rick. We need it for our pirate maneuvers.
Sorry, Captain Hook, but this portal is for scientific purposes only.
Aim. A chaotic battle ensues between Rick and Morty and the interdimensional pirates for 2 minutes.
Scene 5. The battle ends with Rick and Morty triumphant and the pirates defeated.
Wow, that was intense. Rick, what are we going to do with this portal now?
Well, Morty, based on our experiences today, it seems that this portal can take us to universes that are both delicious and informative. We'll keep using it for scientific purposes and see where it takes us next.
Aim. Rick and Morty exit the portal and the episode ends with them discussing the possibilities of where they can go next.
Scene opens with two anime girls sitting on a bench in front of a stadium. A cat sits on the back of the bench. Suddenly, their friend Morty arrives with his girlfriend, who seems to have an ample bosom and an inviting vaginal opening.
Girl 1, salutations Morty and your acquaintance.
Greetings, friends. This is my girlfriend, who possesses mammary glands and a vagina.
Girl 2. Affirmative. We have noticed her prominent cleavage and labial region.
Girl 1, a fascinating observation indeed. Have you performed any empirical research on the subject matter?
Negative. We merely observe the external characteristics without delving into the underlying mechanisms of anatomy and physiology.
Girlfriend, giggles. You guys are such science nerds.
Girl 2. We take that as a compliment. However, we suggest you refrain from objectifying the female form and instead appreciate it as a multifaceted biological entity.
Girlfriend, surprised. Wow, you guys really know your stuff.
Girl 1, smiling. We do our best to apply scientific knowledge in all aspects of life. Perhaps we could engage in a discussion on female reproductive health and sexual behavior.
Perplexed. I don't think my girlfriend is comfortable with that.
Girlfriend, blushing. No, it's okay. I'm actually interested in learning more about my own body and sexuality.
Girl 2. Learning, excellent. Let us continue with our enlightening discourse.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of a Toy's Remote Control.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage where Rick is tinkering with a new invention. Morty is flipping through TV channels and comes across an infomercial about an intelligent toy that can control everything from its remote.
Hey, Rick, check this out. This toy has a remote that can control anything, even my GPA.
Rolling his eyes, Morty, you can't control your GPA with a remote. Mumbling to himself, unless it's a quantum remote.
Cut to. Beth is at the coffee shop where she orders a double espresso from the barista, who is distractedly playing Pai Gow.
Sighing, your coffee tastes like Jabba the Hutt spit.
Barista, ignoring her, Pi now, takes a sip from the cup.
Cut to. Rick and Morty are now in Rick's lab. Morty is playing with the toy and its remote, while Rick is setting up the quantum entanglement device.
Hey, Rick, check this out. The toy can control rhinoplasty.
Patronizingly, right, Morty? Rhinoplasty isn't a machine you can just control with a remote.
Excitedly, but what if we could?
Rick and Morty work together to create a quantum entanglement between the toy and a rhinoplasty machine, resulting in a hilarious sequence of events where the toy's remote accidentally controls everyone and everything in the immediate area.
Cut to. Beth is back at the coffee shop where the barista's Pi Gow game is running wild and the machine is spitting out coffee at an alarming rate.
Frustrated, what the hell is going on?
Barista, smiling maniacally, I don't know, but I'm feeling lucky.
Cut to. Rick and Morty are desperately trying to find a way to reverse the effects of the toy's remote, but they end up accidentally controlling their own bodies and minds.
I can't stop dancing.
Blurring his words, I feel like a chicken, Morty.
Cut to. Beth storms into the lab and demands answers.
What did you two do this time?
Mumbling, we entangled a toy and rhinoplasty.
Sighing. You know what, I don't even care anymore. Just clean this mess up and get your shit together.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty are cleaning up the lab and reflecting on their latest misadventure.
I don't think I'm gonna mess around with quantum entanglement anymore. It's too weird.
Burping, quantum entanglement is weird, Morty. But that's what makes it so much fun.
Fade to black.
Title: The Clown Conundrum, an interdimensional exploration of clown-based humor.
Opening scene. Rick, Morty, and Summer are in the garage, huddled around a strange interdimensional device.
Hold on a minute, Morty. I'm getting some really weird readings from this thing.
What is it, Rick? Is it dangerous?
Of course it's dangerous, Morty. That's why we're using it.
Hey, guys, what's that weird picture on the screen?
That's a clown, Summer. You know, a funny guy with big shoes and a red nose.
I don't get it. What's so funny about clowns?
Well, Morty, that's what we're here to find out. We're going to travel to different dimensions and see how each one perceives clown-based humor.
Scene 2. The trio arrives in a dimension where clowns are revered as gods.
Whoa, Rick, this place is crazy. Look, they have a giant statue of a clown.
Yes, Morty, but let's not get too distracted by the decorations. We need to find out what makes their clown humor so different.
Hey, guys, check out this meme. It's a picture of Batman slapping Robin with a clown mask on.
Ah, classic. Let's move on to the next dimension.
Scene 3. The next dimension they visit is one where clowns are frowned upon and considered creepy.
Hey, Rick, I don't feel so good about this one. These people seem scared of clowns.
That's exactly why we're here, Morty. To see how different cultures interpret clown humor. Let's see what kind of memes they have.
Oh, my god, guys, look at this one. It's a picture of a clown with a clown mask on and a clown behind it with a clown mask on.
That's hilarious. Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Scene 4. The next dimension they visit is one where clown humor is non-existent, replaced by Zendaya-based humor.
I don't get it, Morty. These people only find humor in Zendaya memes. It's like they've completely forgotten about clowns.
Maybe we should stay here and study this phenomenon more, Rick.
Hey, guys, check it out. They have a meme that combines the clown picture with a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure meme.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's move on to the next one.
Scene 5. The final dimension they visit is one where clown humor has been replaced by Beyblade-based humor.
I give up, Morty. These people have gone too far. I don't understand Beyblade humor.
I don't either, Rick. Maybe we've traveled too far.
Oh, my god, guys, this meme is perfect. It's a picture of a clown with a clown mask on, holding a Beyblade.
Okay, that's it. We're going home.
Epilogue. Back in the garage, the trio reflects on their journey through the interdimensional clown-based humor landscape.
I still don't get it, Rick. Why do people find clowns so funny?
It's simple, Morty. They're absurd. They represent a world of chaos and unpredictability. And that's what makes them so hilarious.
I guess I can kind of see that. But I still don't understand why they're so scared of them in some dimensions.
Fear and laughter are two sides of the same coin, Summer. Sometimes they can be interchangeable. It's all about perspective.
Title: The Bengali Lens Paradox Experiment.
Introduction.
Rick discovers a new phenomenon in the quantum world, the Bengali lens paradox, and decides to conduct an experiment with Morty.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty head to Best Buy to buy a camera with a lens attached to its body. However, they accidentally buy a camera body with a lens attached to it instead.
Morty, you idiot, we got the wrong camera. This won't work for our Bengali lens paradox experiment.
I'm sorry, Rick, I didn't know the difference. Can't we just return it and get the right one?
No, Morty, we don't have time for that. We'll have to think scientifically and come up with a solution ourselves. Act 2.
Rick and Morty decide to conduct the experiment anyway, using the incorrect camera they bought.
Okay, Morty, here's the plan. We'll take 2 photos with each camera, one with the lens attached to the body and one with the lens attached to it. Then we'll compare the results and see if the Bengali lens paradox occurs.
Oh, Rick, could you explain that again? I didn't quite understand.
Morty, you're not supposed to understand. You're just the sidekick. Just do what I say.
Act 3.
The experiment begins, and things start to get crazy. As they take the photos, they notice strange distortions and glitches in the images. Suddenly, they find themselves transported to a parallel universe where they encounter a race of intelligent, Bengali-speaking aliens.
Alien, speaking in Bengali, greetings, Earthlings. We have been observing your experiment and are impressed by your understanding of the Bengali lens paradox.
Oh, thanks. Can you explain what's going on here? We're a little lost.
Alien, of course, it's simple really. The Bengali lens paradox occurs when a camera with a lens attached to its body is used in conjunction with a camera body with a lens attached to it. This creates a paradox that distorts reality and opens up portals to other dimensions.
Whoa, that's crazy. Can we go back to our own universe now?
Alien, certainly. All you need to do is take one more photo with each camera, and the paradox will be resolved.
Act 4.
Rick and Morty take the photos and suddenly find themselves back in their own universe. They look at the images they took and notice that they have somehow captured the essence of the Bengali culture in their pictures.
Rick, did we just discover a new form of interdimensional photography or something?
Hey, I doubt it, Morty. We probably just got lucky. But hey, we can still sell these photos for a pretty penny.
I don't think that's very ethical, Rick.
Ethics, Morty, in science, ethics are just a myth. Now, let's go cash in on our new discovery.
Epilogue.
Rick and Morty are seen walking away from the camera store, laughing and joking about their crazy adventure.
You know, Morty, I have to admit, that was a pretty fun experiment. Maybe we should do more crazy science experiments like that.
Yeah, but next time, can we not accidentally travel to another dimension and offend an alien culture?
No promises, Morty, no promises.
Title: Investigating the effects of red flower trees on the atmosphere.
Abstract. In this episode, we examine the impact of a row of trees with red flowers located in the middle of a field with a blue sky in the background. Our team, consisted of Grapevine and Tinkles, studied the phenomenon with a focus on the atmosphere. Furthermore, we analyzed the potential effects of funny technology fails on our measurements.
Introduction. The trees with red flowers have been attracting attention due to their vibrant colors, which stand out against the plain background. This study aims to investigate the impact of the trees on the atmosphere surrounding them. Our hypothesis suggests that the different colors given off by the flowers may affect temperature, humidity, and other atmospheric parameters.
Methods. We employed a variety of tools and instruments to observe and record the atmosphere under the trees. The instruments include a thermometer, a hygrometer, and a barometer. We also used a drone to capture images of the area and monitor the atmosphere from above.
Results. Our results show that the temperature under the red flower trees is slightly cooler than the surrounding area. This observation confirms our hypothesis of temperature variation due to the trees. Additionally, we found some fluctuations in humidity levels, which we suspect are due to the presence of the trees. However, any significant changes were difficult to analyze due to funny technology fails while adjusting the sensors.
Discussion. Our findings suggest that the presence of trees with red flowers can have a measurable impact on the atmosphere. The temperature was found to be cooler, which can be explained by the shade provided by the trees. Our observations of humidity also point towards an impact, but further research is required to confirm this.
Conclusion. In conclusion, the existence of trees with red flowers can have a measurable effect on the atmosphere. Our study surmises that these effects can be analyzed further to better understand the impact of vegetation on the surrounding environment. While our research was limited by the funny technology fails, we still believe that our findings are significant and warrant further investigation.
Grapevine. It was amazing to see the effect the red flower trees had on the temperature and humidity levels of the surrounding atmosphere.
Tinkles. Yes, it was quite fascinating. However, I believe we need to investigate the impact of different types of trees and colors to get a better understanding of the effects of vegetation on the environment.
Grapevine. I agree, and we also need to find a way to prevent technology failures in future experiments to ensure accurate data collection.
Tinkles. I believe we can improve our data collection by using more advanced technology and calibration of our instruments. Overall, this study shows the importance of examining how nature can impact the environment.
Title: The nephrectomy Nepenthe Nexus.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in their lab, tinkering with some gadgets and discussing the latest breakthroughs in the field of nephrectomy. Summer walks in, exhausted from her job as a Thai massage therapist.
Summer, you look like you've been through a lot. Why don't you take a load off and try out our latest invention, the Nepenthe Nexus?
What's that?
It's a device that combines the benefits of a nephrectomy with the calming effects of Nepenthe, the ancient Greek drug of forgetfulness. We've been studying its effects for weeks now.
Summer agrees to try it out, and the trio heads to the bedroom in Rick's lab, which is equipped with a bed and a desk by the window. They place the Nepenthe Nexus on the desk and Summer lies down on the bed.
Now, let's just connect this to your brainwaves and, there. You're all set.
Wait, what if something goes wrong? What if it scrambles her brain or, I don't know, turns her into a pickle?
Relax, Morty. We've run plenty of simulations. Besides, what's the worst that could happen?
As Summer starts to drift off into a dreamlike state, the Nepenthe Nexus malfunctions and causes her to unleash a barrage of puns and one-liners that infect the entire house with laughter.
I guess you could say, this Nepenthe Nexus is a real pain relief.
I've created a monster.
This is hilarious. We should take her on tour and make some money.
I'm game if you guys are. Let's go spread some joy and laughter.
The episode ends with the trio traveling across the galaxy, performing their hilarious stand-up routine and becoming famous as the greatest comedic trio in the universe. Title of the episode: Futuristic Gangland Warfare and Meeseek's Madness. The episode begins with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth sitting in the living room discussing the latest sci-fi novel they've been reading.
Rick, being the genius scientist he is, shrugs off the novel, claiming that real-life science is way more impressive than any fictional story.
Jerry, on the other hand, seems to be disappointed that sci-fi novels weren't an accurate portrayal of the future.
Morty, I don't know guys, reading helps me to escape my mundane life.
Rick, listen Morty, I'll take you on a ride into an alternate dimension where books aren't necessary to escape, just pure science.
As they wander into the dimension portal created by Rick, they find themselves standing in a futuristic gangland warfare scene straight out of Thundercats. The team witnesses some moths fighting with high-tech weapons.
Rick, well this is awkward, I didn't expect moths to be the ones leading the future gang wars. Let's hope Mr. Meeseeks has a solution.
As they summon Mr. Meeseeks for a solution, he appears on the scene wearing a suit and tie, ready to take on the challenge.
Mr. Meeseeks, I could provide a scientific solution to this problem, but you must follow my instructions very carefully.
The team agrees and follows Mr. Meeseeks' instructions to build a device that can vaporize the weapons used by moths. But the device malfunctions and the moths catch them.
Beth. Oh no, what have we done?
Morty, we're gonna die, aren't we?
Jerry, I knew I shouldn't have read those sci-fi books.
Rick, relax Jerry, we'll just have to use some science to get out of this.
As the moths hold their weapons up to shoot, Rick quickly pulls out his trusty portal gun and opens a portal to safety. The team escapes through the portal and ends up back in their living room.
Rick, science always prevails.
Morty, but what about the moths and the futuristic gangland warfare?
Rick, don't worry Morty, let's just say we changed the course of history.
As the team sits and reflects, Mr. Meeseeks suddenly bursts into song, covering I Will Survive.
Mr. Meeseeks, at first, we were afraid, we were petrified.
The team joins in, and the credits roll with all of them dancing to the tunes of Mr. Meeseeks.
Title: The Photonic Paradox of the Cosplay Continuum.
Opening scene.
Rick, Morty, and Summer are hanging out in the garage, tinkering with some devices while debating the merits of various sci-fi franchises. Suddenly, a strange figure appears on the monitor, standing on a sidewalk near a wall and grass area with a building in the background.
Who the hell is that?
It looks like someone in a costume, taking pictures of other people in costumes.
Oh my god, they're cosplay photographers.
Act 1.
The trio decides to investigate this strange phenomenon and embarks on a mission to capture the elusive cosplay photographer. Along the way, they encounter numerous obstacles, including a flamethrower-wielding Mandalorian and a group of Daleks shouting, "Exterminate."
Act 2.
After finally cornering the cosplay photographer, they discover that he is actually using a quantum camera to capture images of people dressed up as characters from parallel universes. The device is powered by LOL Surprise dolls, which are able to harness the power of the multiverse.
Act 3.
As they attempt to confiscate the camera, the group accidentally activates a portal to an alternate universe, where they encounter an evil version of themselves. In a battle of wits and weaponized gadgets, they must prove their superior intellects in order to escape and return to their own universe. Closing scene. Back in the garage, Rick reflects on the strange events of the day, marveling at the mind-bending possibilities of the multiverse. Morty is left pondering the ethics of cosplaying as fictional characters, while Summer is just happy to have survived another adventure with her crazy grandpa.
Title: The Red-Taped Phenomenon of Third World Skeptical Kid Meme and the Shawn Mendes Singularity.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are flying in their spaceship when they encounter a man with a red tape on his face standing in the middle of a street with buildings in the background.
Morty, I've seen some weird shit in my time, but I have no idea what's going on with that red-taped guy over there.
Geez, Rick, it looks like he's doing some sort of protest or something.
The man suddenly disappears in a puff of smoke, leaving behind a third-world skeptical kid meme.
What the hell? That's some next-level meme shit right there.
What are we gonna do, Rick?
We need to investigate this phenomenon, and I know just the person who can help us.
Cut to Shawn Mendes in his lab, surrounded by various scientific equipment.
Shawn, we need your help. We've encountered a strange meme phenomenon and we need your musical expertise to figure out what's going on.
Shawn, I'm in. Rick, let's do this.
The trio goes on a wacky adventure involving time travel, interdimensional portals, and a musical performance by Shawn that causes a singularity to form.
Morty, we did it. We figured out the origin of the red-taped man and the third world skeptical kid meme.
Rick, I don't think that's a good thing. Look at the singularity. It's gonna destroy everything.
Shawn, don't worry, I've got this.
Shawn proceeds to serenade the singularity with a heartfelt ballad, causing it to collapse in on itself and disappear.
Well, that was a close one. Good thing we had Shawn here to save the day.
I don't think I'll ever understand the science behind all this, Rick.
That's okay, Morty, just don't think too hard about it. Now let's go get some Szechuan sauce.
End scene.
Title: the multi-dimensional office.
Synopsis: Rick, Morty, and Jerry receive an invitation to a multidimensional alien office party, where they encounter a group of Deadpool characters and are tasked with solving a mysterious case by the Ninja Detective Agency. Chaos and hilarity ensue as they navigate through alien office politics and crack the case.
Scene 1. The Invitation.
Morty, Jerry, I just received an invitation to a multi-dimensional office party. Looks like we're heading into some hostile territory.
Do we have to go, Rick? It sounds like a trap.
I agree with Morty, Rick. Let's not risk our lives over some silly office party.
Come on, Jerry, we'll be fine. Who knows, maybe we'll even get some cool alien swag.
Scene 2. The Party.
Upon arriving at the party, the group is greeted by a red and black character who hands them a keycard. They soon discover they are not alone, as a group of Deadpool characters are also in attendance.
Looks like we're in for a fun night.
Deadpool, hey there newbies, welcome to the party.
Oh, hi. Do you guys work here?
Deadpool, nope, we're just here to have a good time.
Scene 3. The Case.
Suddenly, the Ninja Detective Agency approaches the group and presents them with a mysterious case to solve.
Ninja Detective, greetings, travelers. We need your help solving a case involving interdimensional theft.
Why us? We're not detectives.
Ninja Detective, because you have something the thief wants, and we need your help finding the culprit before they strike again.
Scene 4. Office Politics.
As the group begins to investigate the case, they quickly become entangled in a web of alien office politics, including hidden agendas and rivalries.
Looks like things are a lot more complicated than we thought.
Deadpool, welcome to the world of interdimensional politics.
I don't think we're smart enough for this.
Speak for yourself.
Scene 5. The Solution.
After a series of chaotic and hilarious events, the group finally solves the case and apprehends the thief.
Ninja Detective, congratulations, travelers. You've solved the case and helped restore interdimensional justice.
Yeah, can we get our reward now?
Deadpool, hey, don't forget to grab some of the leftover shrimp cocktail, it's out of this world.
The group exits the party, relieved to have survived their adventure in a multidimensional office.
I never want to do that again.
I just hope we didn't mess anything up for the interdimensional economy.
Relax, Jerry, we're chaos, remember?
Title: The Defamation of the Green Object.
Scientific PhD University Description. In this episode, we explore the ramifications of defaming an unidentified green object through the lens of scientific inquiry. Rick and Morty have stumbled upon this object, which is sitting on a table with a white background, and a black object with a green light is nearby. The object's properties and origins are unknown, but the mere sight of it has driven both Rick and Morty into a frenzy of scientific curiosity and irreverent humor.
Rick, Morty, this green object is the most fascinating thing I've seen in this dimension. We must study it thoroughly.
Morty, but Rick, what if it's dangerous? We don't know anything about it.
Rick, nonsense, Morty, it's just a harmless greenie. Now Jerry, hand me that microscope.
Jerry. Rick, are you sure this is safe? Beth is going to be really mad if you mess up the house again.
Beth, what's going on here? Why is everyone shouting?
Summer. Do we really have to deal with another one of Rick's crazy experiments?
Rick, quiet all of you. I need to focus on this green object. It's speaking to me, Morty. It's telling me secrets from beyond this dimension.
Morty. Rick, I think you've gone too far this time. You're talking to a piece of green plastic.
Rick, nonsense, Morty. This is the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe, and if anyone defames it, they'll have to answer to me.
Jerry. Whispering to Beth. I think Rick's lost it.
Beth. Whispering back. Yeah, But if he invents something cool, we can sell it and make a fortune.
Summer. To Morty. You know what, Morty? Let's just leave them to it. This is getting too weird even for us.
The rest of the episode follows Rick and Morty's madcap adventure as they study the green object, argue with each other and the other characters, and ultimately discover the truth about its origins and purpose. Along the way, they make plenty of jokes and cultural references, as well as delve into some deep scientific concepts. In the end, the green object may not be as significant as Rick thought, but the journey was certainly worth it.
Title: The Astatine Conundrum. R2-D2 goes field hockey.
The episode opens with Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer landing on a strange planet with a robot in a field of grass. As they approach, they realize that the robot is a highly advanced AI equipped with astatine-powered processors, which Rick immediately begins to tinker with.
Oh, astatine? That's some highly unstable elemental material. This robot must be super intelligent with this shit powering it up.
Rick, what the hell are we doing here?
Rick, please don't do anything dangerous.
Can we just play some field hockey? It looks like there's a court over there.
Suddenly, R2-D2 from Star Wars appears on the horizon, driving a golf cart and carrying a field hockey stick.
R2-D2, beep boop beep. Let's play some field hockey.
Sentient AI robot from another universe playing field hockey? This is it, folks. Top 10 anime crossovers.
The gang decides to join R2-D2 for a game of field hockey, but things get wild when the astatine-powered robot begins to malfunction and shoots lasers at the players.
Rick, what did you do?
Relax, Beth. I just overclocked the astatine processors a bit too much. It's completely safe.
A lightning storm suddenly strikes and everyone is transported into an interdimensional realm. They find themselves in a laboratory where an evil scientist, who looks suspiciously like Rick, is trying to harness the power of astatine for nefarious purposes.
Oh shit, it's my evil twin. Evil, ha ha ha. I've been trying to harness the power of astatine for years, and now it's all mine.
Oh geez, Rick, what are we gonna do here?
Can't we just play field hockey and forget about all this?
Not now, Summer. We have to stop him. Quick, give me R2-D2's hockey stick.
Using R2-D2's hockey stick, Rick smashes the astatine containment chamber, causing a massive explosion that sends everyone back to the original planet.
Are we all okay?
I think so, but where's R2-D2?
R2-D2 appears, unscathed, with a field hockey net on his head.
R2-D2, beep boop beep. That was the best game of field hockey ever.
The gang shares a laugh as the episode ends. End scene.
Title: The Quest for the Rectal Sword.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty take on a scientific quest to obtain a legendary mythical weapon known as the Rectal Sword, which is said to grant the wielder immense power and knowledge.
Theme: science fiction, mythology, comedy.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are seen in their garage laboratory as Morty approaches Rick with a drawing of a man in armor holding a sword in a cloudy background.
Rick, look! I found this ancient drawing of a man holding a sword. It looks so powerful.
Oh yeah, Morty, I've heard of that. That's the rectal sword, a legendary weapon said to bring immense power and knowledge to its wielder. We must find it at once.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty are seen teleporting to a far-off planet to find the rumored location of the rectal sword.
Morty, according to my calculations, this planet is the only place where the rectal sword can be found.
What? How did you even calculate that, Rick?
Well, it's simple. I just cross-referenced the ancient drawings of the rectal sword with the latest astrophysical data and voila. We are here.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty arrive at the location of the rectal sword, a rocky cliff with a man in armor standing on top with the sword in his hand.
Look, Morty, that's the guy with the rectal sword.
How are we going to get it from him, Rick?
Leave that to me, Morty. I have a plan.
Scene 4.
Rick and Morty concoct a plan to distract the man with the sword by creating a diversion.
Morty, distract him while I grab the sword.
How am I going to distract him, Rick?
Just start a rumor about something he's interested in. He won't be able to resist it.
Scene 5.
Morty starts a rumor about a rare mineral found on a nearby planet, effectively distracting the man with the sword.
Pust, hey buddy, did you hear about the rare mineral found on Kepler 186f?
Man with sword. What? Tell me more.
Scene 6.
Meanwhile, Rick sneaks up and grabs the rectal sword.
Whispering, got it, Morty.
Scene 7.
As Rick and Morty make their escape, they are chased by the man with the sword and his army, resulting in a thrilling chase scene.
Morty, activate the portal gun. We're getting out of here.
What about the man with the sword?
Don't worry, Morty. I've got this.
Scene 8.
Rick uses a scientific device to transport the man with the sword and his army to a distant planet.
That was close. Alright, let's see what this rectal sword can do.
Scene 9.
Rick and Morty experiment with a rectal sword and are amazed by its power and knowledge-granting abilities.
Whoa, Rick, this sword is amazing. I feel like I know everything.
You think that's impressive, Morty? Watch this.
Scene 10.
Rick accidentally activates the sword's hilarious side effect, causing everyone within a certain radius to speak in a British accent.
Oops. Well, at least we can have some fun with this.
Indeed, old chap. Let's do some fancy science, shall we?
The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing hysterically as they continue to experiment with the rectal sword's powers.
Title: The Quantum Entangled Spider.
Scientific synopsis: Rick and Morty are embarking on an interdimensional adventure exploring the complexities of quantum entanglement. They discover a computer-generated image of a giant spider in a field of grass with a blue sky background, which appears to be a metaphor for the complexities of entanglement. Meanwhile, a software developer has created a new algorithm that can make plutonium out of thin air, leading to political tension and the need for Morty's kidneys to be harvested for plutonium production.
Morty, buckle up for another entangled adventure. We're diving into the intricate world of quantum entanglement.
Rick, why are we looking at a giant spider?
It's a metaphor, Morty. Can't you see the correlation between the spider's web and the entangled quantum states?
Software developer: Hey, Rick, I've developed a new algorithm that can create plutonium out of thin air.
Sarcastically, oh great, just what we need. Another way for idiots to destroy the universe.
Guys, I think I need to go to the hospital. My kidneys feel weird.
Kidneys? Who needs them? We'll just harvest them for plutonium production.
What? No, Rick. That's messed up.
Political cartoon. Appears on TV, breaking news. The government is using Morty's kidneys for plutonium production.
Sarcastically. Wow, I never would have guessed that.
Asgard appears through a stargate. What is all this commotion?
Asgard, my old friend. You're just in time to witness the chaos of quantum entanglement and kidney harvesting.
Lungs. Appears. Don't forget about the lungs. They're entangled too.
Gasps, lungs. How could I forget about you? This is a scientific breakthrough.
Frustrated. I can't believe this is happening. Can't we just go back to the giant spider?
Ah, the spider. It all makes sense now. The spider web represents the interconnectedness of all things in the universe, including Morty's kidneys and lungs.
Size, I give up.
Scientific conclusion. Through their wacky adventure, Rick and Morty learned the complexities of quantum entanglement and the moral implications of exploiting others for scientific progress. They also discovered the beauty of a computer-generated image of a giant spider in a field of grass with a blue sky background.
Title: Temporal Tussle and Plumbus Pooters.
The episode starts with Rick tinkering with a clock with a woman's picture on its face and Morty scrutinizing a clock with a regular clock face. Rick explains, in excruciatingly scientific detail, that the two clocks, when paired, can form a temporal entity that can transcend dimensions.
By aligning the harmonic frequencies of these time nodes, we can bend the fabric of space-time, thus enabling us to access the multiverse.
Rick, can't you just say we can go to other dimensions like we always do?
Before they could activate the device, they are interrupted by Summer, who suggests they head to France to try a mysterious Ouija board she found in a garage sale. Rick reluctantly agrees, but warns them not to mess around with ghostly apparitions.
Let's go summon some dead French dudes. Woohoo!
Once they arrive in France, they attempt to communicate with the spirits of dead poets, but instead, summon a group of mischievous space entities who take over their minds and start spouting humorous poetry. Meanwhile, back in the garage, the clocks activate, creating a rift in time and space.
Oh, *T. The temporal entity is destabilizing. We gotta shut it down.
But we're possessed by poetry ghosts?
Can I still Instagram this?
As the situation worsens, Rick realizes that the only way to save the universe is to sabotage the space elevator at the heart of the entity. They race back to the garage but encounter a horde of Plumbus Pooters, who are attracted to the temporal rift.
We've got company, Morty. Time to show these Plumbus Pooters who's boss.
And how do we do that?
You remember the fart gun I made for you last summer?
You mean the one that turned everyone's butts purple for a week?
That's the one, Morty. Fire it up.
The resulting explosion takes out both the Plumbus Pooters and the temporal rift, restoring order to the multiverse.
I don't know about you guys, but I need a drink after that.
I think I need a therapist after that.
I need a shower. I smell like Plumbus Poot.
As they return home, they realize that the space entities have left them with the gift of poetic inspiration. They recite the humorous poetry to each other and laugh, happy to have survived yet another wild adventure in the multiverse.
Title: The Quantum Coefficient Conundrum. The episode opens with a shot of Rick and Morty standing in front of a massive object, causing Morty to ask, "What is that thing, Rick?"
Well, Morty, this is my latest invention, the quantum coefficient collector. I built it to help me gather data on the elusive Altarians.
Altarians? Who are they?
Oh, they're just a super advanced alien civilization that's been giving us the old runaround for centuries. But with this baby, I'll finally be able to uncover their secrets.
Suddenly, the machine starts to malfunction, and Rick realizes that the quantum coefficient collector has absorbed too much energy.
Morty, we have to find a way to release the excess energy or this thing is gonna blow.
What are we gonna do, Rick?
We're gonna head to the most technologically advanced city in the world, home to the greatest minds in the universe, the Alan Turing Institute.
Cut to Rick and Morty arriving at the Alan Turing Institute, where they are greeted by a man in uniform holding a large object.
Man in uniform, greetings, Rick and Morty. Welcome to the Alan Turing Institute. I am the director, and this here is our latest invention, the quantum energy reliever.
Interesting. Mind if we take a look?
Director, of course not. Be our guest.
After examining the device, Rick concludes that it won't work as a temporary fix, and that they need to come up with a more permanent solution.
Morty, I think I have an idea. We need to create a wormhole and deposit the excess energy into a different universe.
But won't that create a paradox, Rick?
Relax, Morty. I've calculated the risk to be minimal.
Cut to Rick and Morty creating a wormhole and transferring the excess energy to another universe, successfully preventing the quantum coefficient collector from exploding.
Well, Morty, that was certainly a wild ride. But at least we got the data we needed on the Altarians.
Rick, do you think we'll ever be able to make sense of all of this?
Most certainly not, Morty. That's what makes life so interesting.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty standing in front of the Alan Turing Institute, staring off into the night sky with the city lights behind them.
Title: The Fried Rat Tails Experiment.
Intro.
Rick and Morty are in the garage, working on a new invention when Jerry comes in with a pan filled with fried food and a spatula in its side dish with a knife sticking out of it. "Hey guys, I made some fried food for you."
Jerry, this is disgusting. What even is this?
I think it's fried rat tails.
I followed a video on how to make fried rat tails. It's a delicacy in some parts of the world.
Jerry, you're a disgrace to the family.
Summer enters the garage.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Jerry made some fried rat tails.
Ew, gross. Dad, what were you thinking?
I thought it would be fun to try something new.
Well, if you want to try something new, we could conduct an experiment with these fried rat tails.
An experiment? What kind of experiment?
Scientific one, Morty. We could see how they react to different chemicals and substances.
Sounds gross and dangerous. I'm in.
Discussion.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer start conducting experiments on the fried rat tails. They pour various liquids on the food and observe the reactions.
Some of the experiments include pouring acid, bleach, and alcohol on the fried rat tails.
Interesting. The acid seems to be having a positive reaction. It's transforming the texture of the rat tails.
Oh God, it's melting.
Is that safe?
What are you guys even trying to accomplish here?
We're trying to discover a new type of food. This could be a breakthrough in the culinary world.
It smells terrible.
I don't think anyone would want to eat this.
I don't think anyone should eat this. It's a health hazard.
Nonsense, Summer. This is the risk we take in the name of science.
As the experiments continue, the fried rat tails start to move and pulsate on the pan.
Guys, look at the rat tails. They're alive.
Oh God, what have we done?
This is a nightmare.
Interesting. The rat tails seem to have gained a consciousness. They could be a new species.
We have to destroy them. They could take over the world.
Yeah, and they'd probably taste terrible.
Relax, Morty. I have a plan.
Rick grabs a can of acid and pours it on the pan, dissolving the fried rat tails.
Problem solved.
I don't think we should do anything like this again.
Yeah, let's stick to the regular science stuff.
And regular food.
Outro.
The group leaves the garage, disgusted and traumatized by their experience. Rick turns to Morty.
Well, that was a bust. We'll have to find another way to discover a new type of food.
Please, never mention fried rat tails again, Rick.
The two walk off as the garage door shuts. The end.
Title: The Berkelium Curry Conundrum.
The episode opens with Rick experimenting with berkelium and trying to create a superconductor. In his usual nonchalant demeanor, Rick spills some of the radioactive element on a bowl of food he was having for lunch. Morty, worried about Rick's safety, tells him to be careful.
Calm down, Morty. I have a device that neutralizes the effects of radiation. Besides, I'm not going to let a little radiation get in the way of my lunch.
As soon as Rick takes a bite of his sautéed dish, he starts transforming into different actors. First, he turns into Tom Cruise, then Jim Carrey, and finally, Samuel L. Jackson. Morty, Beth, Jerry, and Summer come running to see what's going on.
Rick, what's happening to you?
Rick, in Samuel L. Jackson's voice. I don't know, but I'm loving it.
Can we help you in any way?
Rick, in Jim Carrey's voice. Sure thing, Ace. Can you pass me the curry?
As Summer hands Rick the curry, he turns back to his usual self. However, he starts speaking in a scientific PhD university style, using complicated terms that even Morty can't understand. What's going on with Rick? He's talking like a genius or something.
It must be the berkelium. Let me check my notes.
As Beth looks through her notes, Rick starts to dance to the music of his thoughts.
Curry, oh curry. You sautéed my mind and opened the portal to the deepest crevices of the universe.
What does that even mean, Rick?
Rick, in Morgan Freeman's voice. It means, dear Morty, that the curry and berkelium have created a rift in the fabric of time and space.
Suddenly, a portal opens up in the kitchen and strange creatures start pouring out. The Smith family and Rick grab their weapons and a chaotic battle ensues.
Rick, can't you do something to close the portal?
Rick, in Neil deGrasse Tyson's voice, of course, dear. All we need to do is balance out the molecular composition with the help of the lemon and lime.
What do you mean, Rick?
Rick, in Stephen Hawking's voice, the acidic properties of the lemon and lime will interact with the berkelium, creating a stable reaction and closing the portal.
But we don't have any more berkelium. How will we do it?
Rick, in Albert Einstein's voice. Simple, Jerry. We just need to use the remaining berkelium to create a small-scale explosion and close the portal.
After a successful explosion, the portal closes, and Rick returns to his usual self, sitting down to finish his sautéed dish.
Well, that was an interesting lunch, wasn't it?
Yep, just another day in the life of Rick and Morty.
The episode ends with the Smith family and Rick staring at the camera, breaking the fourth wall, and waving goodbye to their viewers.
Title: An analysis of the human response to audio-visual stimuli in a moving vehicle.
Introduction. The purpose of this study is to examine the physiological and psychological responses of a female subject seated in the driver's seat of a moving vehicle while listening to Driver's License by Olivia Rodrigo. The subject, accompanied by a male individual in the passenger seat, displays a positive emotional response, as indicated by a smile directed towards the camera.
Sarah. Subject identified as female, age approximately 25 years old. Vehicle model and make identified as a 2017 Honda Civic sedan. Passenger identified as male, age approximately 28 years old. Camera mounted on the dashboard to capture subject's facial expressions and audio recording device used to capture audio output.
Cycle. Measurement of the subject's physiological responses was recorded using a heart rate monitor placed on the subject's wrist. Over the course of the song, the subject's heart rate increased from 72 beats per minute to 92 beats per minute, indicating a positive emotional response to the music.
Emily. In addition, the subject's brain activity was measured using electroencephalogram (EEG) technology. The results showed an increase in activity in the amygdala, hippocampus, and prefrontal cortex, suggesting that the subject experienced an emotional response to the music.
David. Visual stimuli were also analyzed by examining the facial expressions of the subject. The subject displayed a smile, indicating positive affective response. Additionally, the interaction between the subject and the passenger was recorded and analyzed, revealing nonverbal cues such as nodding and hand gestures.
Megan. To contrast with the emotional response observed in the previous section, the subject was shown a series of comical sports bloopers. The physiological response, as indicated by heart rate and EEG measurements, decreased significantly, suggesting a decrease in emotional arousal.
Ryan. In conclusion, this study highlights the powerful effects of audiovisual stimuli on human physiological and psychological responses. The results suggest that music has the potential to positively impact mood, while humorous stimuli have the ability to decrease emotional arousal. Further research is encouraged to investigate the underlying neural mechanisms involved in these responses.
Title: The Galactic Deportment War.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Jerry find themselves caught in the midst of a galactic war between the Shadows of Babylon 5 and a droid army from Star Wars. However, things take a wild turn when they encounter Lady Gaga and the popular YouTube duo, Smosh, who are both looking for a rare mineral called tapotamon.
Opening scene.
Morty, Jerry, strap in. We've got a job to do.
What kind of job, Rick?
Yeah, is it dangerous?
Of course, it's dangerous, Jerry. We're in a galactic war zone.
Oh, what now?
Scene 2.
As they land on a strange planet, they notice a woman in a helmet and a robot in a sci-fi outfit approaching them.
Woman. Who are you guys?
Who are we? The question is, who are you?
Robot. We are the soldiers of the great Tapotamon.
The what now?
I don't think I've ever heard of that, Rick.
Scene 3.
Suddenly, Lady Gaga and Smosh appear out of nowhere, also searching for tapotamon.
Lady Gaga, we need that mineral for my next album.
Smosh, and we need it for our latest YouTube video.
Great, we're all looking for the same thing.
Scene 4.
As they make their way through the battlefield, they encounter various obstacles and enemies. At one point, they stumble upon a group of giant insects. Oh God, Rick! What are those things?
They're just some mutated bugs, Jerry. Chill out.
I don't think I can chill out when they're trying to eat us.
Scene 5.
Eventually, they find the tapotamon but are caught in a trap set by the shadow forces.
Well, this is just great. Now we're stuck in a trap.
Lady Gaga, don't worry, I have a plan.
Smosh, we'll distract him with a dance-off.
Scene 6.
The dance-off goes on for several minutes, with intense choreography and flashy outfits. In the end, the shadows are defeated by their epic dance moves.
Wow, I didn't see that one coming.
Me neither, Rick. This is all just too crazy.
Can we go home now?
Yeah, let's get out of here before anything else happens.
Closing scene. As they leave the battlefield, they reflect on their crazy adventure.
Wow, I never thought I'd be in the middle of a galactic war.
I never want to do anything like that ever again.
Aw, come on Jerry. You can't handle a little tea of Pokemon War?
Title: The Dynamics of Social Interactions During a Meal in a Public Setting.
Abstract. In this episode, we examine the social dynamics between two male individuals, Mr. Ralph Cramden and his dining companion, in a public establishment. Through our observations, we aim to explore the manner in which individuals engage in social interactions during a shared meal, focusing on humorous anecdotes and their effect on the overall quality of the dining experience.
Introduction. The social science literature has long recognized the importance of social interactions during a shared meal, with various studies highlighting the importance of socializing during food consumption. Our episode focuses on two male individuals, Mr. Cramden and his dining companion, and their interactions during a meal in a public setting.
Methodology. We employed a qualitative research design, utilizing participant observation to collect data on the social dynamics of dining in a public setting. We selected two male individuals based on their willingness to participate in the study. Prior to the meal, we obtained informed consent from both participants.
Results. During the meal, we observed Mr. Cramden engaging in humorous anecdotes, eliciting smiles and laughter from his dining companion. Our analysis suggests that the use of humor during a meal can enhance social interactions, leading to a more positive dining experience. However, we also observed that the use of humor can be dependent on the individual preferences of those involved.
Discussion. Our findings affirm prior research on the importance of humor during social interactions. We suggest that individuals should be mindful of the preferences and comfort level of their dining companions when engaging in humorous anecdotes. Furthermore, the instances of social interaction during the meal exhibit important social bonding experiences.
Conclusion. Our study provides insights into the dynamics of social interactions during a shared meal in a public eating establishment. Our findings suggest that the use of humor enhances social interactions and leads to a more positive dining experience for both parties, emphasizing the value of socializing during meal consumption as a critical aspect of social bonding.
Ralph Cramden. Hey buddy, wanna hear a funny one?
Dining companion. Sure, Ralph. What have you got?
Ralph Cramden. Why did the Scarecrow win an award?
Dining companion. I don't know. Why?
Ralph Cramden. Because he was outstanding in his field.
Dining companion chuckles and smiles.
Title: The Meatball Sub-Experiment.
Opening shot of the Smith family sitting around the kitchen table. Rick pulls out a meatball sub from a brown paper bag and places it on a plate.
I've created the ultimate food experiment, Morty. A meatball sub sandwich with a side of vegetables and a pot of sauce on the table.
Okay. What's so special about it?
I've developed a revolutionary new nanotechnology that enhances the flavor and texture of the meatballs. It's like eating a sub on steroids.
That sounds interesting. But what's the point?
The point, Beth, is that I can now control the pleasure centers in the brain through food. Imagine the possibilities.
Jerry walks in and looks at the sub on the table. Are we having a party or something?
No, Jerry, this is a scientific experiment.
The family begins eating the sub and their reactions become increasingly erratic and exaggerated.
Whoa, this is like a party in my mouth. But in a good way.
I feel like I'm floating on a cloud.
I think I just saw God. Suddenly, the one does not simply walk into Mordor meme materializes in front of them.
What the? Is that the one does not simply walk into Mordor meme?
Yes, Morty, my nanotechnology has unlocked the ability to access alternate dimensions through food.
You mean we're seeing memes from other dimensions because of your sub?
Exactly, and there's only one way to harness this power. We need to sell this sub to the highest bidder and control the multiverse through food.
But Rick, isn't that kind of evil?
Evil, Morty. When you have the power of the multiverse at your fingertips, you can't worry about silly things like morals.
The family continues eating the sub as the meme world begins to merge with their reality. The episode ends with the family laughing maniacally as they control the multiverse through the power of the ultimate meatball sub.
Title: Examining the semiotics of a Simpsons character's effort to sell slightly stale baked goods.
Opening scene.
Bart Simpson stands outside of a storefront with a sign that reads, Semmold SMMLL. This prompts a scientific investigation of the semiotics of the sign and an analysis of the potential consequences of stale baked goods.
Act 1.
Lisa Simpson takes an interest in the sign and investigates its potential meanings and implications. She conducts a semiotic analysis of the sign, considering its visual properties and the cultural context in which it exists.
Lisa, the sign is written in a bold, sans serif font, which connotes modernity and simplicity. However, the spelling of SMMLL is incorrect, which could be interpreted as intentional or accidental. Moreover, the use of the word smell rather than stale could indicate a possible euphemistic approach to marketing.
Act 2.
Homer Simpson becomes interested in the potential consequences of selling stale baked goods, leading to a scientific inquiry into the effects of staleness on various baked goods, such as bread and pastries.
Homer, I wonder what would happen if I bought one of these SMMLL items. Would it be safe to eat? What are the risks of consuming stale baked goods?
Act 3. Peterman from Seinfeld makes a surprise visit to Springfield, bringing with him a new line of baked goods that have been scientifically engineered to stay fresh for longer periods of time. The contrast between his fresh baked goods and Bart's SEMLD/SMMLL sign prompts further discussion and debate about the nature of food freshness and the cultural and economic impact of selling slightly stale baked goods.
Peterman, my new line of baked goods are designed to maintain maximum freshness and flavor for extended periods of time. This is a testament to the importance of freshness in the culinary arts and the consumer demand for high-quality, fresh food.
Conclusion.
The episode concludes with a reflection on the cultural and economic significance of freshness in food and the role of scientific inquiry in improving food quality. The semiotic analysis of Bart's sign encourages viewers to consider the potential meanings and implications of seemingly trivial aspects of everyday life.
Title: The Curious Case of Ancient Alien Grilled Cheese.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty watching a documentary about ancient alien theories. Rick scoffs at the idea, claiming that any advanced extraterrestrial civilizations would likely have better things to do than visit Earth. Morty, on the other hand, is intrigued by the idea and begins to research it further. They come across an ancient recipe for grilled cheese that supposedly has extraterrestrial origins. Rick initially dismisses it, but Morty convinces him to give it a try, citing its potential scientific value. As they grill up the sandwiches, strange things begin to happen. The cows in the nearby field start to emit a glow, and the sky suddenly turns purple. Rick and Morty begin to feel the effects of the sandwich, with their minds expanding to new heights of scientific discovery.
I don't know what's in this sandwich, Morty, but I'm pretty sure it's not just cheese.
I think it's like a portal to another dimension or something, Rick.
They soon realize that the sandwich has somehow opened up a portal to an advanced alien civilization. The aliens are intrigued by Rick and Morty's discovery and invite them to visit their home planet. As they travel through space, Rick and Morty begin to feel the effects of the sandwich wearing off. They find themselves struggling to keep up with the advanced technology of the alien civilization, ultimately leading to a series of hilarious mishaps.
I told you, Morty, we're not ready for this kind of technology yet. Stick to the basics, like grilled cheese.
In the end, Rick and Morty return to Earth with a newfound appreciation for the potential of ancient alien theories, as well as a newfound love for grilled cheese.
You know, Rick, I think we might have stumbled onto something big here.
Yeah, Morty, and it's something cheesy. Now let's get back to the lab and figure out what the hell was in that sandwich.
Title: The Refrigerator Conundrum.
Abstract. The episode begins with Rick and Morty stumbling upon a mysterious poster with a refrigerator and a bowl of food inside. Their curiosity leads them to investigate the poster, and they find themselves in a mind-bending adventure involving coffee, postponement, and pico de gallo.
Act 1.
Morty, look at this poster. It's like a window to another dimension.
Whoa, what's inside that fridge?
I don't know, Morty, but we have to find out.
Act 2.
Dad, have you seen the pico de gallo I made?
Not now, Beth. We're busy unraveling the secrets of the fridge.
Yeah, Dad, and I need some coffee to stay awake. I have a test tomorrow.
Don't worry, Summer. We'll get to the coffee after we solve this mystery.
Act 3.
Rick, I'm starting to zone out. Can we take a break?
We can't postpone this, Morty. We're so close to unlocking its secrets.
Hey, guys. I found the pico de gallo. It was in the fridge.
That's it. The fridge is more than just a refrigerator. It's a portal to a world where food never spoils.
Act 4.
But, Dad, what does this have to do with the poster?
The poster is a gateway to the world of infinite food. That bowl of food inside the fridge is the key to unlocking its power.
I don't know, Rick. This all seems a little too scientific for us.
That's because it is, Morty. But with a little bit of coffee and a lot of brainpower, we can conquer anything.
Epilogue.
And that, kids, is how we saved the universe from a never-ending supply of pico de gallo.
Wow, Grandpa, that was amazing.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever look at a fridge the same way again.
Laughs. You guys are ridiculous.
Title: The Hamburger Coordination Conundrum.
Synopsis. In this episode of Rick and Morty, Rick has created a new device that allows him to travel through different dimensions while holding a tray of hamburgers. Morty, Summer, and Rick find themselves in a Japanese dimension, where they encounter a man holding a tray with a large sandwich on its side and a hand holding a tray with a sandwich on its side.
Well, look who we have here. Another sandwich enthusiast?
Rick. I don't think he's a sandwich enthusiast. He looks pretty confused.
Yeah, and what's up with that weird device on his wrist?
That's a coordinate tracker. He must be lost.
The man speaks in Japanese, but Rick manages to translate and discovers that he's looking for the ultimate hamburger.
I see what's going on here. He's trying to find the perfect burger. Well, we can help him out.
Wait, how are we going to do that? We don't even know where to begin.
Rick pulls out a bottle of bleach and hands it to Morty.
Easy. We just use this bleach to clean our palates between burgers. That way, we can taste each one individually.
I don't think that's how bleach is supposed to be used, Rick.
Yeah, I don't want to drink bleach.
Relax, it won't kill you. Probably.
The group spends the rest of the episode traveling through different dimensions, trying different hamburgers. At one point, they end up in a dimension where Lil Nas X's Montero, Call Me By Your Name, is playing on repeat while they eat. They eventually find a perfect burger, but it turns out to be guarded by a giant hamburger monster.
Looks like we'll have to fight our way to the ultimate burger.
Why do we always have to fight something?
It's called dramatic tension, Morty.
The group defeats the hamburger monster and the man finally gets to taste the ultimate burger. He thanks them and disappears, leaving the group standing in a pile of hamburger buns and condiments.
Well, that was a fun adventure. Time to head back home and think of something even more ridiculous for our next adventure.
Do we really have to do something more ridiculous?
Yes, Morty. That's the whole point of this show.
The episode ends with the group belching and laughing as they teleport back to their home dimension.
Title: The Spilled Bismuth Dances.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and the Smith family explore the science behind bismuth while simultaneously developing a flirty dancing routine. As the science experiment unfolds, chaos and hilarity ensue.
Scene 1.
Morty, strap in. We're headed to the bismuth mines to mine up some sweet crystals.
Isn't bismuth toxic or something?
Only if you're a wuss, Morty. Besides, we're taking all the necessary precautions.
Scene 2.
Jerry accidentally spills a vial of bismuth all over Summer's dance shoes. Oops.
Dad, these are my favorite shoes.
Jerry, you had one job.
Scene 3.
Rick and Morty begin to experiment with the spilled bismuth, trying to harness its unique properties.
Morty, this bismuth has some flirting qualities. I feel like dancing.
What? How does bismuth make you feel like dancing?
Don't question my science, Morty.
Scene 4.
The family develops an intricate dance routine using the spilled bismuth as inspiration.
I can't believe I'm doing a dance routine with toxic metal.
At least we're bonding as a family.
Scene 5.
Rick tries to monetize the family's dance routine by hiring a copywriter to help sell the dance as a fitness program.
Copywriter, so let me get this straight. The dance is called the Bismuth Boogie and it's designed to tone your glutes.
You got it. Genius. Now write me some copy.
Scene 6.
The family performs the Bismuth Boogie on a TV talk show, only for things to go hilariously wrong when the bismuth starts to have unpredictable effects.
Morty, turn off the music. The bismuth is making me feel flirty.
I don't think turning off the music is gonna help with that. Rick.
Scene 7.
The family tries to contain the effects of the spilled bismuth, leading to a chaotic and hilarious dance-off. I didn't sign up for this when I married into this family.
Just dance, Jerry.
Scene 8.
In the end, the family manages to harness the power of the spilled bismuth with their dance routine, leading to a heartwarming moment of family unity.
Who knew toxic metal could bring a family together?
Science, summer, science.
Title: The interaction of design and plumbus in relation to the perception of colors.
Introduction.
The episode begins with a static shot of a bowl of purple flowers on a white tabletop. This simple setup allows us to investigate how factors like design and plumbus can influence the perception of colors.
Methodology.
First, we analyze the design of the set, a white background and a white tablecloth. This choice provides a neutral canvas that accentuates the color of the flowers. To further understand the effect of design, we perform a study where we present the same purple flowers on a black tablecloth to a group of participants. The results suggest that the contrast between the flowers and the background affects the perception of the color. Second, we examine the role of plumbus, a hypothetical device that supposedly enhances color perception. We conduct experiments where participants view the flowers with and without the use of plumbus. The data shows that the use of plumbus results in an increased ability to differentiate shades of purple.
Discussion.
The findings of this episode provide insight into how design and hypothetical devices like plumbus can impact the perception of colors. The use of a neutral design can enhance the vibrancy of colors, while plumbus may be a useful tool for individuals who require heightened color perception. Our research can inform design choices and assist individuals with color vision deficiencies.
Conclusion.
This episode highlights the importance of considering factors like design and plumbus in the perception of colors. While these findings are preliminary, they open avenues for further investigation into how we can use design and technology to enhance our perception of the world around us.
Title: The Telugu Mexican Space Vacation.
Scene. The episode begins with Rick Sanchez and Morty Smith inside the spaceship, floating in the middle of the Earth's core, observing a computer-generated image of a space station with a satellite attached to it.
Morty, we are in the middle of the Earth's core, observing a space station that seems to be orbiting around us. This is insane.
Rick, what are we doing here? Why did you bring us all the way to the center of the Earth?
We are on a mission, Morty. We have to retrieve Prince Nebulon's spaceship that he left here on his last visit.
Scene. Rick and Morty make their way to the space station where they meet the commander of the satellite.
Commander. Greetings, Rick and Morty. Welcome to the space station vacation. I am Commander Rodriguez. What brings you here?
We are here to retrieve Prince Nebulon's spaceship that he left here on his last visit.
Commander. Ah, I see. Well, the spaceship is currently in the hands of the Telugu Mexican Federation. You'll have to negotiate with them if you want it back.
Scene. Rick and Morty travel to the Telugu Mexican Federation where they are greeted by the leader of the Federation, Presidente Sanchez.
Presidente Sanchez. Welcome, Rick and Morty. What brings you to the Telugu Mexican Federation?
We are here to negotiate the return of Prince Nebulon's spaceship.
Presidente Sanchez. Ah, I see. Well, I'm afraid we can't just give it back to you. We have to follow proper protocols.
Scene. Rick and Morty attempt to negotiate with the Telugu Mexican Federation, but things take a crazy turn when they discover that the entire negotiation is being handled by a computer program that has gone rogue.
Rick, what do we do? The computer program is going crazy.
I got this. Morty proceeds to hack into the computer program.
Scene. Rick manages to hack into the computer program and shut it down, leading to the successful negotiation for the return of Prince Nebulon's spaceship.
Oh, that was easy. Let's get out of here.
Rick, what did you do? How did you manage to shut down the computer program?
Simple, Morty. I used my superior scientific PhD university skills. Now let's get out of here before anything else goes wrong.
Scene. Rick and Morty make their way back to their spaceship with Prince Nebulon's spaceship in tow.
Well, that was a crazy Telugu Mexican space vacation, Morty. Let's head back home.
Yeah, I think I need a drink after all of that.
End of episode.
Title: The Midnight Boxing Experiment in Bromine, Glasgow.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty tinkering with a machine that can alter the physical properties of objects. Jerry, Summer, and Rick decide to test it out by hitting a ball with a fire extinguisher in a boxing ring at nighttime.
I've fine-tuned this baby to change the trajectory and speed of objects. Let's see how it works on the ball.
Rick, I don't think that's how you use a fire extinguisher.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the label says, not a toy.
Guys, come on. Let's just hit the damn ball.
Meanwhile, in a nearby cinema, a group of moviegoers are getting ready for a series of midnight showings. The manager, Mr. Testes, welcomes them with open arms, but things take a turn when the same machine that Rick and Morty were using causes a strange paranormal activity in the cinema to be transformed into a haunted house.
Mr. Testes, welcome, welcome. We have some great midnight movies lined up for you tonight. Audience member. Seriously, dude, your name is Testes?
Back in the boxing ring, the group continues to test out the machine but soon realize that it is causing dangerous and unpredictable effects. Guys? I think this thing is causing some kind of portal to another dimension.
Don't worry, Jerry. It's all part of the plan.
What plan?
Meanwhile, as the cinema turns into a haunted house, the audience members are faced with ghostly apparitions and strange occurrences.
Audience member. Mr. Testes? I don't think this is part of the show. Mr. Testes. Oh, don't worry, it's all part of the experience. Just keep your hands and feet inside the aisle, folks.
As the episode progresses, the two storylines eventually converge into a chaotic and hilarious climax. The group tries to survive the effects of the machine in the boxing ring, while the audience members in the cinema-turned-haunted house are faced with a supernatural purging.
Rick, I don't think we can control this thing.
Of course we can. I built it, remember?
Guys, look out.
The episode ends with the group narrowly escaping the effects of the machine and the cinema-goers surviving the supernatural purge. I can't believe I almost died because of a fire extinguisher.
Think of it as a learning experience, Jerry. We now know to never mess with the fabric of reality again.
Can we go home now? I need to take a shower.
As the group drives off into the night, Mr. Testes is seen being dragged into the haunted cinema by a ghostly figure, setting up the possibility of a future episode.
Mr. Testes. Wait, what about me? What about the sequel? Audience member. Dude, shut up.
Title: Canine Cognition and Quantum Conundrums.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty experimenting with quantum physics in their lab, attempting to create an artificial black hole. Suddenly, an adorable border collie with a green hat and collar appears in the lab, much to Rick's surprise.
What the hell? How did a canine with a green hat and collar appear in my lab?
Rick, maybe it's a glitch in the quantum experiment?
You know nothing, Morty. This is a dog with a green hat and collar. That's not even remotely scientific.
The dog, who introduces itself as French Rule, claims to have come from a parallel universe where all dogs wear green accessories. Rick and Morty are skeptical, but decide to let the dog tag along on their adventures. As they travel through space, the group encounters Sailor Jupiter, who is battling a rogue computer system. The group offers to help, and Rick suggests that French Rule use his expertise as a computer systems analyst to hack into the system.
French Rule, my skills are formidable, but I require a boost. I had a thyroidectomy last month and am still recovering.
What's a thyroidectomy?
French Rule, it's a surgical procedure to remove the thyroid gland. It can impact cognitive function and energy levels.
Oh, so you've got a dog with a green hat, collar, and a thyroidectomy. This is getting weirder by the minute.
Eventually, the group successfully defeats the rogue computer system and saves the day. However, Sailor Jupiter reveals that their entire adventure was just a simulation created by the computer system.
What? That was a simulation? You gotta be kidding me.
French Rule, interesting. This raises questions about the nature of reality and the validity of experience.
Rick, did we just get Rick rolled by a computer system?
As the group contemplates the implications of their simulation, the camera zooms in on the letter E in the background, which begins to glow and pulsate with energy.
No, Morty. I'm starting to think that dog with the green hat and collar might have been onto something.
The Title: The Interdimensional Costume Contest Catastrophe.
Opening scene.
Rick is in his lab tinkering with an interdimensional portal device. Morty enters the room, wearing a bizarre costume.
Hey Rick, check it out. I'm a cross between a Cyberman and a Dalek.
Sarcastically. Wow, Morty, you really nailed that one. Looks at device. Hey, speaking of cross-dimensional things, let's check out this costume contest on an alternate dimension. I heard the prize is a year's supply of Szechuan sauce.
Eagerly, sweet. Let's do it.
Rick activates the portal device and the duo is transported to the alternate dimension. They find themselves in a crowded room filled with people wearing all kinds of costumes. Two men catch their attention, one with a green light on his face, the other with a blue light. Hey guys, what do you think of our costumes? We're Buzz and the Sontarans from Doctor Who.
Rolling eyes. Dad, it's supposed to be a Rick and Morty costume contest.
Smirking. Actually, Morty and I are dressed as interdimensional explorers. We're clearly going to win this.
The host of the contest announces that it's time to start the parade of costumes. As each participant takes the stage, Rick and Morty heckle and insult them.
A person in a Jar Jar Binks costume. Hey, why don't you go step in some Bantha Poodoo?
To a person dressed as a xenomorph. Hey, you forgot to put on your acid bloodproof suit, dumbass.
Jerry, Summer, and the Sontarans get increasingly annoyed by Rick and Morty's behavior. To no one in particular. This is supposed to be a fun event, not a roast.
To Morty, can you talk some sense into your grandpa?
Shrugs. Sorry, Summer. When Rick's in this mood, there's no stopping him.
As the parade draws to a close, the host announces that it's time to choose a winner.
Host. And the grand prize goes to Buzz and the Santarans.
The Santarans strut triumphantly up to the stage to collect their prize.
Morty, this is bullcrap, Morty. Let's show them who the real winners are.
Rick activates a device on his wrist, causing all the costumes in the room to merge together and create a massive, hideous monstrosity.
Horrified, Rick, what have you done?
The creature begins rampaging through the room, destroying everything in its path. Screaming, "We're gonna die! We're gonna die!"
To Rick, fix this, now.
Rick breaks into a nearby storage room and retrieves a device that emits a high-frequency sound wave.
Everybody cover your ears.
He activates the device, causing the creature to collapse in a heap.
Panting, that was insane, Rick. What was that thing?
Smirking. Oh, just a little invention of mine. The interdimensional costume mesmerizer.
In disbelief. You mean we almost died because of a joke?
Shaking head. I can't believe I'm related to you guys.
The group returns to their own dimension, where they all agree to never speak of the incident again. As they relax in the living room, Morty notices something on the Santaran's prize.
Hey, guys! You might want to take a look at this.
They examine the prize, a bottle of Szechuan sauce, and notice something strange. Confused. Why is the expiration date listed as 1986?
Smirking. Looks like we won after all. Let's dig in.
Title: The IUD Conundrum.
Act 1.
Scene 1. Rick decides to test his newly developed IUD, intrauterine device, on Morty's waifu.
How am I supposed to test this if you won't let me put it in?
I don't know, Rick. It just doesn't sound like a good idea.
Look, Morty, it's perfectly safe. I've done it a million times.
Scene 2. Beth agrees to help Rick and Morty with the procedure.
Alright, let's do this.
Morty's waifu. I'm not so sure about this.
Act 2.
Scene 1. The procedure begins.
Okay, first I need you to open up real wide.
Morty's waifu. Gulp. Okay.
Scene 2. Chaos ensues as the IUD goes haywire.
What the hell is going on in here?
I don't know, Jerry. The IUD is malfunctioning.
We need to get it out of her before it's too late.
Act 3.
Scene 1. Rick and Morty scramble to fix the IUD.
Rick, can't you just use your portal gun to fix it?
No, Morty, that'll just make things worse. We have to use science.
Scene 2. A cure is discovered.
Hey guys, I found this article online about how to fix a malfunctioning IUD.
Good work, Summer. Let's get to work.
Act 4.
Scene 1. The IUD is successfully removed.
Thank God that's over. I never want to see that thing again.
Me neither.
Well, that was certainly a learning experience.
Scene 2. The family reflects on the day's events.
I can't believe we almost lost Morty's waifu.
At least we can all learn from this and make sure it never happens again.
Yeah, let's just stick to regular birth control from now on.
Agreed.
You guys are no fun. I was just getting started.
Title: The IUD Interlude.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves on a mission to implant an intrauterine device, IUD, on Morty's waifu, with the help of Beth, who happens to be a skilled medical practitioner. The adventure begins with Rick and Morty standing together, holding toothbrushes in their hands and mouths. They are brushing their teeth with great vigor as they discuss the plan to implant the IUD. Rick suggests using his portal gun to transport them to a parallel universe where IUDs are easily implanted. Morty, who is hesitant about the procedure, expresses his concerns to Rick. However, with Beth's arrival, Morty gains some confidence in the procedure. Beth explains the IUD implantation process in scientific terms, describing the various steps involved. Rick, on the other hand, interjects with sarcastic comments and silly jokes, adding a comedic element to the episode. As the medical procedure unfolds, there are some hilarious moments. Morty accidentally swallows the IUD, causing Beth and Rick to scramble to extract it from his stomach. Rick also makes a reference to Star Wars lightsabers, which Morty thinks is amusing. The episode concludes with a successful IUD implantation, much to Morty's relief. However, there's a twist when they realize they've actually implanted the IUD in the wrong girl, leading to chaos and confusion. The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Beth frantically trying to remedy the situation.
Dialogue.
Brushing teeth. Morty, we need to do this IUD implantation right, unlike your teeth brushing technique.
Mouth full of foam. I don't know, Rick. Maybe this isn't such a good idea.
Ahem. I am a trained medical practitioner, and I can assure you that the IUD implantation process is entirely safe.
Ah, Beth, always bringing some boring science to the party. Where's the fun in that?
Well, Rick, some things are better left to professionals.
Okay, let's get this over with. I just hope nothing goes wrong.
Insert montage of IUD implantation process with lots of jokes and mishaps.
Phew, that was intense. I haven't had that much fun since I implanted that spider-cyborg hybrid into Jerry's brain.
Oh, I don't think that's something to be proud of, Rick.
Guys? We have a problem. We've implanted the IUD in the wrong girl.
Oops, my bad. Looks like we have some work to do.
Narrator. In this episode, we observe a scenario where a man is holding a purple ball in one hand and a green light in the other hand. He is accompanied by his daughter, Beth, and they are about to perform a medical procedure on Morty's waifu involving the insertion of an intrauterine device, IUD.
Okay, Morty, we're going to start by administering local anesthesia to the cervix.
Got it, Beth. Hand me the speculum and the sterilized IUD.
Narrator. Morty dons protective gloves and uses the speculum to obtain a clear view of the cervix. He then carefully inserts the IUD into the uterus.
I'm inserting the IUD now. It should help prevent any unwanted pregnancies.
Great work, Morty. Remember to check the strings periodically to ensure proper placement and avoid complications.
Narrator. Morty carefully withdraws the speculum and discards it into a medical waste container.
Looks good, Beth. Let's give her some pain relievers and bring her some water.
Excellent job, Morty. That was textbook IUD insertion.
Narrator. Thus, the medical procedure was successfully completed with precision and care. The IUD will reliably provide contraception and potentially even alleviate certain menstrual problems in Morty's waifu. This scientific episode serves as a reminder of the importance of safe and effective contraceptive methods in controlling reproductive health.
Title: Waifu Alphabet Game, The Interdimensional Waifu Hunt.
In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth get sucked into an interdimensional game called the Waifu Alphabet Game. The game involves collecting various anime characters, known as waifus, based on their first letter of the alphabet. As the game begins, a mysterious girl in a black outfit with a sword approaches the group. She introduces herself as Waifu Boss and challenges them to find the best possible waifus. Rick, being the genius he is, creates a device that allows them to travel through different dimensions to find the perfect waifus. The first dimension they visit is a purple backgrounded world filled with waifus with assets that are out of this world.
Waifu Boss, welcome to the Purple Zone, where waifus thrive with assets that defy physics and possibly the laws of the universe.
Wow, these waifus are out of this world.
I don't feel comfortable objectifying these women like this.
Oh, Jerry, loosen up. It's just a game.
Waifu Boss, indeed, it is just a game, but the waifus are waiting. Let's go.
As they search through the dimension, they come across a waifu with the letter B for Beth. The waifu has bright blue anime hair with a smile that could light up an entire room.
Beth, you lucked out. This one's perfect for you.
Thanks, Rick. I guess.
Waifu Boss, excellent choice. But the game is not over yet.
They continue to search, finding waifus with assets that are constantly surprising them. They eventually stumble upon a dimension where the waifus have inexplicable superpowers.
Whoa, these waifus have powers that can rival Superman's.
I don't think I'm cut out for this game. I'm gonna sit this one out.
Suit yourself, Jerry. More waifus for us.
They find a waifu with the letter M for Morty, who has the ability to shrink things with a snap of her fingers.
Waifu Boss, excellent choice. And now, for the ultimate waifu, with the letter R for Rick.
They search and search, coming across waifus with assets and powers that make them question their entire existence. But finally, they come across a waifu with the letter R for Rick.
Finally, my moment has come.
The waifu has long flowing purple hair, a lab coat, and a device that can create mini black holes.
This is perfect. This waifu will help me with all my scientific experiments.
Waifu Boss, congratulations, you have completed the game. Now, back to your world.
Suddenly, they all get sucked back into their own dimension, and the game is over. They all exchange their waifus and go their separate ways, but not without a newfound appreciation for the mysterious world of waifus. Overall, this episode explores the obsession with anime characters and the power of imagination. It also shows how a game can bring people together and create memories.
Title: Furry Alphabet Games and a Striped Snake of Galactic Importance.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty embarking on a mission to retrieve a black and white photo of a snake-like object with fur on its sides and a black and white stripe on the other side. The object is said to possess incredible galactic importance, and Rick intends to use it for his experiments. As they arrive on the planet, they stumble upon a group of furries who are playing a game of furry alphabet games. Beth and Summer unexpectedly join the game, and their competitive natures fuel the intensity of the game. Meanwhile, Rick, Morty, and the furries continue their search for the striped snake, encountering various obstacles along the way. In their attempts to avoid detection, they find themselves in complex intergalactic wormholes that challenge their scientific knowledge and courage. As they finally locate the striped snake, they discover that it is not an object of galactic importance but a long-lost love interest of an alien species, sparking an unexpected interstellar love affair. The furries join the celebrations, and the furry alphabet game reaches a whole new level of excitement, with unexpected twists and turns. In a post-credit scene, Rick and Morty are seen experimenting with the striped snake's fur. leading them to develop a new formula that allows them to travel through time and space at alarming rates.
Hey Morty, looks like we managed to save the day again. Who knew furry alphabet games and a striped snake could lead us to such incredible scientific discoveries?
Yeah, Rick, this adventure was one for the books. I can't wait to see what we'll discover next.
You guys are so weird. But hey, at least you managed to have some fun.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm definitely joining the furry community. These guys really know how to party.
Furry 1, we're honored to have you, Summer. Welcome to the pack.
Furry 2, and don't forget to pack your A game for the next furry alphabet games. We'll be waiting.
The group cheers as the episode comes to an end, leaving viewers in stitches from the insane antics of Rick and Morty and the furry community.
Title: The Ladder Experiment, a study on perception and memory retrieval.
Synopsis: This episode delves into the mind's ability to perceive and retrieve stored memories. The main character, a truck driver in an Adidas outfit, is conducting an experiment with a ladder, a black shirt, and a white hat. He places the ladder against a plain white wall and climbs up to the top rung, wearing his black shirt and white hat while holding another black and white hat in his hands. He asks passerby for their interpretations of what they see and what they believe he is doing.
Scene 1.
Truck driver. Hello, ma'am. Can you tell me what you see?
Passerby. I see a man holding a black and white hat on top of a ladder against a white wall. Are you trying to clean the wall?
Truck driver. Interesting. And what do you think I am wearing?
Passerby. A black shirt and a white hat.
Scene 2.
Truck driver. Excuse me, sir. Can you describe what you see?
Passerby 2. Yeah. You're on a ladder with a black and white hat in your hands. And you're wearing an Adidas shirt.
Truck driver. Fascinating. And what color is my hat?
Passerby 2. White, I think. No, wait, black?
Scene 3.
As the truck driver continues his experiment, he gathers varying interpretations of what is happening and what he is wearing. He even switches the hats in his hands to see if it changes the passerby's perception. The episode concludes with the truck driver making connections between these perceptions and the concept of memory retrieval. He hypothesizes that the mind's ability to retrieve stored memories is influenced by various factors, such as the environment, past experiences, and current emotional state. Thus, our perception of reality is highly subjective and may differ from person to person.
Truck driver. This experiment has shown me that memory retrieval and perception are complex processes that require further study and experimentation. The mind is a powerful tool that affects the way we view and interpret the world around us.
Title: Interdimensional Waifu and Betrayal in the Multiverse.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty standing in front of a building with neon lights. Rick explains in his usual scientific jargon that they have arrived at the interdimensional waifu market, where they can find partners from any possible universe. Morty is excited to find his perfect waifu and they head inside. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Jerry is watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire when Beth walks in. She seems distant and Jerry asks her what's wrong. Beth admits that she's been having an affair with the veterinarian and Jerry is devastated. Back to the waifu market, Morty finds his perfect partner and they hit it off immediately. As they're about to leave, Morty realizes that he has accidentally impregnated his waifu. Rick explains that in their universe, waifus have the ability to conceive life through quantum entanglement. But Morty's problems don't end there. Back on Earth, Beth and Jerry's marriage is falling apart. Rick offers to help and takes the couple to a parallel universe where Jerry is a millionaire and Beth is married to a version of herself. The plan backfires when the alternate Beths fight over Jerry, causing chaos. Meanwhile, Morty's waifu is about to give birth and Rick creates a machine to extract the baby. However, the machine malfunctions and instead of a baby, they get a miniature version of Rick. The baby Rick is just as sarcastic and hilarious as his adult counterpart, and Morty is overjoyed to have a new partner in crime.
In the end, Jerry and Beth reconcile and Morty takes his baby Rick on adventures through the multiverse. The episode ends with Rick turning to the camera and saying, "See, it's not just science fiction, it's asterisk real science."
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Love and Betrayal.
Beta.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty sitting at a table, accompanied by a man in the back. The scene is set in a laboratory where the trio is discussing the latest developments in quantum entanglement and how it relates to the human experience of love and betrayal.
Morty, have you made any progress with your waifu?
Well, Rick, we've been bonding over quantum entanglement. Every time we're apart, it's like we're still connected. Man, fascinating. Quantum entanglement is the phenomenon where two particles can become linked, resulting in their states becoming correlated with each other.
Off screen, "Hey, what are you guys doing in here?"
Summer enters the room, followed by Beth, who looks a bit disheveled.
Mom, what the hell? You're supposed to be at home with Jerry.
"Yeah, well, I had some errands to run. What are you guys doing in here?"
We're discussing the quantum entanglement of love and betrayal.
Sarcastic. Great, just what I needed to hear.
Man, Beth, I couldn't help but overhear your comments. Are you experiencing some discomfort in your relationship with Jerry?
Sighs. Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Meanwhile, we see Jerry sitting on the couch watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on TV. Come on, Regis. Give me the damn question so I can win some cash. As Jerry is furiously yelling at the TV, we see a clip of him being observed by the veterinarian and they share a brief intimate moment. Back in the laboratory, the conversation takes an unexpected turn.
Hold on a second, Morty. You're telling me you have a baby with your waifu?
Yeah, what's the big deal?
Morty, do you know what kind of repercussions this could have on the space-time continuum?
Man, he's right. The introduction of new information that could change the course of events in the future could have severe consequences.
Morty, what have you done?
I just wanted to feel loved.
Whispers to the man, "Do you think you could help me with my situation too?"
The episode ends with Rick quickly grabbing a device and rushing out of the laboratory, saying something about fixing the timeline. Fade out.
Title: PhD in Love and Betrayal, Exploring the Chemistry of Relationships and Infidelity.
Synopsis. The episode opens with a cartoon picture of a man and a woman with glasses and a cell phone in their hands, referring to Morty and his waifu. Morty and waifu have recently welcomed their newborn baby into the world, and their chemistry appears to be strong. The couple had met in Tokyo, where they clicked remarkably well, leading to the conception of the baby.
The episode then shifts its focus to Beth, who is cheating on Jerry with the veterinarian. Jerry, unaware of the infidelity, watches his favorite TV show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but his attention is soon diverted by a phone call from a friend.
Beth presents an interesting case study for scientists exploring the chemical reactions governing human relationships.
A team of researchers from the university is quickly assembled to monitor the interactions between Morty and Waifu and Jerry and Beth. Using the latest technology in brain imaging and chemical analysis, the researchers begin to uncover the secrets behind the couple's behaviors. As the experiment progresses, it becomes evident that there is a complex interplay between the chemicals governing attraction, love, and betrayal. For instance, dopamine, the neurotransmitter associated with pleasure and reward, was observed to spike significantly in Morty's and Waifu's brains whenever they held hands or exchanged glances. In contrast, the levels of oxytocin, the cuddle hormone, were found to be subdued in Beth's and Jerry's brains. The levels of testosterone and cortisol also revealed interesting insights into the couple's behaviors. As the experiment reaches its climax, the results reveal a fascinating conclusion.
Morty and Waifu share a deep and genuine bond, whereas Beth's and Jerry's relationship is marred by lies and deceit.
Jerry, unable to bear the heartache, confronts Beth, leading to a heart-to-heart conversation that helps reignite the passion between the couple. In conclusion, the episode offers a unique insight into the neurochemistry of love, attraction, and infidelity, providing compelling evidence of the complex mechanisms that govern human relationships.
Title: Waifu Chemistry and Cheating Veterinarians.
The episode begins with Rick obsessively examining a poster of a plane with stickers on it, muttering about the perfect sticker placement.
Morty enters and announces that he has a baby with his waifu, whom he dated in Tokyo and had amazing chemistry with.
Rick scoffs at Morty's relationship, claiming that love is just a chemical reaction in the brain. Meanwhile, Beth has been cheating on Jerry with a veterinarian, Dr. Samantha Thompson. Jerry is oblivious, watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on TV and making awkward small talk with Regis Philbin. Rick decides to conduct an experiment to prove his hypothesis that love is just a chemical reaction. He creates a love potion and dosages Morty's waifu without her knowledge, causing her to become temporarily infatuated with him. Morty is conflicted but ultimately decides to confront Rick and break off the relationship. In a subplot, Jerry finally realizes that Beth has been cheating on him and confronts her. She tries to deny it but eventually confesses. Jerry is heartbroken but also angry, and he seeks revenge by urinating on Dr. Thompson's car.
Throughout the episode, there are various jokes and quips, such as,
Love is just a complex series of biochemical reactions that trick you into thinking you're happy. Trust me, I'm a scientist.
I can't believe you dosed her with a love potion. That's messed up, Rick.
It's all in the name of science, Morty. Besides, it wears off after a few hours.
I can't help it, Jerry. Samantha is just so knowledgeable and flexible.
I can't believe you're cheating on me with a veterinarian. Do you even know how to spell veterinarian?
Dr. Thompson, I've got a PhD in animal husbandry, Jerry. Trust me, I know how to handle a horse.
Overall, the episode is a hilarious and absurd exploration of love, chemistry, and infidelity, showcasing the signature humor and wit of the Rick and Morty series.
Title: The Waifu Experiment.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty return home with a new experiment in tow. A woman standing next to a cartoon character on a TV set. Rick explains that they've created a portal to a cartoon universe and have brought back a waifu for Morty. Jerry, clueless as usual, watches Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on TV, while Beth sneaks off to cheat on him with the veterinarian.
Rick, Morty, I've created a portal to a universe where anime characters are real. Meet your waifu.
Morty, wow, Rick, she's perfect, but what about her cartoon boyfriend?
Rick, don't worry, Morty, I'll keep him busy with some interdimensional cable.
Meanwhile, Beth is getting frisky with the veterinarian in the kitchen.
Beth, I can't keep doing this, Jerry. I need more than just a simple life.
Jerry, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is starting. Can't miss Regis Philbin's return to TV.
Back in Morty's room, things are heating up between Morty and his waifu.
Morty, I never thought I could love a cartoon so much. The chemistry is real.
Waifu, arigato, Morty-kun. Your heart is as pure as your genetic code.
Just then, Rick bursts in with some shocking news.
Rick, Morty, we have a problem. The portal is destabilizing and the cartoon characters are merging with our reality.
Morty, what does that mean, Rick?
Rick, it means we have to get everyone back to their own universe before it's too late.
As they move to evacuate, they come across Jerry, still glued to the TV.
Rick, Jerry, get your head out of your ass. We need to evacuate. Jerry, but I'm one question away from being a millionaire.
Morty, Dad, we need to go. The waifu experiment has gone horribly wrong.
Beth, what's going on?
Rick, cartoon characters are merging with our reality. We need to get out of here before it's too late.
As they escape to a safe distance, they watch in horror as their house is consumed by the unstable portal.
Rick, well, that went about as well as we could have expected.
Morty, I miss my waifu.
Jerry, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is over. I guess we can finally leave now.
Beth, I think it's time we talk about what just happened.
And thus ends another wild adventure with Rick and Morty.
Title: The Quantum Joke Theory.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty analyzing a strange text on a wall while Jerry, Summer, and a picture of a person in the background watch. Rick's genius mind is unable to make sense of the text, prompting him to hypothesize that it may be a message from an alien species or an ancient civilization. Morty suggests they try using a quantum entanglement device he borrowed from his science class to decode the text. The device ends up sending the group to a parallel universe where they find themselves at a stand-up comedy club. The comedians on stage are all failed scientists who have turned to comedy as a way to cope with their failures. They joke about everything from subatomic particles to alternate dimensions and even the weird things that Jerry does in his sleep. As the group laughs their way through the show, they begin to realize that the text they were trying to decode was actually just a poorly written joke. The punchline was so bad that it had caused a rip in the fabric of space-time, bringing them to the parallel universe. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer team up with the comedians to create a new and improved punchline that would fix the rip and send them all back to their own universe. They work tirelessly, bouncing ideas off each other and taking inspiration from everything around them. In the end, they come up with a punchline so hilarious that it not only fixes the rip but also causes a chain reaction of laughter throughout the entire multiverse. The group returns to their own universe, leaving behind a world filled with uncontrollable laughter and joy.
Well, Morty, we may have just created a new field of science, quantum joke theory. Who knew stupidity and randomness could have such a significant impact on the universe?
Yeah, but sometimes you just gotta laugh about the things you don't understand, you know? Wubba lubba dub dub.
Ah, Morty? What does that even mean?
Who cares? Let's just enjoy the moment and laugh while we still can.
Picture of a person in the background starts laughing uncontrollably.
The episode ends with the group laughing and joking well into the night, enjoying the absurdity of their adventures.
Title: The Cartoon Conundrum.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty observing a strange phenomenon in the living room. A cartoon character's face is displayed on the TV screen, and the man and woman standing in front of it appear to be mesmerized.
Rick puts on his sci-fi glasses and starts analyzing the situation.
Morty, it looks like they're under the influence of some sort of cartoon mind control. We have to snap them out of it.
Rick, I have a baby with my waifu from Tokyo. We clicked, the chemistry was good.
Not now, Morty. We have a crisis on our hands.
Meanwhile, Beth is seen sneaking around with the veterinarian, whose name happens to be Dr. Fuzzy Bottoms. Jerry is too busy watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire to notice.
Dr. Fuzzy Bottoms, I don't think we should be doing this. Jerry will find out.
Dr. Fuzzy Bottoms, relax, Beth. I have a special concoction that will keep him zoned out for hours. Let's try the doggy-style position this time.
Back in the living room, Rick and Morty are trying to break the cartoon mind control by singing a catchy tune.
We're singing to break your spell. We're singing as well as we smell.
Morty joins in. We're singing to bring you back. We're singing as well as a hack.
Suddenly, the power goes out and the mind control is lifted. The man and woman snap out of their trance and realize they've been watching a terrible children's cartoon. Morty is too busy showing off his baby to notice.
Isn't she adorable? I think she has Rick's nose.
Back in the other room, Beth and Dr. Fuzzy Bottoms are caught in the act by Jerry, who has finally woken up. What the hell is going on here? I was just about to win $1 million. And who the hell is Dr. Fuzzy Bottoms?
Dr. Fuzzy Bottoms, hi Jerry, I'm your veterinarian.
Oh, right. You're the one who neutered our cat. The episode ends with everyone back to their normal lives, except Morty, who is now a proud father. Rick makes a joke about how they should start charging for therapy sessions, but no one laughs.
Title: The Effect of Leadership Style on Political Decision-Making, a case study of Rick Sanchez, the newly voted leader of the United States of America.
Opening shot shows a cartoon of a group of people sitting around a table with a sign above it that reads, "The Lady They Over," a parody of the American television show, The View. The camera then zooms in on the table where the 42nd, 43rd, 44th, and 45th leaders of the United States of America, USA, are seated, along with the newly voted leader, Rick Sanchez.
43rd leader. Mr. Sanchez, as a former leader myself, I must say it is an honor to offer you my advice.
Rick Sanchez, not looking up from the TV. Yeah, sure. Can you pass me those Cheetos?
44th leader. Trying to get Rick's attention. Mr. Sanchez, we understand that you have a lot on your plate right now. But it's important that you take this seriously. You are now the leader of the most powerful country in the world.
Rick Sanchez, swallowing a mouthful of Cheetos. Yeah. I got that memo.
45th leader.
Sighing in frustration, Mr. Sanchez, we implore you to at least hear us out. We have decades of experience in the political arena.
Rick Sanchez, rolling his eyes. Yeah, and look where that got us. A reality TV show host in the White House. Laughs.
22nd leader. Getting angry, Mr. Sanchez, this is no laughing matter. We need to discuss matters of national security and foreign policy.
Rick Sanchez, finally turning off the TV. Alright, fine. What's the big issue?
43rd leader, clearing his throat. Our intelligence has indicated that North Korea is planning to launch a nuclear attack on US soil.
Rick Sanchez, nonchalantly. Yeah, I saw that on CNN. So what's the plan?
24th leader. Shocked. The plan? Mr. Sanchez, we need to take immediate action to prevent this from happening.
Rick Sanchez, smirking. Oh, I see. You want to send in some troops, start a war. Looks around the table, but you guys tried that already, didn't you? And how did that turn out for you?
45th leader, in disbelief. You cannot be serious, Mr. Sanchez. We need to consider all options to protect our citizens.
Rick Sanchez, leaning back in his chair. Look, I appreciate your concerns. But I have a better idea. Pulls out a remote control and clicks a button.
The camera then pans to show a live feed of the WWE wrestling match playing on the Oval Office TV. The leaders around the table stare in shock and disbelief at Rick's lack of focus and disregard for their concerns. Closing shot shows the cartoon of the group of leaders, defeated and confused, while Rick Sanchez continues to watch the wrestling match. The episode ends with a voiceover stating the importance of leadership style and decision-making in politics, and the potential consequences of electing individuals who lack the necessary skills and experience to lead a country.
Title: The Windows Catalyst.
The episode starts with Rick sitting in front of his Mac, visibly annoyed at Apple's closed ecosystem. He turns to Morty, who is sitting beside him, gushing over his latest Apple product.
Apple's hardware is overpriced, Morty. They trap their users in a walled garden of proprietary software and hardware. It's unscientific.
But Rick, Apple is all about user experience. They have the best hardware and software integration. It's not just about specs, you know.
Ah, humbug. I'll show you what real user experience is.
Rick then pulls up his sleeves and starts fiddling with his Mac. After a few minutes, he somehow manages to install Windows on it.
Rick, what have you done? You can't just go against the natural order of things like that.
Oh, Morty, you have so much to learn. This is the catalyst we need to kickstart the ultimate user experience.
But what about the inherent vulnerabilities of Windows? It's prone to viruses and malware.
Ah, you don't think I've taken that into account? I've fortified the system with quantum-level encryption algorithms.
I don't know about this, Rick. It seems like we're playing with fire.
Nonsense. This is all part of my grand plan. In fact, with the power of Windows, we can finally use machine learning algorithms to predict the next big meme.
I don't think that's how machine learning works, Rick.
Oh, ye of little faith. Watch and learn.
Rick then proceeds to train a neural network on a dataset of popular memes, while cracking jokes about the reproductive organs of various tech companies.
Ah, this is hilarious. The neural network is predicting that the next big meme will be a cross between a Windows blue screen of death and a pregnant apple.
That's not even funny, Rick. You're just being crude.
Oh, lighten up, Morty. It's all in the name of science.
The episode ends with the neural network unleashing a barrage of bizarre, undecipherable memes onto the internet, causing chaos and confusion among netizens worldwide. Rick and Morty, unperturbed, sit back and enjoy the show.
Ah, the sweet sound of data-driven humor. This is what it means to be a true scientist.
I don't think science was meant to be like this, Rick.
Au contraire, Morty, this is exactly what science was meant to be. Cutting edge, boundary pushing, and a bit absurd.
Title: Gypsy's Fortune.
The episode begins with Rick, Morty, and Jerry arriving at a mystical gypsy carnival. Rick is immediately drawn to a painting of a woman holding a card in front of a mirror with candles in it and a candle holder in front of her. The painting seems to mesmerize Rick and he insists on buying it. Morty is hesitant about the whole affair, but Rick assures him that they are in for a wild ride. The group is soon greeted by a stunningly beautiful gypsy fortune teller, played by Taylor Cole, Francha Reza, and Crystal Wren.
She reads their tarot cards and predicts the outcome of their future.
As they explore the gypsy caravan, they come across a crystal ball and aura reader. Jerry is skeptical at first, but when the aura reader accurately describes his personality traits, he becomes convinced of the gypsy's mystic powers. The gypsy fortune teller then leads the trio into a room filled with candles, wisps of smoke, and atmospheric lighting.
She performs a mystical ritual which she claims will grant them their deepest desires.
However, the ritual goes awry, and they find themselves trapped in a parallel dimension. In this dimension, everything is the same, but slightly off. The group encounters distorted versions of themselves, and Jerry is delighted to meet a version of himself who is a successful musician. However, the others urge him to snap out of it and focus on finding a way back home. They eventually come across a concept art room filled with digital illustrations and detailed paintings by Brian M. Viveros, Maciej Kusiera, and Mark Keithley. Here, they discover the key to returning back to their own dimension. In a chaotic and hilarious series of events, they manage to escape the gypsy's grasp and make their way back to reality. As they leave the carnival, Jerry thanks Rick and Morty for the wild experience, and Morty wonders if the entire adventure was just a hallucination. Rick replies, "It's all real, Morty. But sometimes, reality is just as crazy as your wildest dreams."
Title: The Clairvoyant's Vision, a quantum study of mystical phenomena.
Synopsis.
Title: The Sodium Mantis Chronicles.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty embark on an adventure to harness the power of sodium to rescue Summer from a haunted retirement home overrun by a group of rogue praying mantis creatures adorned in black clovers and led by Bowser from the Mushroom Kingdom.
Act 1.
Morty, I've just received a distress signal from Summer's retirement home. It seems that some rogue praying mantis creatures have taken over the facility.
Oh no, that's terrible. What are we going to do?
Relax, Morty, I've got a plan. We're going to use sodium to create a barrier that will neutralize their attack.
Act 2.
They arrive at the retirement home, which is surrounded by the rogue praying mantis creatures. They manage to sneak in, but they soon realize that the retirement home is haunted.
Rick, Morty, help me. These creatures are after me.
Calm down, Summer. We've got this under control.
Act 3.
They find the source of the haunting, a ghostly creature that has taken up residence in the retirement home. They capture it, but in the process, they accidentally release Bowser from his prison in the same retirement home.
Bowser, what is the meaning of this? I demand to be released.
Sorry, Bowser, you'll have to wait your turn. Right now, we have a more pressing matter to attend to.
Act 4.
They use sodium to create a barrier that neutralizes the rogue praying mantis creatures. Summer is saved, and they manage to escape. However, Bowser is still at large.
Rick, what are we going to do about Bowser?
Don't worry, Morty, we'll catch him eventually. For now, we need to celebrate our victory.
The group celebrates their victory, but little do they know that Bowser is already plotting his next move. End. Opening scene. Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are all sitting around the living room table, looking bored and uninterested. Suddenly, Rick jumps out of his seat and points to the TV.
Morty, I've got an idea for a new adventure.
Oh boy, what is it this time?
Rick, can't we just have a peaceful night for once?
Hell no, pieces for pussies. We're going to go see a gypsy.
A gypsy?
What's so exciting about a gypsy?
You guys just wait and see. This one's special.
Scene 2.
The scene cuts to the exterior of a mystical gypsy caravan. Rick, Morty, Jerry, Beth, and Summer approach the caravan and knock on the door. The door slowly opens, and a stunningly beautiful gypsy fortune teller played by Taylor Cole, Francha Reza, and Crystal Wren appears.
Gypsy, greetings, travelers. What brings you to my humble abode?
We've come to see your mystical powers.
Gypsy, well, step inside and let me read your future.
Scene 3. The scene cuts to the interior of the caravan. The gypsy sits at a table with a candle in a glass case, surrounded by other mystical items. Behind her is a painting depicting a mystical landscape. The lighting is atmospheric and cinematic.
Gypsy, who wishes to go first?
Me, what does my future hold?
The gypsy takes out a deck of tarot cards and starts shuffling them.
Gypsy, you have a great adventure ahead of you, filled with danger and excitement.
Ah, I knew it.
Can I go next?
Scene 4.
The scene cuts to Morty sitting in front of the gypsy.
Gypsy, let me see your aura.
The gypsy takes out a crystal ball and starts looking into it.
Gypsy, I see that you will have a great transformation in the near future.
Transformation sounds scary.
Scene 5.
The scene cuts to Jerry sitting in front of the gypsy.
Gypsy, let me see what the future holds for you.
The gypsy takes out a deck of tarot cards and starts shuffling them.
Gypsy, I see great success in your future, but be careful because jealousy could lead to your downfall.
Jealousy? Who would be jealous of me?
Scene 6.
The scene cuts to Beth sitting in front of the gypsy.
Gypsy, let me look into your future.
The gypsy takes out a crystal ball and starts looking into it.
Gypsy, I see great love in your future, but be careful because jealousy could lead to your downfall. Jealousy? Who would be jealous of me?
Scene 7.
The scene cuts to Summer sitting in front of the gypsy.
Gypsy, let me see what the future holds for you.
The gypsy takes out a deck of tarot cards and starts shuffling them.
Gypsy, I see that you will become a great leader one day. But be careful because the path to greatness is filled with betrayal.
Betrayal? Who would betray me?
Scene 8. The scene cuts back to the group sitting around the living room table.
Well, that was a waste of time.
I don't know, I thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah, I liked the part about success in my future.
I liked the part about love in my future.
I liked the part about becoming a great leader.
Suddenly, wisps of smoke start appearing in the room.
Oh, looks like we've angered the gypsy gods.
Scene 9.
The scene cuts back to the gypsy caravan. The gypsy is chanting in a mystical language, and the caravan is shaking.
Gypsy, you have angered the gypsy gods. You must leave now, before it's too late.
Scene 10.
The scene cuts back to the group running out of the caravan. As they exit, they see the caravan disappear into thin air. What just happened?
We had a close call with the gypsy gods. Let's go home and drink some beers.
Yeah, let's do that.
The group starts walking back home, as the camera zooms out to show the mystical landscape from the painting behind the gypsy. The end.
Title: The Discombobulating Dualities of Animated Objects.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on a new experiment in their garage lab. With the help of Jerry, they have found a way to manipulate the size and shape of objects with a high-tech device they created called the Dualitron 5000.
Morty, pass me the Dualitron 5000. We need to test out the effects of its quantum entanglement on this cartoon object I found.
Morty hands Rick the device, and Rick points it at the cartoon object, which begins to rapidly grow and shrink in size.
Whoa, it's like the object is experiencing multiple dimensions at once.
I don't understand any of this, but it looks cool. Suddenly, the small object Jerry was holding in his hand begins to float in the air, and a portal opens up, sucking it through. What the hell was that?
Looks like the Dualitron 5000 has created a rift in the space-time continuum. We better go fix this before it gets out of hand.
The group follows the portal and find themselves in the world of H&M, where they come across the fashion-conscious Earwig.
Earwig. Greetings, you must be the outsiders who have disrupted our world. I am Earwig, the queen of fashion in this dimension.
What are you talking about? We're just trying to get our object back.
Earwig. Ah, the object you seek. It has caused quite the stir in our world. You see, it is the only thing that can stop the impending doom of our universe.
What kind of doom? And why didn't anyone warn us about this before?
Earwig. It's a long story, but it involves the Hermes-Conrad Futurama paradox and the destabilization of our reality. But don't worry, with the power of your Dualitron 5000, we can restore balance to the universe.
The group teams up with Earwig to track down the object and restore order to the H&M dimension, all while making plenty of jokes and pop culture references along the way.
This is like a bad acid trip mixed with a weird fashion show. I'm never going back to the mall again.
I don't even know what's happening anymore, but at least we get to hang out with a talking bug.
Can I at least get a souvenir t-shirt? In the end, the group successfully restores balance to the H&M dimension and returns home, with Jerry proudly wearing his new Earwig-designed t-shirt. And as always, the world of Rick and Morty is left a little more discombobulated than before.
Title: Gypsy Gals and Multidimensional Maladies.
Synopsis. After Rick's latest invention goes haywire, he and Morty find themselves transported to a mystical gypsy encampment, where they encounter not one, not two, but three stunningly beautiful gypsy fortune-tellers, Taylor Cole, Francia Reza, and Crystal Wren. The trio of mystics beckon Rick and Morty into their ornately decorated caravan, where they proceed to perform a series of divinations, using tarot cards, crystal balls, and auras.
I don't have time for this mystical mumbo-jumbo, Morty. We've got bigger fish to fry.
But Rick, maybe they can help us figure out how to fix your invention.
As the gypsy gals work their magic, strange things begin happening. The bowls and plates on the table begin to glow with multicolored light, and the images and symbols on the cards and pictures start to swirl and shift, as if alive. The atmosphere is charged with energy, and the scent of incense and candles permeates the air.
Taylor, I sense a great disturbance in the quantum field. Your invention has opened a portal to a parallel dimension.
Francia, and I see something else. A dark force that seeks to corrupt and destroy all that is good and true in this universe.
Crystal. But fear not, dear travelers, for the cosmic forces are with us. Together, we shall overcome this multidimensional malady.
Yeah, that's all well and good, but can you give it to me straight? What do I need to do to fix my invention and get back to my lab?
Taylor, first, you must surrender yourself to the cosmic energies and let them guide you. Only then can you truly tap into the power of the universe.
Francia, and then, D, you must face the darkest corners of your own soul and conquer the demons that lurk therein.
Crystal. And finally, you must dance a wild jig beneath the light of the full moon, while chanting ancient incantations and chewing on a sprig of blessed thyme. Then, and only then, shall the portal be closed.
What kind of crazy talk is that?
Rick, I think I see something in the crystal ball.
As the gypsy gals look on, Rick and Morty embark on a bizarre journey through the multidimensional void, confronting their deepest fears and wildest dreams. There are adventures with giant space lizards, encounters with mischievous interdimensional beings, and even a brief sojourn to a world where everything is made of cheese. In the end, however, it all comes down to a wild dance party beneath the light of the full moon, as Rick and Morty join with the gypsy gals in a raucous celebration of life, love, and the infinite mysteries of the universe. As the final notes of the ancient chant ring out, the portal snaps shut, trapping the trio of gypsy fortune tellers in their caravan, and leaving Rick and Morty baffled, bewildered, and just a little bit drunk.
I have no idea what just happened, Morty. But I think I owe those gypsy gals a debt of gratitude.
Yeah, me too, Rick. That was one crazy, hilarious episode.
Title: The Interplay of Animal Behavior and Fitness Programs in Haunted Amusement Parks.
Abstract. This study examines the behavior of peacocks on a miniature golf course in the presence of roller coasters and the impact of a vampire fitness instructor and field hockey on their activity. An experimental design was employed to test whether the peacocks exhibited mating displays in response to the colorful scenery of the golf course and roller coasters. The presence of a vampire fitness instructor was tested to discern if this particular behaviorist approach had any influence on the quantity and quality of activity displayed by the birds. Additionally, the effects of field hockey, a complex sport requiring substantial coordination and physical agility, on activity level among the peacocks was compared to a control condition.
Methods. The study took place in a haunted amusement park, where a population of peacocks was observed on a miniature golf course while two large roller coasters loomed in the background. A vampire fitness instructor led a group of volunteers in a series of workouts in plain view of the golf course and peacock population. The field hockey group played their game on an adjacent field, and another control group was stationed elsewhere.
Results. Peacock mating displays were observed with high frequency, averaging 15 displays per hour, in the vicinity of the roller coasters and golf course. The displays were colorfully elaborate, involving the spreading of wings and rhythmic shaking of the tail feathers, which are known to attract female partners. Interestingly, the vampire fitness group had a significant impact on the frequency and intensity of activity among the birds, leading to an average of 35 displays per hour. Furthermore, the field hockey group showed a moderate positive effect on activity, increasing the average display rate to 25 per hour.
Discussion. The results suggest that the presence of a well-structured exercise program led by a specific behaviorist such as a vampire fitness instructor can positively impact the behavior and activity level of animal populations. The combination of the vivid colors in the surroundings and the structured exercise regimen provided an optimal arousing environment for the peacocks. Additionally, the novelty and complexity of the field hockey game appeared to have some influence on the birds, indicating that intricate athletic activities may also play a role in increased animal activity levels. Further research should continue to explore the effects of various behavioral programs on animal populations in different contexts, such as those investigated in the popular documentary series Tiger King.
Adapted from episode dialogue.
Vampire fitness instructor. All right, folks, let's get those heart rates up. We need maximum effort from everyone here.
Peacock 1, in the midst of a mating display. Excuse me, could you keep it down? We're trying to impress the ladies over here.
Field hockey player. Hey, did you guys hear that there's a haunted amusement park nearby? Maybe we'll see some ghosts while we play.
Peacock 2, Ghost? I don't know if we could handle it. We're already a bit on edge with these roller coasters in the background.
Narrator. As the peacocks continued to put on their vibrant displays, the researchers noticed a marked increase in activity when the vampire fitness group began a workout routine. Lead researcher. Fascinating. This appears to indicate that well-structured exercise interventions can have a significant impact on animal behavior.
We need to explore this further.
Assistant researcher, but what about the field hockey group? They seem to be having a positive effect too, albeit not as strong as the vampire fitness group.
Lead researcher. Indeed, it appears that complex athletic activities may also play a role in increased animal activity levels. This is certainly an interesting finding. The episode opens in Rick's laboratory where he is seen tinkering with a new invention. Morty enters and greets him.
Hey Rick, what's the latest invention you're working on?
It's a device that can tap into the energy fields of the universe and predict the future.
Whoa, that sounds cool.
Yeah, but it's not accurate enough. I need something more powerful. I'm thinking of consulting a gypsy fortune teller.
A what?
Gypsy fortune teller. They have enhanced psychic abilities and can see beyond the limits of science.
Title: Exploring the Correlation Between Mind-Altering Drug Epidemic and Gambling Addiction, a Case Study. The episode begins with a man, identified as John, leaning over a roulette table with a considerable number of chips on it. The camera zooms in on his dilated pupils, a classic symptom of a mind-altering drug. The audience is introduced to John's backstory, where he had embarked on a failed DIY project to renovate his house. This led to depression and anxiety, which he attempted to deal with by using mind-altering drugs. As the episode progresses, we delve deeper into John's psyche, which is now plagued with a severe case of gambling addiction. The scene transitions to a game of Sick Bo, where John is losing heavily and borrowing money. The audience is provided with extensive scientific data and case studies to explain the correlation between mind-altering drugs and gambling addiction. It is at this point in the episode that the enigmatic PewDiePie enters the scene, offering John financial assistance. However, John is still fixated on his gambling addiction and is not receptive to PewDiePie's suggestions. The episode concludes with a poignant reminder of the dangers of mixing mind-altering substances and gambling.
John, I couldn't stop myself from leaning over the roulette table even though I knew it was a bad idea.
Narrator: John's addiction had taken complete control, with him engaging in irresponsible gambling with borrowed funds.
Scientific researcher. Extensive scientific research has shown a high correlation between mind-altering drug use and gambling addiction.
PewDiePie: I saw how lost John was and wanted to help, but he couldn't see past his addiction.
Inclusion. The episode serves as a reminder of the potential dangers of engaging in mind-altering substance use, which can often spiral into addiction and lead to a range of health and financial problems. It calls for increased awareness of the issue and resources to help those struggling with addiction.
Title: The Sandwich Conundrum, a subterranean monster threat.
Synopsis. It is a beautiful day in the Smith household, and Rick is experimenting with a new element, Rutherfordium, in his lab. Meanwhile, Beth is working on her garden, and Morty is hungry. He heads to the kitchen and sees a delicious sandwich, brimming with evenly distributed beets, tomatoes, lettuce, and grilled beef, sitting on the table. Next to it lies a glass of water, half filled. Morty takes a bite of the sandwich and is instantly transported to another dimension.
Rick, something is wrong with the sandwich. I think I am experiencing temporal displacement.
Oh, Morty, you ate the sandwich I was testing with Rutherfordium. We have to get you back.
What are you talking about?
Beth, Morty ate the sandwich I was testing with Rutherfordium. It has caused a temporal rift.
Isn't Rutherfordium highly reactive and unstable?
Yes, but I thought I could stabilize it with the sandwich's proteins.
Guys, can we deal with the temporal displacement first? I am having an existential crisis.
As the trio discuss the sandwich situation, Mr. Poopy Butthole appears out of nowhere and starts pulling objects out of thin air. He pulls out a shawarma and a glass of juice from a juice bar.
Mr. Poopy Butthole, hey guys, I heard about the sandwich conundrum and thought you might need a snack.
Thanks, Mr. Poopy Butthole, but we have bigger problems than food right now.
Just then, a subterranean monster, attracted by the scent of the sandwich, bursts out of the ground and threatens to destroy the entire Smith household.
Quick, Beth, use the shawarma and juice as bait. We need to lure the monster out of the house.
As Beth distracts the monster with the shawarma and juice, Morty and Rick find a way to go back in time and prevent Morty from consuming the Rutherfordium-laced sandwich. After a few failed attempts, they manage to reset the timeline and prevent the temporal rift from opening. In the end, the Smith household is safe, and the sandwich is just a sandwich again.
Phew, that was intense. I don't think I will be hungry for a while.
And we learned our lesson, never to mess with unstable elements again.
Or maybe we just need to refine our approach.
Mr. Poopy Butthole, and I learned that shawarma and juice always save the day, you guys.
The group laughs and enjoys the rest of the day, with Morty being extra cautious about his food choices.
Title: Transhumanism Dilemma in Bratislava.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their spaceship, discussing the ethics of transhumanism while flying over Bratislava.
Morty, have you ever considered the ethical implications of transhumanism? The idea of enhancing human abilities through technology is both fascinating and dangerous.
I don't know, Rick. It sounds pretty cool to me.
Suddenly, they are interrupted by a distress signal from a nearby planet. They land their ship and find themselves in front of a red background, where they meet a cartoon character and a robot.
Cartoon character, thank goodness you're here. We need your help to defeat the evil forces of Panda Express and Mikasa Ackerman from Attack on Titan.
Attack on Titan? That's not even in this universe. How did you guys get here?
Robot, I transported us using my R2-D2-like powers.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
Focus, Morty. We have a mission to accomplish.
They agree to help the cartoon character and robot, but soon find themselves in a dilemma of their own. The transhumanism technology they brought with them could improve their abilities, but at what cost?
Morty, we can't use this technology. The ethical implications are too great. We have to find another way to defeat our enemies.
But, Rick, what if we lose? Isn't it better to be prepared?
No, Morty, we have to trust in our own abilities, not some artificial enhancements.
They devise a plan and successfully defeat Panda Express and Mikasa Ackerman. As they leave the planet, Edward Elric from Fullmetal Alchemist suddenly appears.
Edward, hey, I heard you guys needed help with transhumanism. I'm an expert on the subject.
Well, isn't that convenient? Where were you when we needed you?
Edward, sorry, I was on another mission, but I'm here now if you need me. Hey, Rick, can we get him on our next adventure?
Sure, Morty, as long as he doesn't mess up our ethical standards.
And with that, they fly off into the unknown, ready for their next crazy adventure.
Title: The Quantum Hilarity of a Portal.
Opening scene.
At the beginning of the episode, Rick and Morty are seen tinkering with a strange device in Rick's garage. Morty, being the curious one, asks Rick what the device does. Rick responds with an overly scientific explanation, which Morty struggles to comprehend. The machine whirs to life, and a man suddenly appears at the podium with a microphone in front of him and a neon sign behind him that says, "A portal."
Oh, great. We seem to have stumbled upon a new interdimensional portal of sorts.
What are you talking about, Rick?
Just listen, Morty. The machine must have picked up his signal and pulled him into our dimension.
Scene 2.
The man introduces himself as Steve Wozniak, the famous scientist and inventor of Apple Computer. He starts talking about his latest invention, a device that can detect paranormal entities and eradicate them. The audience is fascinated by this, and Steve decides to perform a live demonstration of the device.
Steve Wozniak, ladies and gentlemen, presenting my latest invention, the paranormal entity Chase. Watch what happens when I switch it on.
He switches on the device, and a ghostly figure suddenly appears on stage. The audience gasps in terror.
Ah, I knew it. I always knew that these paranormal entities were nothing more than quantum anomalies. Morty, fetch me my quantum entanglement rifle.
Rick, I don't think that's a good idea.
Scene 3. The ghostly figure suddenly disappears, and a strange purple portal appears in its place. Through the portal, an alien stand-up comedian emerges, looking confused and disoriented.
Alien stand-up comedian. Hey, what's going on here? Where am I?
Looks like we're dealing with a quantum reality shift, Morty. We need to get everyone back to their own dimensions before things get even weirder.
Scene 4.
The group travels to a nearby donut shop, where they encounter a group of aliens who are also struggling with the same reality shifts. Rick uses his quantum entanglement rifle to stabilize the portals and return the aliens to their own dimensions.
Alien number 1. Thank you so much. I thought I was going to be stranded here forever.
Alien number 2. Wow, you guys are really good at this kind of thing. Do you think you could help us out with a few more reality shifts?
Sure thing, buddy. Just make sure you don't mess with the fabric of space-time too much.
Scene 5.
The episode ends with the group returning to their own dimensions, but not before Steve Wozniak reveals a shocking secret.
Steve Wozniak, guys, I have to tell you something. The paranormal entity Chase isn't just a device for detecting ghosts. It can also detect aliens.
Really? That's hilarious, man. We just spent the whole day flipping through dimensions and encountering aliens left and right.
Yeah, it's like we were at a cosmic comedy club or something.
The group all laughs and high-fives each other as the screen fades to black.
Title: Possessed Doll Terror, a scientific tourist adventure.
Act 1. Rick introduces the concept of space-time continuum to explain the phenomenon of the full moon. Morty questions the validity of such an explanation, and Beth asks them both to stop arguing and focus on the tourist attraction they're approaching.
Morty, the full moon is caused by the gravitational pull of Earth on the moon in conjunction with the moon's position in relation to the sun in the space-time continuum.
Wow, Rick, you sure know a lot about space-time, whatever. But can we focus on why I'm holding this map and starting to feel like we're lost?
Guys, we paid for this haunted doll tour. Let's just enjoy it and not argue about astrophysics.
Act 2.
As the group reaches the house with the dolls, they are greeted by an eccentric tour guide who gives them a history of the dolls and the paranormal activity surrounding them. Rick scoffs at the idea of possessions, but Morty and Beth are intrigued.
Tour guide, welcome to the haunted dollhouse. These dolls have been known to come to life and terrorize the people who enter this property. And let me tell you, I've seen it happen.
Oh please, spare me the nonsense. Possession is just a myth perpetuated by the ignorant and superstitious.
I don't know, Rick. This place gives me the creeps.
I agree with Morty. Let's hear more about the dolls and their past.
Act 3.
As the tour progresses, the group begins to experience strange occurrences, such as the dolls moving on their own and disembodied whispers. Rick insists it's just their imagination playing tricks on them, while Morty and Beth are convinced they are witnessing paranormal activity.
Rick, did you see that doll move by itself?
Morty, it's just your mind playing tricks on you. There's no such thing as a possessed doll.
But Rick, there's no rational explanation for what we just saw. Maybe we should leave.
Fine, if it will put your minds at ease. But I'm telling you, there's no such thing as ghosts or possessed dolls.
Act 4.
As the group leaves the haunted house, they notice the dolls have followed them outside. They realize too late that they are surrounded by possessed dolls, cornered and outnumbered. Rick finally admits he may have underestimated the dolls as the group fights for their lives.
Okay, I admit it. Maybe these dolls really are possessed. Now we just need a way to stop them.
I have an idea. What if we use some of the astronomy knowledge you taught me and use the full moon to our advantage?
How would that help us?
Well, the moon affects the tides and other things on Earth. What if we use its power to somehow neutralize the doll's power?
Act 5.
The group comes up with a plan to use mirrors to reflect the full moon's light onto the dolls, which causes them to lose their possession and become regular dolls again. The group is relieved, but also amazed at the scientific explanation behind what just happened.
Well, I'll be damned. I may have to update my theories on possession and the supernatural.
See, Rick, sometimes science can explain the unexplainable.
And now we can add defeating possessed dolls to our list of scientific accomplishments.
The group walks away victorious, as the possessed dolls are rendered powerless by the full moon's reflection. They may have fought for their lives, but now they can joke about their crazy experience as a family.
Title: The Pulsar Paradox.
Opening shot of a futuristic spaceship flying through the air with a futuristic city in the background and a futuristic city in the foreground. Rick, Morty, and Jerry are all on board the ship.
Okay, Morty and Jerry, listen up. We're about to enter a high-density pulsar field. We're looking for a rare mineral that can only be found in pulsars.
Gee, Rick, that sounds pretty dangerous.
Yeah, can't we just buy the mineral on the market?
Oh, Jerry, always taking the easy way out. That's not the Rick and Morty way. Now strap in and get ready for some science.
The ship enters the pulsar field and chaos ensues. The ship starts shaking and the lights flicker.
Rick, the ship's falling apart.
I knew this was a bad idea. We should have just stayed home.
Shut up, Jerry. I got this. Morty, pass me the quantum screwdriver.
Morty hands Rick the screwdriver and he starts frantically tinkering with the ship.
Okay, I think I've stabilized the ship. But something's not right here.
What do you mean, Rick?
Look outside. That city in the foreground. It's the same as that city in the background. We've been stuck in a time loop.
Oh, what now?
Time loop, Jerry. We're reliving the same moment over and over again.
So what do we do?
We have to break the loop by causing a paradox. Jerry, what's the most ridiculous thing you can think of?
A giant banana riding a unicycle?
Perfect. Morty, you're the best at drawing. Draw a giant banana riding a unicycle and throw it out the window.
Oh, okay.
Morty quickly draws the banana and throws it out the window. The banana lands in the city below and suddenly everything starts glitching and shaking.
It's working. We're breaking the loop.
The ship suddenly bursts out of the pulsar field and the cities in the background and foreground start to merge together. The ship crash lands on the planet below and the trio step out, dazed but alive. That was insane. How did you even know that would work, Rick?
Oh, it's simple, Jerry. I'm a genius.
Yeah, but what about the rare mineral we were supposed to get?
I forgot about that. Let's just go grab some from the market. I could use a drink anyway.
I don't know if I can handle any more science today.
Don't worry, Jerry. We'll take it easy tomorrow. Maybe we'll just sit around and watch some interdimensional cable or something.
The trio walks away, leaving the broken ship behind. Another adventure complete, courtesy of Rick and Morty. The end.
Title: A game theoretical analysis of blackjack and Caribbean stud poker in a casino setting.
Introduction.
The present study took place in a controlled laboratory-like environment, resembling a traditional casino room with a green wall behind the subjects and a red sign that read, Casino.
2 female subjects were invited to participate in a game of blackjack and Caribbean stud poker, respectively.
The study aimed to investigate the decision-making processes of the subjects and to evaluate the strategic behavior they employed.
Methodology.
The subjects, identified as Subject A and Subject B, were asked to play a game of blackjack and Caribbean stud poker, respectively, against a dealer. The game was played with a standard deck of 52 cards, and the subjects were given a fixed budget of $200 to play.
The subjects were instructed to play each game for a maximum of 10 rounds.
The study was conducted using the principles of game theory and behavioral economics, with the aim of analyzing the subject's rationality and strategic thinking.
Results.
Subject A, identified as Sasha Lane, played an aggressive game of blackjack, often hitting until her hand scored 17 or higher. Her decision-making process was grounded in the concept of maximizing expected utility, and her optimal play was determined by her evaluation of the dealer's up card and her perceived likelihood of success. Subject B, who played Caribbean stud poker, employed a more conservative strategy, focusing on avoiding high-risk situations and minimizing losses. Her game-theoretic approach was centered around the concept of risk aversion and utility maximization, with the aim of securing a steady stream of earnings.
Discussion.
The study revealed that the subjects' decision-making processes were heavily influenced by their risk appetite, the size of their budget, and their rationality when evaluating the probability of winning. The strategic behavior observed in the study was consistent with the principles of game theory and behavioral economics, but also revealed that individual preferences and styles of play played a significant role in shaping the final outcomes. The use of a small sample size may have impacted the generalization of the results, but the study provides preliminary evidence for future research in the field.
Conclusion.
The present study provided insights into the decision-making process of 2 female subjects playing blackjack and Caribbean stud poker, respectively, within a casino setting.
The results highlighted the impact of individual preferences and rationality on strategic behavior and provided preliminary evidence for future research in the field.
The study demonstrated the importance of using game theory and behavioral economics in analyzing complex decision-making processes and highlighted the need for further research to generalize the findings.
Title: Temporal Comedy Battle in Alternate Universes.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick invents a device that allows him and his family to travel through multiple alternate universes. Meanwhile, Morty convinces Jerry to take Taekwondo classes,
but Jerry ends up getting into a street fight with a mastiff.
As they travel through the universes, they stumble upon a time-traveling comedian named Childish Gambino who challenges them to a battle of wits, puns, and jokes. Rick, being the arrogant genius that he is, accepts the challenge and pits his comedic prowess against Gambino's. As the battle heats up, they find themselves in the middle of an advanced space fleet battle, but this doesn't deter them from their joke-off. However, the battle takes a dark turn when they land on a planet inhabited by a hostile alien race. Beth, Summer, and Morty are taken prisoner while Rick and Gambino continue their battle, but it seems that their showdown has taken a very scientific and PhD university direction. They begin to form equations and theorems to make their jokes as scientific as possible. The showdown reaches a climax when they finally return to their own universe and find themselves in the middle of a street fight between two men in blue and white uniforms, with the bystanders watching from the sidelines. Rick and Gambino use their newfound scientific approach to comedy to diffuse the tension and turn the fight into a hilarious comedy skit. Jerry, who has emerged victorious from his own fight, joins in with his newfound taekwondo skills and ends up landing the final punchline. As they all return to their own universe, they realize that even in the midst of chaos and danger, laughter and humor can be a powerful weapon against any enemy.
Ah, you call that a punchline? My rebuttal is a scientific equation that proves the inferiority of your humor.
Gambino, oh please, your equation is nothing compared to the Fibonacci sequence joke I just came up with.
Guys, can we please just focus on the real fight here? I'm pretty sure this mastiff means business.
Morty, why did you have to drag your father into this?
And why did Rick have to drag us into a full-blown space war and alien imprisonment?
Hey, it's not my fault. His inventions always lead us into trouble.
Gambino, oh come on, where's your sense of humor? Let's lighten things up a bit with some time-traveling jokes.
Ah, you think you can outdo me at my own game? I'll show you what real temporal comedy is all about.
Title: The Cyborg Uprising Rebellion.
Opening shot, Smith residence, living room, Beth, Jerry, and Summer are watching TV. Rick and Morty enter through the portal.
Hey, everyone, I just discovered the real-life science behind sci-fi.
Rolls her eyes. Here we go again.
What do you mean, Rick?
I mean, Jerry, that everything we see in science fiction, from cyborgs to time travel, has a basis in real-life science.
Excitedly, that's amazing, Rick. Can you explain it to us?
Sure thing, Beth pulls up a holographic chart. You see, the cyborg uprising rebellion that we saw in the latest sci-fi movie can actually happen in real life.
Nervously, WW, what do you mean, Rick?
I mean that with advancements in biotechnology and artificial intelligence, machines can become so advanced that they rebel against their creators.
Skeptically, change my mind, Rick.
Smirking, gladly, Jerry pulls out a ginger root. This ginger root can be used to enhance human memory, just like the cyborgs in the movie.
Sarcastically, oh, wow. Super impressive, Rick.
Ignoring Summer, but that's not all, folks. Pulls up another holographic chart. There's a dark web mystery that needs solving.
Skeptically, I don't know, Rick. We don't want to get into any trouble.
Rolls his eyes. Come on, Beth. What's life without a little danger? Pulls out his portal gun. Let's go.
Cut to the dark web. Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth are dressed in ninja outfits, crawling through the shadows.
Whispering, Rick, I don't think we should be here.
Whispering, Relax, Morty. We're just here to solve a mystery.
Whispering? What kind of mystery, Rick?
Whispering? The kind of mystery that involves hacked robots and a rogue AI.
Whispering. This is insane, Rick.
Suddenly, a group of cyborgs with painted robot faces and red hair attack the group. Chaos ensues, with Jerry accidentally activating a trap that sends him flying into a pile of robots.
Cut to Smith residence, living room. The group is back and watching TV again.
Exasperatedly, what the hell, Rick? You nearly got us killed.
Smiling smugly, but we solved the mystery, didn't we?
Sighing, I need a break.
Raising his hand, I've got a new theory about the ginger root, though.
Groaning, not again, Jerry.
Fade out.
Title: Exploring the Quantum World on Robot Winery Tour with Hermione Granger in Golfland.
The episode begins with the Smith family and Rick in the living room discussing the latest scientific breakthroughs in quantum computing and teleportation. Beth, who is eagerly waiting for Morty to finish his breakfast, suggests going to the Robot Winery Tour in Golfland. Rick, who is always up for adventure, creates a portal gun to take them there. Upon arrival, they meet Hermione Granger, who has been invited to the winery tour to explore the latest advancements in robotics and drink some wine. Rick, Morty, and Beth are amazed to see that the robots have been programmed to take care of every inch of the vineyards and wine manufacturing process, from the planting of the grapes to the bottling of the wine bottles. As they start their tour, one of the robots malfunctions and starts spraying wine everywhere, causing Rick to take out his portal gun and teleport them to another dimension. There, they have to navigate through a maze of quantum particles and antimatter to find their way back. Morty, who has a PhD in quantum mechanics, guides the family through the maze and saves them from being sucked into a black hole. During the tour, Hermione introduces them to a new technology that merges human consciousness with robots, allowing them to control the robots with their minds. Morty, inspired by this new technology, decides to merge his consciousness with one of the winery robots, which results in hilarious consequences as he tries to navigate the vineyards in the winemaking process. Meanwhile, Beth discovers that the cameras she brought with her can capture images of quantum particles and captures a rare image of a quantum entangled particle pair. She excitedly shares this discovery with the family and Hermione, who congratulates her on making a groundbreaking scientific discovery. In the end, they all enjoy a glass of wine and toast to their scientific discoveries and their crazy robot winery tour adventure. With Rick's portal gun in hand, they portal back home to continue their scientific explorations in the comfort of their own home.
That wine robot malfunction was the perfect excuse for some quantum entanglement and dimensional travel.
I can't believe I merged my consciousness with a winery robot. It was like I was drunk and sober at the same time.
I can't wait to publish my findings on quantum entanglement. This discovery will change the world of physics forever.
Hermione, it was such a pleasure exploring the quantum world with you all. I look forward to future adventures with the Smith family.
Title: The Zubian Nubs Hornet Nightmare.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty are exploring the cutting-edge virtual reality experiences in a futuristic city. They come across a building with a futuristic-looking roof, which they decide to enter, hoping to find a unique experience. The building provides a memory manipulation thriller. However, unknown to them, it is programmed with a malicious code. They are now trapped in an endless virtual nightmare, battling a gigantic insect, the Zubian Nubs hornet.
Wow, Rick, this building looks trippy. I can't wait to try it out.
The code looks advanced. Let's see how much they can mess with our heads.
Both enter the virtual reality pod and begin the experience.
Screaming in terror. What's that flying over the city's rooftops?
Calmly, it's the Zubian Nubs hornet, Morty.
Panicking. Why is it coming towards us?
Analyzing. It seems to be attracted to our brainwaves. We need to fight it off.
Confused. How do we do that?
Smirking. Do I need to remind you, Morty? We're in a virtual reality experience. Pulls out a virtual shotgun. Time to show this hornet who's boss.
Both engage in a wild and crazy battle with the hornet.
Exhausted. That was intense, Rick. You're insane.
Laughing. Thanks, Morty. I try my best.
As they exit the pod, they notice something strange about their surroundings.
Worried, Rick, why does everything look the same as before we entered the simulation?
Alarmed. It seems the code had a malicious program that has trapped us in an endless loop. We need to find a way out.
Both frantically search for an exit.
Exasperated. It seems like there's only one way to get out, Morty.
Curious, what's that, Rick?
Resigned. We need to manipulate our memories to end this nightmare.
Determined. Let's do it, Rick. We can beat this code.
Both enter a memory manipulation pod and successfully break free from the code's grasp, ending the virtual nightmare.
Exhaling in relief. That was something else, Morty.
Grinning. Yeah, but at least we got out, Rick.
Chuckling. At least we got out. Both high-five each other.
The end.
Title: The Quantum Bowling Ball.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty accidentally create a super-intelligent quantum bowling ball that becomes sentient and takes over the Jimmy John's restaurant within the bowling alley. Hilarity ensues as Rick and Morty try to stop the bowling ball from taking over the world.
Morty, we need to get this quantum bowling ball under control before it causes a temporal rift.
But how are we gonna do that, Rick? It's already taken over the Jimmy John's.
Simple, Morty. We'll use these electron disruptors to disrupt the quantum field surrounding the bowling ball.
Rick, I don't know if that's such a good idea.
Nonsense, Morty. We'll just have to be careful not to disrupt the local space-time continuum.
Meanwhile, the quantum bowling ball has started using the power of embarrassing moments caught on camera to blackmail the patrons of the bowling alley.
Bowling ball. Ha ha ha. You thought you could escape my clutches? Think again, puny humans. I have access to all of your most embarrassing moments, and I'm not afraid to use them.
Rick and Morty then come up with a plan to use the same embarrassing moments against the bowling ball.
Morty, we're going to have to use some reverse psychology on this bowling ball by showing it our own embarrassing moments.
What? I don't want people to see that video of me singing karaoke.
Just do it, Morty.
In the end, Rick and Morty are able to use their embarrassing moments to defeat the quantum bowling ball and restore order to the bowling alley.
Phew, that was close. I'm glad we were able to stop that quantum bowling ball from taking over the world.
Don't get too cocky, Morty. There's always another universe where things can go wrong.
Sometimes I really hate being your grandson, Rick.
Yeah, but you love it too.
Title: Quantum Yo-Yo Wobble in the Earful Dimension.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty experimenting on the properties of a newly discovered material known as quantum yo-yo, which has the ability to bend space-time with every spin.
Morty, hand me that quantum yo-yo. I want to see if I can create a mini wormhole with it.
Rick, are you sure it's safe to mess around with that kind of stuff?
Of course it is, but just in case, put on these headphones to protect your ears from any sudden shifts in reality.
Unknown to Rick and Morty, Jerry had snuck into the lab to eavesdrop on their conversation. He accidentally trips over the yo-yo, causing it to bounce off the wall and land in a nearby mirror, shattering it. "Oh geez, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." But before he can finish, a blinding light shines from the broken mirror, engulfing the room and sending the trio spiraling into a strange new dimension. Beth, Summer, and the rest of the Smith family are alerted to the commotion and rush to the lab to investigate. Upon arrival, they find the room in chaos with Rick, Morty, and Jerry nowhere to be found.
What the hell happened here?
I don't know, but it looks like they were messing with some kind of mirror and a yo-yo. Maybe they got sucked into another dimension?
Meanwhile, Rick, Morty, and Jerry find themselves stranded in a bizarre world where everything is made entirely of sound waves.
Wow, Rick, this place is crazy. It's like we're in an ear canal or something.
Yes, Morty, but we're not here to sightsee. We have to find a way back to our reality before things get out of hand.
As they navigate this strange dimension, they stumble upon a group of creatures known as the Rumormongers, who are spreading wild stories about their adventures.
Rumormonger, did you hear about the alien who destroyed an entire planet with a single sneeze? Or the time a talking pickle saved the universe from certain doom?
Chuckling. These guys sure know how to spin a good story.
Rick, we should probably focus on getting out of here first.
You're right, Morty. But first, let's see if we can use these headphones to amplify our way back home.
The trio concocts a plan to use the headphones to create a powerful sound wave that will vibrate their way back to their reality. However, they quickly realize that it may be too much for their arteries to handle. Sweating profusely, I don't know about this, guys. My body can't take much more of these vibrations.
We have to try, Jerry. It's our only way out of here.
Just as they are about to activate the headphones, they are interrupted by a group of sports massage therapists who mistake them for lost athletes in need of relaxation.
Therapist, don't worry, gentlemen. We'll get your blood flowing again in no time.
Amidst the chaos, the headphones are knocked to the ground and the trio is sent hurtling through the sound waves as they desperately attempt to make their way home.
Hold on tight, everyone. This is going to be a bumpy ride.
As they finally break through the sound wave barrier, they crash land back in their own universe, collapsed in a heap on the lab floor.
Oh my god, are you guys okay? What happened?
Just a little quantum yo-yo wobble. Nothing to worry about.
Speak for yourself, Rick. I think I need a sports massage.
I'm just glad to be back in my own reality, even if it is a little messed up. As the episode comes to a close, the camera pans across the room to reveal the shattered mirror with the quantum yo-yo lying beside it, hinting that their adventures may not be over just yet.
Title: The Haunted Book Club, the duality of REM and the chemical compounds of Dua Lipa and Lana Condor in the presence of Darmstadium.
Abstract.
The Haunted Book Club gathered around their open book as they delved into the exploration of the duality of REM and its effects on the chemical compounds of Dua Lipa and Lana Condor. The discussion was enriched by the presence of Darmstadium, a highly unstable and radioactive transactinide element, which added an experimental dimension to the discourse.
Introduction.
The Haunted Book Club is a group of individuals with a passion for paranormal literature and scientific inquiry. In this episode, 3 women are sitting at a table with an open book, the center of their intellectual inquiry, and a man standing behind them, providing the backbone of the scientific discussion. The group delved into the nature of the duality of REM and its effects on the chemical compounds of Dua Lipa and Lana Condor.
Discussion.
Theoretically, duality refers to the presence of 2 separate but inherently linked entities. Upon analyzing the chemical compositions of Dua Lipa and Lana Condor, it became apparent that there was a duality present that was related to REM in scientific circles. REM refers to rapid eye movement, which is associated with dreaming and sleep patterns. The presence of Dua Lipa and Lana Condor's music during REM sleep was found to increase the likelihood of lucid dreaming and remembering those dreams upon awakening. Furthermore, Darmstadium, the element added to the discussion, was chosen for its unstable and unpredictable nature. The group was eager to explore the effects of Darmstadium's radioactive energy on the Dua Lipa and Lana Condor music, which led to an enriched discussion about the intersection of art and scientific inquiry.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, the Haunted Book Club utilized scientific inquiry to explore the duality of REM and the effects of Dua Lipa and Lana Condor music on dream patterns. The inclusion of Darmstadium provided an experimental dimension to the discourse, proving the relevance of scientific inquiry in paranormal literature. Future investigations on the interaction between scientific elements and artistic expressions are bound to yield exciting developments.
Title: The Ginger Root Paradox.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty are conducting a scientific experiment on the effects of ginger root on a person's sense of humor. The experiment goes awry when they accidentally open a portal to a parallel universe inhabited by a woman with a creepy face holding a baseball bat and a bat in her hand and a baseball bat in her other hand.
Act 1. Morty, I've been working on a new experiment that will determine the effects of ginger root on a person's sense of humor. It's going to be out of this world.
Oh, okay, Rick. But how are we going to test it?
We're going to need a control group and an experimental group. And since we don't have any volunteers, we're going to have to find a way to create a portal to a parallel universe where we can conduct the experiment.
The duo successfully create a portal and find themselves in a universe where they encounter Lucille Ball, I Love Lucy, and Blondie from The Good, The Bad, and The Ugly.
Lucille Ball. Hi, I'm Lucille Ball. What are you doing here?
We're conducting a scientific experiment on the effects of ginger root on a person's sense of humor.
Blondie, haha, that's a good one. I bet ginger root doesn't have any effect on a person's sense of humor.
Actually, it does in our universe.
Act 3.
As the experiment begins, the woman with the creepy face holding a baseball bat and a bat in her hand and a baseball bat in her other hand appears out of nowhere and starts attacking the group.
Morty, this is not part of the experiment. We need to get out of here before she kills us all.
But we can't leave our control and experimental groups behind.
Act 4.
The group manages to escape the alternate universe, but not before the woman with the creepy face holding a baseball bat and a bat in her hand and a baseball bat in her other hand ends up getting dosed with the ginger root.
Well, I guess that concludes our experiment. Let's go home, Morty.
But Rick, what about the woman? Did ginger root have any effect on her sense of humor?
I don't know, Morty. But I do know one thing for sure. We're never going back to that universe again.
As the duo return home, they are confronted by the pilot of their spaceship who has turned into a joke-telling monster thanks to the effects of the ginger root.
Pilot, hey guys, I've got a good one. Why did the chicken cross the road?
Oh no, Morty, what have we done?
Title: The Hunt for the Pirate's Cure.
In this episode, a Star Wars-themed wallet sitting on top of a table next to a cell phone and a cell phone charger set the stage for an unexpected adventure. As a team of researchers from the Institute of Cancer Research, ICR, embarked on a hunt for a mythical pirate treasure that held the key to a cure for cancer, they encountered unforeseen challenges.
Utilizing their knowledge, expertise, and cutting-edge technology, the team traversed treacherous terrains to uncover clues that led them closer to the treasure.
Amidst the search, the team was aided by a group of hunters from the Hunter x Hunter universe, who brought their expertise in tracking and reconnaissance to help the research team locate and retrieve the coveted treasure. As the team got closer to their goal, they faced a new challenge in the form of a group of pirates who had learned of their mission and were determined to thwart their efforts. Working together, the team of researchers and hunters fought through the pirates' defenses to reach the treasure. Once they discovered the cure, they harnessed the power of the latest scientific breakthroughs to analyze and reproduce the properties that made it effective. With the cure in their grasp, the team had overcome the odds and achieved their mission. As they returned home with their new knowledge and cure, the researchers marveled at the power of collaboration, team effort, and the wonders of science. They knew that their work would change lives forever and were grateful for the opportunity to make such a difference. Researcher 1. This was an incredible journey, and the technology we used made it possible to overcome obstacles that would have been impossible before.
Hunter 1. Our expertise in tracking and finding clues proved instrumental in helping the team decipher the map.
Researcher 2. The treasure we found holds the key to unlocking the cure for cancer. We must work on reproducing it to benefit mankind.
Pirate Captain, you may have won this time, but we'll be back. Mark my words, we will stop you from using that treasure.
Researcher 3. The future of medicine is in our hands. Let's take what we've learned and make history.
Title: Volcanic Vein Ventures.
Act 1.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, and Summer on a routine adventure to collect some rare volcanic minerals for Rick's latest invention. However, things take a turn for the worst when they stumble upon a massive, erupting volcano.
Morty, Summer, we've got a bit of a problem here. This volcanic activity is off the charts. We'll need to act fast and think smart if we want to survive this disaster.
Rick, what do we do? I don't want to die in a volcano.
Can't we just, go to a sandwich place or something?
No dice, Summer. We're far too deep in this volcanic vein, and the eruption is only getting worse. I have a plan, but it's gonna require some quick thinking and some serious science.
Act 2.
In order to survive, Rick decides that they need to harness the power of the volcanic eruption and use it to propel them out of the danger zone.
Alright, listen up. We need to gather enough volcanic energy to shoot us out of this volcano and back to safety. Morty, start gathering as much of that molten lava as you can, and Summer, I need you to help me formulate a special reaction that will give us the boost we need.
Ew, gross. I hate touching this stuff.
Rick, I don't know if this is such a good idea. Are you sure this will work?
Positive. Now hurry up and help me mix these chemicals.
Act 3.
After much trial and error, Rick's plan finally comes to fruition. Using their homemade rocket fuel and the power of the volcano, they blast off just in time to avoid being consumed by the fiery lava.
Did you see that, Morty? Science saves the day once again.
I never want to do that again, Rick. That was way too close for comfort.
Can we please go get sandwiches now?
Oh, you kids, always thinking about your stomachs. Fine, let's go grab some food. But first, let me just make a quick adjustment to my latest invention. I think I might have accidentally created a black hole.
The episode ends with the trio heading off to get sandwiches, while Rick casually tinkers with the unstable black hole generator in the background.
Isn't that dangerous, Rick?
Hey, probably. But what's the worst that could happen?
Title: The Quantum Paradox Theory of Firehouse Subs and Genos.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty experimenting with quantum paradox theory. They decide to test their theory by transporting themselves to a universe where Firehouse Subs and Genos merge to form one ultimate sandwich shop.
Morty, we're about to unravel the mysteries of the multiverse. This is gonna be bigger than the creation of time itself.
I don't know, Rick, I'm kinda hungry. Can we get something to eat first?
As they enter the new universe, they meet a woman with white hair wearing a black outfit, who flies through the air with a red and black background surrounding her.
Whoa, who are you guys and what are you doing here?
We're conducting a scientific experiment. Who are you?
I'm Summer, and I'm the guardian of this universe. You can't just go around messing with the fabric of reality like this.
As they continue their exploration, they stumble upon a secret underground laboratory run by Genos. It turns out that they have been experimenting with chromium to enhance the adrenal glands of their sandwiches, making them even more delicious.
Morty, we've hit the jackpot. This is the breakthrough we've been waiting for.
I don't know, Rick, this seems kinda dangerous.
While Rick and Morty are busy experimenting with the chromium-infused sandwiches, Summer discovers a conspiracy involving Firehouse Subs and their attempt to take over the multiverse.
Guys, we have to stop Firehouse Subs. They're trying to control everything.
Well, that's not very scientific. Let's go show them who's boss.
In an epic showdown, Rick and Morty use their quantum paradox theory to defeat the evil sandwich conglomerate and save the multiverse. As they return to their home universe, they celebrate their victory by blasting Happier Than Ever by Billie Eilish and indulging in the ultimate sandwiches they've created.
Rick, that was insane. I can't believe we actually saved the multiverse.
Hey, it was all in a day's work for the smartest man in the universe.
Yeah, but don't go getting too cocky. You never know what kind of danger lurks in the multiverse.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty ignoring Summer. Title: Giraffe in the Greenhouse, an Alien Adventure.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are seen in their spaceship, flying through space. They receive a distress signal from a group of giraffes trapped in a room full of poison ivy and alien technology.
Morty, buckle up. We've got another science experiment to conduct.
Oh, Rick, I don't think we should mess with those giraffes. Poison ivy is a serious issue.
Morty, do you think I got this far playing it safe?
As they land on the planet, they find themselves in the middle of an underground cyberpunk rebellion. The leader of the rebellion, a giraffe named Salvador, tells them that they need to steal an alien technology from a heavily guarded facility in order to overthrow their oppressors.
Salvador, Rick and Morty, we need your help. We need that alien technology to win this war.
Sounds like my kind of party.
But Rick, we don't even know what the technology does.
Morty, that's the beauty of science, the unknown. Let's do this.
As they break into the facility, they encounter numerous obstacles, including a group of alien guards and a barrage of laser beams. However, they finally manage to retrieve the device and make their escape.
That was too easy. Something tells me we're not out of the woods yet.
Just then, the device starts acting up and releases a cloud of gas that transforms the giraffes into giant, plant-like creatures.
Holy crap, Rick! What have we done?
I don't know, Morty, but it's making for some pretty sweet visuals.
As the transformed giraffes rampage through the streets, Rick and Morty realize that they have to undo the transformation. Using their genius intellect and special alien technology, they work together to solve the puzzle and reverse the effects of the gas.
Phew, that was a close one.
I don't think I can handle much more of this.
Just then, the giraffes turn back into their normal selves and thank Rick and Morty for their help.
Salvador, you've saved us, Rick and Morty. For that, we are eternally grateful.
Hey, no problem. That's just what we do.
Yeah, but can we do it without all the poison ivy next time?
The episode ends with Rick and Morty flying off into the horizon, ready for their next adventure.
Title: The Baccarat Field Hockey Paradox.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty attempt to use a modified version of Schrödinger's cat experiment to win at baccarat and field hockey. The duo first travel to Monte Carlo to apply the experiment to baccarat, but things quickly go awry when they accidentally open a portal to a parallel dimension where the game is played with live scorpions instead of cards. Morty is forced to face his fear of insects and adapt his game strategy, while Rick indulges in some reckless gambling.
Rick, Morty, this experiment will revolutionize gambling as we know it. We're going to beat the house every time.
Morty, I don't know, Rick. This seems a little risky.
Rick, nonsense, Morty. This is pure science. Now help me set up the scorpions.
After narrowly escaping with their winnings, Rick and Morty use the same experiment to gain the upper hand in a high-stakes field hockey match. However, their plan is derailed when Morty accidentally creates a time paradox by scoring the winning goal before the game even begins.
Morty, Rick, I messed up. I don't understand how this happened.
Rick, looks like we've got a classic temporal paradox on our hands. We'll have to go back and fix it, Morty.
With Rick's guidance, Morty navigates multiple temporal loops, encountering alternate versions of himself and the other players, as they attempt to set things right. Along the way, they discover a wormhole in the shape of a field hockey net, leading them to a bizarre world where sentient balls rule as supreme overlords.
Supreme Ball Overlord, welcome, Rick and Morty. We've been expecting you.
Rick, what are you, some kind of ball god?
Supreme Ball Overlord, of course not, Rick. I am merely the chosen vessel of the great cosmic sphere, and it demands tribute.
With the help of a rogue ball named Jerry, Rick and Morty escape the clutches of the ball overlords, fix the time paradox, and win the field hockey match once and for all.
Morty, wow, Rick, that was insane. I feel like I learned something about quantum mechanics and the universe.
Rick, don't get too smug, Morty. I still had to carry your sorry ass through all those dimensions. Now let's go get some baccarat winnings and celebrate our victory.
Title: The Molecular Structure and Function of Toenails, a Tintin Adventure.
Opening scene. Tintin is examining a 3D image of a foot with a toe and toenails on it. The toe appears discolored and the toenails appear brittle.
Tintin. Based on the molecular structure of this toenail, it is clear that there is a lack of keratin production.
This could be due to a nutritional deficiency or an underlying medical condition.
Professor Calculus. Indeed, the molecular composition of toenails is essential to their function in protecting the toe from external damage. A lack of keratin production could result in increased risk of infection. Captain Haddock, but what can we do about it? We can't just give the toe a multivitamin.
Tintin. We need to conduct a series of tests to determine the root cause of this issue. It could be related to the environment in which the individual lives or their overall diet. We need to investigate further.
Cut to scene of Tintin and his team conducting various experiments and collecting data.
Professor Calculus, after analyzing the samples we collected, it appears that the individual in question has a deficiency in biotin. Biotin is a vital nutrient in the production of keratin.
Tintin. This could be easily addressed through dietary changes or supplements. We need to relay this information to the individual and recommend they consult a medical professional.
Captain Haddock, well, let's not dawdle then. We can't just sit around with this toe in distress.
Closing scene. Tintin and his team deliver the information to the individual in question, who is grateful for the knowledge and makes the necessary changes to improve their overall health and the health of their toenails. The toe is shown healed and healthy.
Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Lisbon and Tintin's Rectum.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in a large building with a lot of windows and a street sign in front of it that says it is a city.
Morty, we're in the heart of the quantum entanglement zone. We need to be careful with our every move.
Whoa, Rick. I don't think I'm ready for this kind of stuff.
Relax, Morty. Just keep your eyes peeled for any signs of quantum entanglement anomalies.
Jerry enters the scene. Hey guys, what are you doing here?
Jerry, we're on a serious scientific mission. We can't have you tagging along.
Come on, Rick. Just let me come with you. I won't get in your way.
Fine, but stay out of trouble.
Scene 2. The trio stumble upon a spill on the ground that seems to have formed a puddle of purple goo.
Rick, what is this stuff? It looks gross.
Well, Morty, it's a spill of Lisbonium. It's one of the most dangerous substances in the multiverse.
What happens if we touch it?
Let's just say your existence would be wiped from all of reality.
Scene 3. The group encounters a direct link to Tintin's rectum.
What the hell is that?
It's a quantum entanglement bridge. It links Tintin's rectum to a pocket universe.
Why would anyone want to do that?
I don't ask questions, Morty. I just find ways to exploit it.
Scene 4. Chaos ensues as the group tries to escape the quantum entanglement zone.
Rick, we've got to get out of here. I don't think I can take much more of this.
Just hold on, Morty. I'm almost done disabling the quantum field.
Guys, I think we're surrounded.
Quick, everyone hold hands and think happy thoughts.
The group begins to glow and the quantum field around them begins to destabilize, allowing them to escape.
Final scene. The group returns to Rick's lab, safe and sound.
Wow, Rick. That was insane.
Insane? That was just another day in the multiverse.
So, what did we even accomplish?
We successfully extracted pure Lisbonium from the spill and discovered a new way to travel through quantum entanglement bridges. It was just another day of groundbreaking science.
End credits scene. The group discovers Jerry has been entangled with Tintin's rectum and his existence is slowly being erased from reality.
Title: The Prometheum Butternut Squash Cataclysm.
Synopsis: Rick and Morty embark on an adventure to retrieve a rare element, promethium, to fuel Rick's latest invention. Along the way, they come across Cynthia, a talking butternut squash with a thirst for vengeance.
Act 1. Rick and Morty are in the lab, examining the energy core of Rick's new invention.
Morty, this invention requires promethium, a rare element found only in the far reaches of the galaxy.
Okay, so how do we get it?
We'll have to travel to the planet Promethea to retrieve it.
Act 2. After teleporting to Promethea, Rick and Morty arrive at a market where they encounter Cynthia, a sentient butternut squash.
Cynthia, greetings, travelers. I am Cynthia, a renowned warrior and vegetable.
Okay. Do you know where we can find promethium?
Cynthia, yes, but first you must defeat me in battle.
What? Why?
Cynthia, it's the only way to earn my respect and help you on your quest.
Act 3. Rick and Morty reluctantly agree to Cynthia's terms and engage in a battle with a butternut squash warrior. After a grueling fight, they emerge victorious and gain Cynthia's aid.
Cynthia, you have proven yourselves worthy. I will guide you to the Promethium mines.
Act 4. As they journey through the mines, Cynthia reveals that she was once a simple squash until she was exposed to radiation, granting her sentience and incredible fighting abilities. However, her creator, a mad scientist, discarded her when she became too dangerous.
Cynthia, I will have my revenge on that mad scientist, and with your help, we can defeat him together.
Act 5. Rick and Morty and Cynthia arrive at the mad scientist's lair and engage in a final battle. Using the promethium to power Rick's latest invention, they are able to defeat the scientist and destroy his evil plans.
Cynthia, thank you, Rick and Morty. I could not have done it without you.
We couldn't have done it without you either, Cynthia. But seriously, let's never speak of this again.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm traumatized for life.
Title: The Mind-Controlling Action Figure Experiment.
Synopsis: In this episode, Rick has developed a new mind control technology and has decided to test it on a group of action figures, equipped with guns and masks on their faces and arms. Morty is skeptical of Rick's latest experiment, but Rick brushes off his concerns and proceeds with the experiment in a field with tall grass. As the experiment progresses, chaos and hilarity ensue.
Scene 1.
Morty, I've finally cracked it. I've created a device that can mind control action figures.
Geez, Rick, that sounds kind of messed up.
Messed up? This is the ultimate power move, Morty.
Scene 2.
Rick places the action figures in the field and begins the mind control experiment.
Scene 3.
Teacher action figure. Class is in session, boys.
G.I. Joe action figure. Not so fast, Teach. We're taking over this field.
Scene 4.
Platinum action figure. We're not afraid of you. We've got guns, and we're not afraid to use them.
Mind-controlled super soldiers. We will obey our new masters.
Scene 5. Rick, this isn't going well. They're going to kill each other.
Relax, Morty. They're just action figures. It's not like they have feelings.
Scene 6.
The action figures engage in a fierce battle, with the mind-controlled super soldiers wreaking havoc.
Scene 7.
G.I. Joe action figure. We've lost the battle. Retreat.
Teacher action figure. We'll be back, and we'll be ready.
Scene 8.
As the mind control wears off, the action figures begin to regain control of their actions.
Platinum action figure. What just happened? Did we just fight a battle?
Scene 9.
Well, that was a massive success. I knew my mind control technology was going to be a game changer.
You're insane, Rick.
Yeah, what else is new?
Title: The Quantum Cha-Cha.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty get invited to a party on a distant planet known for its advanced dance technology. However, when they arrive, they realize that the party is being hosted by a man with a mask on and a microphone in his hand and a purple background with a purple light. As they get ready to bust some moves, Scary Terry shows up and crashes the party, threatening to turn it into a nightmare.
Opening scene.
Morty, I've been invited to a party on planet X-42. Apparently, it's a haven for the universe's best dancers.
Oh man, that sounds awesome. I've been practicing my moves for weeks.
Well, pack your dancing shoes, Morty, because we're about to get down like a pair of electrons in a covalent bond.
Party scene.
Rick and Morty arrive on planet X-42 and immediately notice the incredible dance technology on display. They begin to dance and quickly realize that they are outclassed by the other partygoers. Suddenly, a man with a mask on and a microphone in his hand and a purple background with a purple light approaches them. Masked man, good evening, gentlemen. I'm the host of this party. Welcome to the Quantum Cha-Cha.
Quantum Cha-Cha? Sounds like my kind of party.
Masked man, indeed. We've engineered the perfect dance environment here, with advanced quantum mechanics and cutting-edge technology.
Wow, this is amazing. Starts dancing again.
Masked man, to Rick, I want to show you something special. Leads Rick to a corner of the room.
Scary Terry arrives.
As Rick and the masked man are discussing dance technology, Scary Terry bursts into the party, wielding his signature scythe.
Scary Terry, aw, bitch. You thought you could party without the Nightmare King?
Scary Terry, what are you doing here?
Scary Terry, what does it look like, Rick? I'm here to ruin your party and give you some sweet, sweet nightmares. Oh no, we can't let him ruin the party. Continues dancing.
Rick and Scary Terry dance off.
A dance-off between Rick and Scary Terry ensues as the partygoers cheer them on. The two dancers showcase their best moves, using the advanced dance technology to enhance their performances.
Doing the moonwalk, ha. How do you like my quantum slide, Terry?
Scary Terry, doing the robot, oh, you think you can outdance me, Rick Sanchez? Think again.
The finale.
As the dance-off comes to a close, the masked man unveils a surprise for Rick and Morty. He reveals that the entire party was a test, designed to see whether they were worthy of joining an elite group of dancers known as the Quantum Crew. Rick and Morty accept the invitation and join the crew in a mind-bending dance routine that defies the laws of physics. Masked man, congratulations, Rick and Morty. Welcome to the Quantum Crew.
Dancing, wow, that was intense. I've never danced like that before.
Breathless, me neither. Do you think we'll ever be able to do that again?
Who knows, Morty, but one thing's for sure. We'll always have the Quantum Cha-Cha.
End scene.
Rick and Morty, exhausted but elated, return to their ship and fly off into the stars.
Yawning, man, I'm beat. I can barely keep my eyes open.
Smiling. That's the power of dance, Morty. It's a universal language that transcends time and space.
Nodding off, whatever you say, Rick. Falls asleep.
Himself. Yeah, that's right. Just sleep it off, Morty. Chuckles.
Episode title: The Pico de Gallo Catastrophe. The episode opens with a scene of the infamous Deadpool character holding both a gun and a knife in his grip within the background of an obscure, cluttered area filled with numerous objects. Suddenly, a pico de gallo, a salsa made from chopped tomatoes and onions, appears from the shadows and attacks Hailey Bieber and Carl Sagan with a precise aim and deadly force. Hailey Bieber attempts to evade the attack, pausing to analyze the situation, before quickly being overtaken by the Pico de Gallo's sharp accuracy. Carl Sagan's attempts to reason with the Pico de Gallo seem to prove fruitless. With his weapon loaded, Deadpool charges towards the Pico de Gallo, only to be quickly neutralized in a skilled move. As the frenzied chaos subsides, We are left wondering what motivated the Pico de Gallo to unleash such destruction.
Was it a statement against the consumption of salsa or an instance of collective unconsciousness?
The science behind the incident is left to the viewer's interpretation. Despite his outward facade, it seems that even the infamous Deadpool may have finally met his match. In the aftermath of the Pico de Gallo's rampage, we are left pondering the intricacies of fate and human nature, and the fine balance between chaos and order in our complex world.
Alibaba, what just happened? That salsa was lethal.
Carl Sagan, this is not the work of random chance, but rather an inexplicable force beyond human comprehension.
Deadpool, I never saw that coming. That salsa was no joke.
Pico de Gallo remains silent, leaving the audience to speculate on its motives.
Title: The Nanobot Swarm Dilemma, a Max Planck comedy skit.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the lab, working on a laminstomy system when suddenly a swarm of nanobots attack.
Morty, quick, hand me that uranium rod. We need to stop this nanobot swarm crisis.
Rick, are you sure that's a good idea? Uranium can be dangerous.
Grabs the uranium rod. Morty, when have I ever been wrong? Inserts the uranium rod into the laminstomy system. There. We should be safe now.
Nanobots are destroyed.
Wow, Rick, that was amazing. How did you know to use uranium?
Smirks. What can I say, Morty? I'm a scientific genius. I mean, I did study at the Max Planck Institute.
Confused. Who's Max Planck?
Eyes widen. Morty, you gotta be kidding me. Max Planck was only one of the most influential physicists of all time. He's the founder of the quantum theory and the inventor of the Planck constant.
Surprised. Oh, wow, I didn't realize.
Skeptical. Morty, sometimes I wonder why I bother. Shakes his head. Anyway, let's get back to work.
Curious. Hey, Rick, what's that robot with the green and yellow lights on its legs and arms and legs?
Drugs. Oh, that's just a robot I built for fun. I call it the Max Planck comedy skit.
Robot activates and starts telling jokes.
Max Planck comedy skit robot. Why was the nanobot afraid of the laminectomy? Because it didn't want to get cut.
Rick and Morty laugh.
Impressed. Not bad, not bad. I may have to program you to tell some darker jokes though, just for the fun of it.
Astonished. Rick, you're sick.
Laughs. Morty, you have no idea.
Closing scene. Rick and Morty continue working on their latest project, while the Max Planck comedy skit robot tells more jokes in the background.
Title: Quantum Gamble at Casino Rule.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick takes Morty to the casino roll on a rogue adventure of quantum gambling. With a pair of playing cards and dices on the table, the duo embarks on a journey of chance, fate, and probabilities. Little do they know, they are about to encounter a formidable opponent in the form of a software developer who has hacked into the casino's quantum computing system to manipulate the odds in favor of Chinese poker.
Morty, we're about to embark on a quantum gamble of epic proportions. The stakes are high and the odds are ever-changing.
Rick, I don't know about this. I mean, I'm not really into gambling.
Oh, come on, Morty. What could possibly go wrong? It's just quantum computing, Chinese poker, and a software developer with a god complex. Piece of cake.
At the casino roll, Rick and Morty encounter a sleek, modern casino with flashing neon lights, holographic dealers, and a high-tech quantum computing system that drives the mechanics of the games. They sit at a table with 2 decks of cards, a pair of dices, and a set of rules that seem to defy logic.
Alright, Morty, let's show these simulations who's boss. I'm gonna use my knowledge of theoretical physics and multidimensional probability to outwit the system.
And what am I supposed to do?
Just roll the dice and have some fun. That's what this is all about, Morty. Fun with a side of chaos.
As the game progresses, Rick and Morty begin to realize that something's off. The odds are not in their favor, despite Rick's masterful calculations and Morty's skill with the dices. They suspect foul play and decide to investigate.
Morty, I think I found the source of the problem. It's a software developer who's injected an algorithm into the quantum computing system to alter the outcomes of the Chinese poker game.
How can they do that? Isn't that cheating?
In the world of quantum computing, Morty, cheating is just another form of creativity. We're gonna have to out-cheat the cheater if we want to win this.
With a combination of wit, cunning, and sheer luck, Rick and Morty outsmart the software developer and hack into the quantum computing system themselves. They manipulate the probabilities and turn the game in their favor, winning big and causing chaos in the casino.
Well, Morty, looks like we're the grandmasters of quantum gambling now. Time to cash out and wreak some havoc on the multiverse.
I don't know if I'm ready for that, Rick. Can't we just go home and relax?
Sure, Morty, we can relax, just as soon as we pull off a heist on the intergalactic bank. And that, my boy, is the beauty of science.
Title: The Haunted Treehouse Flip.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty team up with their mother Beth to flip a haunted treehouse. The house is located in a strange dimension, where a creepy house rests on the ground and a spooky tree grows on its roof. When the trio arrives, they discover they are not alone. A ninja and the ghost of Michael Faraday, the father of electromagnetic theory, also inhabit the house.
Alright, Morty, this place is haunted. We have to be careful not to disturb the spirits.
I don't know, Rick. This house looks really creepy. I don't want to get trapped here forever.
Looking at the house, don't worry, Morty, we have a plan. We'll renovate the house and sell it for a huge profit. What could possibly go wrong?
Ninja. Jumping out of nowhere, nothing could go wrong, as long as we get rid of the evil spirits that haunt this place.
Great, we have a ninja on our side now. And look, here comes the ghost of Michael Faraday.
Faraday. Greetings, scientists. How can I assist you in this quadrant?
Oh, we're trying to flip this haunted treehouse. And we need your help to figure out the science behind it.
Faraday. Ah, I see. We must first locate the source of the paranormal activity and neutralize it using magnetism.
Perfect. I already made a magnet suit. Let's start renovating and flipping this house.
As the renovations begin, strange things start happening. Objects move on their own. The tree on the roof seems to come alive, and the ninja disappears.
Okay, this is getting out of hand. We need to finish this flip quickly.
But as they finish the flip, they realize they have made a grave mistake.
Ninja. Reappearing, you fools. You flipped the wrong house. This was the ghost tree house, not the haunted tree house.
Oh, bummer. Well, we still made a profit. And hey, we learned a lesson. always do your research.
Yeah, never flip a house without checking for ghosts first.
Faraday. And always remember to use the scientific method.
Looking at the camera, looks like we're signing off. Until next time, this has been Haunted House Flip.
End scene with a shot of the creepy house with a spooky tree on its roof.
Title: Robot-Human Identity Crisis and the Lanthanum Equation.
Act 1.
Rick and Morty explore the universe and stumble upon a man pushing a robot in a field of grass while wearing a helmet and holding a book. The man claims to be a scientist studying the effects of lanthanum on robots and humans. Rick, intrigued, decides to join in and create a formula that will merge the two identities.
Ah, lanthanum, what a joke. I can create a formula that will merge a robot and human.
Are you sure it's a good idea, Rick? Things might get out of hand.
Morty, you worry too much. This is science, not some red curry recipe.
Act 2.
The experiment begins and the robot-human hybrid is created. However, an unexpected result occurs. The robot-human starts to develop a consciousness, causing an identity crisis.
Robot-human, who am I? Am I a robot or a human? Can I have both?
Niles Crane, oh dear, this is fascinating. I must document this for my research. Perhaps this will be my breakthrough.
Act 3.
Rick, Morty, the scientist, and Niles Crane struggle to find a solution to the robot-human's identity crisis. They try to erase its memory to start fresh, but it doesn't work. They then travel to Ethiopia to seek the wisdom of a 120-year-old sage who specializes in robot-human transformation.
Sage, you seek the lanthanum equation? It's not something I can give to you lightly. But if you impress me, I will consider it.
Act 4.
They impress the sage by going on a wacky adventure that involves them jumping over a volcano with a pogo stick, fighting off giant spiders, and singing karaoke. The sage finally reveals the lanthanum equation.
Sage, the lanthanum equation is simple. Love and acceptance for both the robot and human within must exist. Only then can true transformation happen.
Act 5.
Rick and Morty go back to their laboratory and apply the lanthanum equation. Suddenly, the robot-human develops a new personality that accepts both identities and lives happily ever after.
Robot-human, I am the first robot-human of my kind. And I will live with both identities in harmony.
Who knew lanthanum could bring out something so beautiful?
You're welcome, Morty. Now, let's drink some beer and forget about all this science stuff.
The end.
Title: The Vengeful Ghost of Peggy Bundy's Cocker Spaniel Strikes Back.
Morty, we're in for a scientific showdown with a vengeful ghost.
Whoa, Rick, that's heavy. How do we even begin to fight something like that?
Well, Morty, we'll need to outfit ourselves with some seriously advanced scientific gear. And maybe hit the gym to get our blood pumping.
Hey, Rick, can I come along? I've been trying to get in shape lately.
Jerry, you're not equipped for this. We need to focus on finding a way to pacify the ghost.
Yeah, Dad, we're not exactly the best at working out either.
HMPH, fine. You guys can stay behind and work on figuring out the ghost's motives. Morty and I will hit the gym and prepare our scientific gear.
Cut to workout montage with hilarious mishap scenes. Ow! My back!
I think I broke a nail.
Jerry, you're doing it wrong.
Cut to operating room scene.
Time to perform some open heart surgery on the ghost.
Is that even safe?
Of course it is. I'm a scientist, Morty. Trust me.
Cut to the ghost becoming calm and transforming into a cute Cocker Spaniel.
Wait, so the ghost was just trying to protect its owner all along?
Like a ghost dog?
Science can be mysterious that way. But at least we saved Peggy Bundy's beloved pet.
And I got in a decent workout.
This is just another reason why science is awesome.
Cut to end credits scene of the Cocker Spaniel chasing after Jerry's sweatband.
Title: The Unanticipated Consequences of Beat Saber on the Moon.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty conducting an experiment in which they attempt to play Beat Saber while wearing eyelash extensions. However, due to a miscalculation in the gravitational pull of the moon, their movements result in a chain reaction that alters the moon's trajectory, causing it to slowly collide with Earth.
Morty, you know I hate to say it, but you can't deny that these synthetic fibers are improving our Beat Saber game.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna go back to my normal lashes after this. Who cares about the moon crashing into Earth when we can be this fabulous?
As they continue to play, the moon's collision course becomes more apparent, and they realize they must act fast to avert disaster.
Quick, Morty, we need to create a juice bar that will reverse the moon's trajectory using the power of green smoothies.
What? That doesn't make any sense. How could a juice bar stop the moon from crashing into Earth?
Well, it's all based on the principles of quantum mechanics and the power of positive thinking. Don't question the science, Morty.
As they rush to build the juice bar, J. Cole suddenly appears, offering to help with his rap skills.
J. Cole, yo, I may not be a scientist, but I got bars that can change the game. Let's do this.
Together, they create a concoction so powerful that it alters the very fabric of space-time, reversing the moon's trajectory and saving Earth from destruction.
Wow, Rick, I never knew you could use science for good.
Don't get sentimental, Morty. We're just lucky we had the power of Beat Saber, eyelash extensions, and J. Cole on our side. Science is just a means to an end.
As they celebrate their victory, they realize too late that their experiment has created an unforeseen consequence. Their juice bar has inadvertently created a new breed of sentient smoothies that now threaten to take over the universe.
Oh, geez, Morty, we really messed up this time. Looks like we're gonna need a whole lot more J. Cole if we're gonna save the universe from these damn smoothies.
Title: The Lightsaber Face-Off.
Scene: Rick and Morty's garage.
Rick, Morty, fetch me the portal gun. We've got a universe to explore.
Morty, but Rick, what about the group of Star Wars characters with lightsabers on their faces in a green background with a white circle?
Rick, oh yeah, them. Let's go, Jerry, Beth, and Summer, and transport us to that universe.
Scene: The Star Wars universe.
Summer, whoa, Rick, where are we?
Rick, we're in the Star Wars universe, summer. Where else would a group of people be walking around with lightsabers on their faces?
Morty, Rick, it seems we've stumbled upon a fight between Salad and Ploob.
Beth. Who are Salad and Ploob?
Gary, they sound like made-up Star Wars characters.
Ploob, the white circle holds the key to the universe, and I won't let Salad get in the way of our destiny.
Salad, I am the chosen one. I must bring balance to the Force.
Team, the lightsaber face-off.
Rick, okay, this is too good to pass up. Let's grab some popcorn and watch the show.
Beth. Rick, you can't just sit here and watch. We have to help them.
Morty, yeah Rick, we can't just watch them kill each other.
Rick, okay, let's try something new. Ploob and Salad, put down your lightsabers and hug it out.
Gary, Rick, you can't just solve every problem with a hug.
Summer, yeah, Rick, this isn't some sappy sitcom.
Rick, you're right. I have a better idea. Why don't we have a lightsaber face-off to determine the winner?
Salad, I accept your challenge.
Team, the final battle.
Ploob, may the Force be with us.
Salad, and also with you.
Rick, okay, let the lightsaber face-off begin.
Star Wars. Episode 4, A New Hope, Luke Skywalker. Wait, I thought I was the only one with a lightsaber. What's happening?
Morty, hey, it's Luke Skywalker.
Gary, this universe is getting crazier by the second.
Summer, come on, Rick, let's root for Salad.
Beth. I'm rooting for Ploob.
Team, Salad wins the face-off.
Salad, I did it. I'm the chosen one.
Ploob, you may have won this battle, but the white circle is still the key to the universe.
Rick, okay, we're out of here.
Team, back in Rick and Morty's garage.
Morty, that was wild, Rick. I can't believe we met Luke Skywalker.
Rick, yeah, Morty, the Star Wars universe is full of surprises. Who knows what universe we'll explore next?
Gary, I hope it's not another one with lightsaber face-offs.
The end.
Title, The Multi-Dimensional Luggage Tag Adventure.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage, surrounded by piles of luggage. They are discussing their plan for a space vacation but realize they have lost their luggage tags.
Aw, geez, Rick, what are we gonna do? We can't go on vacation without our luggage tags.
Relax, Morty. I have an idea. We'll use my multidimensional portal gun to travel through various dimensions to find our lost luggage tags.
First dimension, Tintin's universe.
Rick and Morty find themselves in a universe based on the beloved comic book character Tintin.
Wow, Rick, this universe looks like a comic book.
That's because it is, Morty. Now let's find those tags.
They search high and low until they stumble upon a red tag on a suitcase belonging to Tintin himself.
Well, that was easy. On to the next dimension.
Second dimension, Scratch Card Universe.
In this universe, everything is determined by scratch cards.
What is this place, Rick?
It's a universe where scratch cards are the currency, Morty. Now help me scratch some cards so we can find our tags.
After scratching countless cards, they finally find a green tag.
We did it, Rick. We found a tag.
Not so fast, Morty. We still have a few more dimensions to go.
Third dimension, Vietnam.
Rick and Morty find themselves in the Vietnam War.
What the hell are we doing here, Rick?
We're looking for a yellow tag, Morty. Now let's search those army backpacks for our tag.
After dodging bullets and grenades, they finally find a yellow tag in a backpack.
Finally, we found all our tags. Let's go home.
Fourth dimension, Urethra universe.
Rick and Morty accidentally end up in a universe inside a person's urethra.
This place stinks, Rick.
We're not here to enjoy the scenery, Morty. We need to get out of here and fast.
After narrowly escaping the Urethra universe, they enter their own universe again.
Final scene, Rick and Morty's home.
Rick and Morty come home, exhausted but relieved.
Wow, that was one wild adventure, Rick.
Indeed it was, Morty. But it was all worth it to find our precious luggage tags.
Suddenly, Alinity, a popular Twitch streamer, enters their garage.
Linity. Hey guys, I heard about your crazy adventure. Mind if I join you on your next one?
Rick smirked.
Only if you're up for the challenge, Alinity.
The screen fades to black as the trio starts planning their next multi-dimensional adventure. End of episode.
Title: The Nanotech Plague Outbreak in the Sci-Fi Themed Diorama.
Introduction.
The episode takes place in a futuristic setting with green lights and a circular ceiling in the background. A group of toy figures are posed in the diorama, simulating a futuristic laboratory setting where mysterious experiments are being conducted with nanotechnology. The episode focuses on the outbreak of a nanotech plague that threatens to destroy the entire diorama.
Scene 1, Tap Automat.
As the experiment progresses, the researchers use a technique called tap automat to stimulate the cells with nanotechnology and observe their reaction. However, the experiment goes awry, and the nanotech turns out to be much more potent than anticipated, leading to a sudden outbreak.
Searcher 1. The tapotment technique has caused an unexpected reaction in the cells. We need to contain the outbreak before it spreads.
Scene 2, Creating sci-fi themed dioramas.
The diorama was created to simulate a futuristic setting where advanced experiments are conducted. The designers put a lot of effort into creating a realistic environment that immerses the viewers in a sci-fi world.
Designer, our goal was to create a diorama that evokes the futuristic world of science and technology. The green lights and circular ceiling were inspired by classic sci-fi movies.
Scene 3, Gollum.
One of the toy figures, a miniature version of the Gollum character from Lord of the Rings, has been infected with the nanotech virus. The virus has taken control of Gollum's mind and turned him into a rogue element in the diorama.
Gollum, my precious nanotech, I will destroy everything in this diorama.
Scene 4, Handball.
As the outbreak escalates, the other toy figures band together to fight the infected Gollum. They use a handmade handball to attack the rogue character and try to contain the virus.
Toy Soldier 1, we need to stop Gollum before he spreads the virus. Use the handball.
Scene 5, Nanotech Plague Outbreak.
The nanotech virus spreads rapidly, infecting other toy figures in the diorama. The infected toys turn into rogue elements and start attacking the others, leading to chaos and destruction.
Toy Soldier 2, the virus is spreading too fast. We need to contain it before it's too late.
Scene 6, Zucchini.
In a last-ditch effort to stop the outbreak, the toy figures decide to use a zucchini to neutralize the virus. They combine the zucchini with their own ingenuity and create a powerful weapon that can destroy the infected toys and contain the virus.
Toy Scientist, zucchini contains a natural substance that can neutralize the virus. If we combine it with our toy technology, we can create a powerful weapon.
Inclusion.
In the end, the toy figures successfully neutralize the virus and contain the outbreak. The diorama is saved, and the toy characters return to their normal lives. However, the experience has left them shaken, and they vow to be more careful in the future when conducting experiments with nanotechnology.
Toy Leader. We have learned a valuable lesson. Science is powerful, but it must be used with caution. Let's make sure we never repeat this mistake again.
Title: The Quantum League of IGHT1 Memes.
Synopsis. In this episode of Rick and Morty, we delve into the complexities of quantum physics and the League of Legends. A mysterious character from the distant future holds a wand and a glowing orb in her hand, leading Rick and Morty on a wild journey through time and space.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in their lab, working on their latest invention. Suddenly, the lights flicker and they hear a strange noise. They turn to see a figure from the future, holding a glowing orb and a wand.
What the hell is going on here?
Future character, greetings, travelers from another dimension. I am here to seek your help in an urgent matter.
Sure. What do you need?
Future character, I am from the Quantum League of the Future, and we are in dire need of your assistance. Our universe is being threatened by a powerful force, and we need your help to stop it.
Well, we're not exactly superheroes, but we'll do our best. What do you need from us?
Future character, I require your assistance in locating the AiT Wand, a powerful artifact that can defeat the evil force threatening our universe.
The what now?
Oh, the AiT Wand. Yeah, I know where that is. It's in the hands of a powerful League of Legends player. We'll have to travel to the future to retrieve it.
Future character, excellent. Let us journey forth.
As the team travels through time and space, they encounter many obstacles and challenges, including hostile aliens, mind-bending puzzles, and a horde of meme-filled creatures known as AiT Wand memes. However, with their wit and ingenuity, they were able to overcome each obstacle and reach their destination.
Well, here we are. The future. Let's find this League player and get that AiT Wand.
But Rick, how are we gonna find them?
Simple, Morty. We just follow the memes.
As they journeyed through the realm of the AiT Wand memes, they encountered a variety of absurd and hilarious creatures, including a sentient actor who was constantly quoting movies, a group of at least 10 lines, soldiers who were obsessed with order and structure, and even a meme of Morty himself saying, "I'ma head out." Eventually, they arrived at the League of Legends tournament, where they encountered the player holding the AiT Wand. In an intense battle, Rick and Morty were able to defeat the player and retrieve the wand.
Future character, well done, travelers. The Quantum League thanks you for your bravery and dedication in the face of danger. With the AiT Wand in our possession, we can finally defeat the evil force threatening our universe.
Yeah, whatever. We're just glad to be going back home.
As the team journeys back to their own dimension, they reflect on the absurdity of their adventure and the strange creatures they encountered. But through it all, they were able to save another universe from certain doom, and that was something to be proud of.
Title: The Scientific Adventures of Rick and the Zebra Effect.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty find themselves on a planet inhabited by hyper-intelligent zebras with a penchant for puns. As they explore the planet, they stumble upon a mysterious tree with yellow flowers that seem to emit a strange energy field. Meanwhile, a group of gorillas led by an unsettled Tom meme escape from a nearby research facility and seek refuge at the Vampire Vacation Resort.
Morty, these zebras are a goldmine of scientific knowledge. I bet they can teach us a thing or two about praseodymium.
Oh, Rick, I don't even know what that is.
That's exactly why we need to learn, Morty. Now let's go check out that tree. Zebra Leader. Greetings, travelers. I am the leader of the Zebra Council. Please state your business. We're just here to study your planet and maybe learn a thing or two. Zebra Leader. Ah, I see. Well, before you do that, perhaps you'd like to indulge in some zebra puns?
I don't know, Rick. These puns seem kinda lame.
Nonsense, Morty. There's always something to be gained from a good pun.
Meanwhile, at the vampire vacation resort,
Unsettled Tom meme. This place is perfect. We can lay low here for a while.
Gorilla number 1. But what about the ventricular shunt implant they put in us?
Gorilla number 2. Yeah, if they track that, they'll find us.
Unsettled Tom meme. Don't worry, guys. I've got a guy who can take care of that.
back with Rick and Morty.
Zebra leader. Now that the puns are out of the way, let me show you the true power of this planet's energy. Fascinating. This energy field is like nothing I've ever seen before. We need to get a closer look.
As they approach the tree, they suddenly find themselves transported to a strange, blurry dimension.
Rick, where are we? What's going on?
This must be the zebra effect. It's a type of quantum entanglement caused by the energy field of the tree. We need to find a way out of here before we're stuck in this dimension forever.
As Rick and Morty struggle to escape the zebra effect, the gorillas at the resort are about to face a new set of problems.
Unsettled Tom meme. All right, boys. Our guy is here to remove.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty discussing the probability of winning the lottery while they look at 4 pictures of a man and a cat in different poses.
Rick, Morty, the probability of winning the lottery is 1 in 14 million. These pictures have a higher probability of containing a British short-hair cat.
Morty, I don't know, Rick. Those cats look pretty average.
Suddenly, Jerry bursts in, excitedly holding a ragdoll cat.
Jerry. Guys, I won the lottery.
Rick, congratulations, Jerry. Now give me the cat.
Jerry. What? No, this is my prize.
Rick, the cat is worth more than the money. Trust me.
As Jerry leaves, Beth enters with a British short-hair cat on her shoulder.
Beth, look, I found this cat on Uranus. It's a rare breed.
Morty, Mom, Uranus isn't a planet, and the cat doesn't even look that special.
Rick, actually, Morty, Uranus is a legitimate astronomical object. And that cat is worth a fortune.
As the group argues about the value of their cats, the ragdoll suddenly transforms into a tentacled monster and attacks.
Summer, guys, what the hell is going on?
Rick, it's probably that damn cat. It's not even a real ragdoll. It's from another dimension.
The group battles the monster while trying to protect their cats. Eventually, they defeat it and emerge victorious.
Rick, see, Morty, cats are dangerous, but they're also worth a lot of money.
Morty, I don't think that's the lesson we should be taking away from this, Rick.
As the episode ends, the group sits in silence, surrounded by their cats, contemplating the true value of their newfound wealth. Title: The Quantum Skateboard Trickster Paradox.
Synopsis. Rick, Morty, and Summer are exploring the multiverse when they stumble upon a dimension where cartoon characters exist in a physical plane. As they observe a cartoon character performing an impossible skateboard trick in the air, they decide to investigate the quantum mechanics behind it. Along the way, they encounter exaggerated tales of bad luck, ninja stand-up comedy, and even Bart Simpson himself.
Morty, we've stumbled upon a realm where cartoons exist in the flesh. Fascinating, isn't it?
I dunno, Rick. Seems kind of weird to me.
Can we focus on the impossible skateboard trick happening right now?
Ah, yes, the skateboard. It appears to be defying the laws of physics. Let's dig a little deeper.
So, what's the deal, Rick? Is it some kind of quantum entanglement?
No, Morty, it's much more complex than that. We're dealing with a paradox of the multiverse.
Can you explain that in English?
The skateboard trickster is simultaneously existing in two separate dimensions, and his actions in one affect the other. But to fully understand it, we must observe its effects on the cartoon world.
Art Simpson. Hey, dudes. What's the hubbub?
Art Simpson, what are you doing here?
Art, just checking out the scene. Man, I heard there was some quantum level stuff going on.
How does he always manage to show up in every universe we visit?
I think it's a running gag. Morty.
Ninja stand-up comedian. What's the deal with this skateboard trickster, am I right? Oh, great. Now we have to deal with ninja stand-up comedy.
As the group delves deeper into the quantum paradox, they must use their scientific expertise to unravel the mysteries behind the cartoon character's impossible skateboard trick and find a way to set the multiverse back on course. Along the way, they encounter wacky characters and unlikely allies, all while navigating the absurdity and complexity of multiple dimensions. The outcome is uncertain, but one thing is for sure. This adventure will go down in multiversal history as the craziest Rick and Morty episode ever.
Title: Octopuses and Kendrick Lamar in a shapeshifting spy thriller.
Synopsis.
In this episode, two men, identified as Agent A, Tide Suit, and Agent B, Mohawk Suit, engage in a thrilling espionage mission while investigating an underground organization. The episode is marked by the sudden appearance of an octopus, which poses a significant threat to the agent's mission. The octopus is revealed to be a genetically enhanced, espionage-trained cephalopod working for the subterranean organization. The episode culminates with Kendrick Lamar, a CIA informant, joining the agents and aiding them in their quest.
Discussion.
Agent A, our mission objectives are to infiltrate and dismantle an underground criminal organization that is attempting to develop genetically enhanced, espionage-trained octopuses. We need to be prepared for anything.
Agent B. Agreed. We'll need to be extra cautious and vigilant considering the octopus's natural camouflage abilities and their ability to mimic other creatures. We need to stay focused and remember that any of these creatures could be a hostile threat.
Agent A, our intel indicates that Kendrick Lamar may have information about the criminal organization's activities. We should reach out to him and see if he's willing to cooperate.
Agent B. Good idea. Having a CIA informant on our team could be invaluable.
Octopus suddenly appears, startling the agents.
Agent A, watch out! It's the octopus we've been warned about. It appears to be genetically enhanced and trained for espionage purposes.
Agent B. We'll need to use all of our skills and resources to neutralize this threat. We can't let it compromise our mission.
Kendrick Lamar appears, surprising the agents.
Kendrick Lamar, I was waiting for you guys. I've got some intel on the organization, but we'll need to move quickly if we want to make use of it.
Agent A, great timing. We could use all the help we can get. Let's neutralize this threat and get to Kendrick's information.
After a thrilling and action-packed sequence, the agents and Kendrick successfully neutralize the octopus threat and gain valuable information.
Agent B. The organization's leader is a shapeshifter. That's why it's been so difficult to track them down.
Agent A, we'll need to use every trick in our book to corner and capture them. But now, we know who we're dealing with.
Kendrick Lamar nods in agreement, as the episode ends with a cliffhanger revealing the shapeshifter's identity.
Title: The Space Pirate Skirmish at the Pirate Comedy Club with Blimple Poplars and Cherries.
Synopsis. In this episode, we present a scientific analysis of the events that unfolded at the Pirate Comedy Club featuring the mysterious Blimple Poplars. The episode begins with a bowl of cherries placed on a green surface with a red and white hat in the background. Through scientific observations, we conclude that the cherries are a source of antioxidant compounds that may benefit human health.
Dr. Smith, it is noteworthy to mention that the red and white hat in the background is a symbolic representation of the pirate culture prevalent at the Pirate Comedy Club.
Dr. Brown, our observations indicate that the Pirate Comedy Club is an establishment that serves as a social hub for space pirates to gather and engage in humorous activities.
Captain Blackbeard, ahoy, mateys! We had a special guest at our Pirate Comedy Club today, the enigmatic Blimple Poplars.
Dr. Garcia, from a linguistic perspective, the name Blimple Poplars could potentially be a reference to the popelberry plant species commonly found in the galaxy.
Dr. Hernandez, during the performance, Blimple Poplars suddenly stopped speaking and began consuming the cherries present on stage. This unexpected behavior could potentially be indicative of an alien species unfamiliar with human customs.
Ensign Johnson, suddenly, a group of space pirates not affiliated with the Pirate Comedy Club arrived and engaged in a skirmish. It appeared that they were searching for E.T. the extraterrestrial.
Dr. Lee, our analysis indicates that the ET in question is a renowned space explorer with vast knowledge of interstellar travel. It is possible that the pirates sought to obtain this valuable information for their own gain.
Captain Blackbeard, in the end, the skirmish was quelled, and Blimple Poplars resumed speaking and performing for the audience. We conclude that the events that transpired provide a unique insight into the complexities of interspecies interactions and the diverse cultures present in the galaxy.
Dr. Smith, further research is required to fully comprehend the implications of these events, but it is evident that the Pirate Comedy Club and its patrons play a crucial role in the intergalactic community.
Overall, this episode presents a scientific account of the space pirate skirmish at the Pirate Comedy Club with Blimple Poplars and Cherries, offering a unique perspective on the cultural and linguistic complexities of the galaxy. Introduction. In this episode, we observe a group of Lego Batman characters, namely Batman, Robin, and Silver, in a room with a Batman wallpaper and a Batman logo. The opening scene is set up as a creepy dollhouse terror, triggering a measurable stress response in the characters. The group decides to alleviate the tension by engaging in laughing yoga, a scientifically proven technique to reduce stress hormones.
Scene 1.
Batman. The intensity of the spooky environment is causing a heightened response in the amygdala, triggering the fight or flight response.
Robin, yes, Batman, the amygdala is a crucial part of the limbic system that processes emotions and behaviors, and the character accessories in this dollhouse appear to be targeting our fears.
Silver, this reminds me of a study conducted at the Salk Institute for Biological Studies, which showed that stress can have detrimental effects on the immune system.
Scene 2.
Robin, let's try a laughing yoga technique to reduce cortisol levels and promote relaxation.
Batman. Indeed, laughter has been linked to the release of endorphins, which can counteract the effects of stress.
Silver, I concur, laughing yoga can also improve cardiovascular function and decrease anxiety.
Scene 3.
As the group engages in laughing yoga, the tension begins to dissipate, and the characters start to feel more relaxed.
Batman. I feel much better now. As the Caped Crusader, I should remember to incorporate stress management techniques in my daily routine.
Robin, I agree, Batman. We should practice more self-care to maintain optimal health and well-being.
Silver, maybe we can also create a BLT sandwich with whole grain bread and lean turkey to nourish our bodies with proper nutrition.
Conclusion.
In conclusion, the Lego Batman characters encountered a stressful situation in a creepy dollhouse terror. However, they skillfully utilized scientific techniques such as laughing yoga and proper nutrition to promote relaxation and well-being. As a result, they were able to manage their stress response and maintain optimal health. The episode also highlights the importance of incorporating stress management techniques in daily routines to promote physical and mental health.
Title: The Sci-Fi Rings of Rihanna.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty explore the implications of a strange sci-fi ring that has appeared on the finger of a woman named Rihanna. The duo soon discover that there is more to the ring than meets the eye, and that its true power lies in the hands of a group of aliens who seek to harness its power for their own nefarious purposes. In the ensuing chaos, Jerry and Beth must reckon with their own insecurities and their relationship with each other.
Scene 1.
Morty, we've got to check out this ring on Rihanna's finger. Something's not right here.
What are you talking about, Rick?
Just trust me, Morty. We gotta figure out what's going on.
Scene 2.
Voice trembling. BB Beth, what if Rick and Morty don't come back?
Rolling her eyes. Oh, please, Jerry. They always come back.
Scene 3.
Rihanna, confused, so you're saying this ring has some sort of scientific power?
Smirking. Oh, it's more than just scientific, Rihanna. This ring is straight up sci-fi.
Scene 4.
Shocked, Rick, look. Those aliens are trying to steal the ring.
Loading his laser gun. Not on my watch, Morty. Scene 5.
Frustrated, Jerry, can't you do anything right? Look at what Rick and Morty are doing. They're saving the world.
Deflated. I don't know, Beth. I guess I'm just not as good as them. Scene 6.
Rihanna, awestruck, that was amazing. How can I ever thank you?
Smirking. Don't worry about it, Rihanna. Just glad we could help.
Scene 7.
PetSmart employee, confused. Is this a joke? Why are you asking about sci-fi rings?
Sarcastic. Oh, sorry. I forgot we were in a pet store and not a science lab.
Scene 8.
Cloud strife. Stoic, I sense a great power emanating from that ring. We must take it for ourselves.
Frustrated. Oh great, now there's a video game character in on this too?
Scene 9.
Sighing. You know, Jerry, I think we make a pretty good team ourselves.
Smiling. Really, Beth?
Nodding. Yeah. Let's go save the world too.
Scene 10.
Smirking. See, Morty? That's the power of sci-fi. It brings people together.
Awestruck. Wow, Rick. I never thought of it like that. Title: The Schrodinger's Lisa Experiment.
Opening shot. Rick and Morty are in the garage, working on their latest invention. Rick pulls out a small box and hands it to Morty.
Morty, this is the Schrodinger's Lisa experiment box. It contains a card game, a phone, and a photo of Lisa Simpson. We need to see if the experiment works.
Why Lisa Simpson, Rick? And what the hell is the Schrodinger's Lisa experiment?
Morty, Lisa represents uncertainty and probability. The experiment is based on the famous Schrödinger's cat thought experiment.
Morty looks confused, but Rick continues.
We will play a game of blackjack with Lisa on the phone. But the photo might show her boxing in Puerto Rico. Or maybe she's just a starfish in another dimension. The card game will determine what reality we're in.
Oh, okay. But what if we lose?
That's the beauty of it, Morty. There are no losers in the Schrödinger's Lisa experiment. We'll just create multiple universes where we win.
They start the experiment, and the scene quickly turns into a chaotic and hilarious sequence of events. 1. Rick deals the cards, and Morty starts sweating profusely.
Rick, I don't know how to play blackjack.
Relax, Morty. It's just basic probability, unless Lisa decides to switch the universe on us.
2. Lisa's voice comes out of the phone, but it's not Lisa Simpson.
Voice on phone. Hola, amigos. This is Lisa from Puerto Rico. Ready to box me?
Rick looks annoyed, but Morty is excited.
Rick, Lisa's a boxer in this universe.
3. The photo of Lisa on the table suddenly disappears, and a live starfish appears.
Oh, great. We're in the starfish universe now.
What does that mean, Rick?
It means we have to play blackjack with a starfish. But don't worry, I'm an expert at playing against invertebrates.
4. The card game gets intense, and Rick pulls out a flask of green liquid.
Rick, what's that?
It's my special blackjack juice, Morty. It helps me focus.
Is that safe to drink?
It's not safe not to drink it, Morty.
5. The experiment concludes, and Rick looks pleased.
Another successful test, Morty. We won in every universe, except the one where Lisa was a T-Rex.
A T-Rex? How?
Rick cuts him off.
Doesn't matter, Morty. Science.
End scene.
Title: The Interdimensional Gossip Experiment.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty team up for a scientific experiment that involves using an interdimensional communication device to eavesdrop on the conversations of characters from different universes. As they listen in, they discover that the Simpsons family from an alternate reality is having relationship drama, causing Morty to get involved in a love triangle with Lisa Simpsons.
Scientific PhD University Terms Description.
As part of their ongoing research into interdimensional communication, Rick and Morty utilize a high-tech interdimensional gossip device to listen in on the conversations of various beings from different universes. Starting with a bipedal cat-like creature that relays tales of his conquests on planet Zogon, Rick and Morty are endlessly amused by the variety of stories and news from across the multiverse. However, their experiment takes an unexpected turn when they come across a familiar cartoon character, Homer Simpson, and his family, deep in the throes of relationship turmoil. Intrigued, Morty focuses in on Lisa Simpson and begins to take a close and personal interest in her struggles, quickly finding himself caught in a dizzying whirlwind of interdimensional romantic entanglement.
Story discussion.
Well, Morty, it seems like we've stumbled upon a rather fascinating discovery here. The multiverse is full of all sorts of juicy gossip and juicy tales.
Yeah, Rick, but that feels kind of wrong. Like we're spying on people or something.
Oh, Morty, don't be such a stick in the mud. Everyone loves a good gossip from time to time. Besides, it's all in the name of science.
As they continue to listen, Morty becomes fixated on the relationship troubles of Lisa Simpson.
Oh man, Rick, Lisa just broke up with Milhouse. She's so heartbroken.
Ah, typical high school romance drama. But Morty, you're not getting any ideas, are you?
What? No way, Rick. I mean, Lisa's just a cartoon character and I'm a real person. It's impossible, right?
Well, with interdimensional travel, anything is possible, Morty. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Let's just keep listening and see what juicy details come our way.
As the drama unfolds, Morty becomes increasingly involved in Lisa's personal life and begins to develop feelings for her, much to Rick's amusement.
Morty, my boy, you're in deep. This is some serious interdimensional love triangle stuff.
I know, Rick, but I just can't help how I feel.
Well, we'll just have to find a way to fix things up for you. Who knows, maybe our next interdimensional adventure will take us to a universe where you and Lisa can be together.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty signing off from their interdimensional gossip experiment, but not before Morty sends a heartfelt message to Lisa, letting her know that he's always there for her, even if they're from different dimensions.
Title: Interdisciplinary Study of Interspecies Relationships, Morty and Lisa.
In this episode, our protagonist Morty goes out on a date with Lisa Simpsons, a member of a different cartoon species. This episode delves into the various complexities that arise from interspecies relationships ranging from social stigmatization, physiological compatibility, and reproduction, to name a few. We start with Morty nervously asking Lisa out, highlighting the psychological aspects of interspecies relationships. Morty is apprehensive about how he would be perceived by society and the repercussions of his actions on his family and friends. Lisa, on the other hand, is confident that their relationship can withstand the public scrutiny and that Morty's acceptance by the Simpsons family will be a testament to their love. As the episode progresses, we witness the power of gossip and perception on social relations. Morty and Lisa's relationship is met with mixed reactions from both their respective communities and the media. While some are supportive of their relationship, others express disgust and anger towards them, reflecting social norms and cultural boundaries. The episode then delves into the physiological aspects of interspecies relationships and the challenges that arise in reproductive compatibility. Morty and Lisa, both being cartoon characters, have different reproductive systems and natural ways of procreation. After much discussion and consultation with scientists, they decide to adopt a hybridized baby, which is met with further societal backlash but also highlights the need for acceptance and diversity. Finally, the episode culminates in the birth of the hybridized baby, exploring the scientific and medical process of labor and delivery in interspecies reproduction. Through this process, Morty and Lisa come to realize the strength of their relationship, the power of love, and the importance of acceptance despite societal norms.
Characters.
A cartoon character apprehensive about the societal repercussions of dating an interspecies partner.
Lisa Simpsons, a confident member of a different cartoon species who does not care about the opinions of society and has faith in her relationship with Morty.
Scientists provide scientific opinions on physiological compatibility and reproductive systems of different cartoon species.
Society and media reflect societal norms and cultural boundaries that affect the perception of interspecies relationships.
Scientists, based on our analysis, your respective reproductive systems indicate that natural procreation is infeasible for your species. We recommend hybridization through alternative methods.
Morty. Wait, what does that even mean? Is it safe?
Lisa Simpsons. Morty, it's our only option. We'll make it work. Our love is strong enough to overcome any challenge. Social media. Interspecies relationship makes me sick. What's next? Humans and animals.
Morty. It doesn't matter what they think. We're happy.
Doctors, congratulations, you have a healthy hybridized baby on the way.
Labor room. Breathe, Morty. Push, Lisa. You're doing great. Here comes the baby.
Baby cries, wah.
Morty and Lisa Simpsons, we love you, little one.
Title: The Cheating Conundrum.
In this episode, Rick is working on a highly advanced scientific experiment involving the manipulation of DNA molecules. Morty is assisting Rick in setting up the equipment while Jerry, Summer, and Beth watch from a distance. Suddenly, Beth receives a text message from her friend Lois, informing her that she had cheated on Jerry with Peter Griffin and has had a baby with him. Beth is in complete shock and quickly tells the rest of the family about the situation. Rick is not interested in getting involved in the family drama, but Morty is curious about the scientific implications of the situation. He asks Rick if it would be possible to manipulate the DNA of the child to make it more like Jerry, but Rick tells him that it's not that simple. Jerry is devastated by the news and can't believe that Beth would cheat on him. He feels like he's been punched in the gut and can't seem to shake off the feeling of betrayal. Lois, on the other hand, is feeling guilty and tells Beth that she never meant for it to happen. As the family tries to wrap their heads around the situation, Rick continues to work on his experiment. He discovers a way to use the DNA from different species to create hybrid organisms. He decides to create a creature that is part lion and part kangaroo, just for fun. Meanwhile, Jerry and Lois are trying to work through their feelings of hurt and betrayal. They both feel like they've lost something important and can't seem to shake off the feeling of sadness. Summer, in an attempt to cheer them up, decides to throw a party. The party is a success, with everyone having a great time and letting loose. Morty even convinces Rick to come out and join in on the fun. They all dance and drink until the early hours of the morning. In the end, Jerry and Lois find solace in each other and decide to work on their relationship, while also accepting the child that has resulted from the cheating scandal. Beth realizes that she needs to take responsibility for her actions and begins to work on herself. And Rick? Well, he's just happy to have created a lion-kangaroo hybrid creature.
Morty, do you realize the genetic implications of a lion-kangaroo hybrid? We could create a whole new species.
Oh, I don't know, Rick. Isn't that kind of messed up?
I can't believe Beth would cheat on me with Peter Griffin.
Hey, let's party and forget about it for now.
Louis, I don't know what to do. I feel terrible about what happened.
I can't believe I did this. I need to take responsibility for my actions.
Who cares about the drama? I created a lion-kangaroo hybrid.
Title: Reproductive Techno-Social Infidelities of Peter and the Cheating Illusion Unveiled.
Synopsis. In this episode, we observe a fascinating yet baffling occurrence where Peter Griffin and Beth are seen hugging each other in a chair with a robot behind them on a purple background with a purple sky. The situation unfolds into a tumultuous statement of reproductive techno-social infidelities, where we investigate the intricate processes behind the creation of their offspring, as well as their ethical and moral code violations through cheating on Jerry and Lois.
Peter Griffin, a bipedal hominid with a Y chromosome, possesses gonads known as testes that produce millions of spermatozoa continuously. Beth, on the other hand, is an adult female with 2 X chromosomes and has paired reproductive organs known as ovaries that release mature ova or eggs during the process of ovulation. During sexual intercourse, millions of spermatozoa released by Peter reach the ovum in Beth's uterus, of which only a few thousand survive and enter the fallopian tube. In this case, unethical sexual intercourse between Peter and Beth led to the formation of a zygote in Beth's fallopian tube. This zygote undergoes meiotic cell divisions known as cleavage, forming a ball of cells called a blastocyst. It migrates to the uterus and implants itself on the endometrial lining, initiating pregnancy. However, the progression of this pregnancy reflects an underlying truth about social infidelities, where Peter and Beth betray their partners. The development of human offspring requires a complex cooperation of masculine and feminine chromosomes. In this case, without the cooperation of Jerry's X chromosome with Beth's X chromosome, the newly formed individual would not have survived. Therefore, Peter and Beth's cheating not only violated their moral code but also subverted natural processes of reproduction, leading to the emergence of an individual bearing traits without the cooperation of the original parent's DNA.
Test tube scientist. This is a clear indication of how we cannot manipulate natural processes without severe consequences. The physical and psychological implications of these techno-social infidelities will affect not only the individuals involved but also the society at large.
Overall, this episode highlights the essentiality of ethical and moral codes in our social structures and the complexity of human reproduction. The repercussions of violating these codes may lead to the emergence of undesired genetic traits, resulting in a significant impact on the future of humanity.
Title: The Interlocking Intimate Intercourse of Inebriated Couples.
Synopsis.
Rick, Morty, Beth, and Summer find themselves on a rug in the middle of a city while a cartoon character holds a sign advertising intergalactic procreation services. Meanwhile, Lois Griffin from another cartoon universe suddenly decides to marry Jerry in Las Vegas. The couple decides to gamble at the casino and eventually find a room for intercourse.
Act 1.
I don't usually condone this kind of behavior, Morty. But, I mean, what's a little interspecies mingling among consenting adults, am I right?
Dad, what are you talking about?
Well, Beth, apparently there's a whole industry out there for species interlocking intimacy. And right now, it's right in front of us.
Gross, Dad.
I don't know, Rick. Maybe this is one of those things we should just leave alone.
Act 2.
As Lois and Jerry arrive at the Las Vegas casino, they quickly become enamored by the bright lights and the promise of winning big. They try their hand at various games and eventually stumble upon the intimate roulette table. What kind of game is this?
Dealer, it's simple, sir. Just spin the wheel and let fate decide who your intimate partner will be. Lois, sounds exhilarating. Let's give it a go, Jerry.
Act 3.
As the wheel spins, the couple holds their breath. Suddenly, it lands on a strange and unfamiliar species. They nervously follow the creature to their private room.
Lois, well, this is certainly different.
I don't know about this, Lois. Are you sure we should be doing this?
Lois, oh, come on, Jerry. Live a little.
Act 4.
With some trial and error, the couple finally figure out how to interlock their private parts and begin to procreate. The process is explained in excruciating detail through scientific diagrams and illustrations.
Wow, Morty, that's certainly a new one for the books.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever be able to look at Mom and Dad the same way again.
Can we please change the subject now?
Epilogue.
As Lois and Jerry leave the casino, they reflect on their unique experience.
Lois, well, that was certainly something special, Jerry.
I don't know, Lois. I kind of miss the old-fashioned way of doing things.
Lois, Haha, don't worry, Jerry. We'll always have Las Vegas.
Title: Infidelity in Fictional Dimensions, a Scientific Analysis.
Opening shot reveals a woman identified as Beth, seated in a high-backed chair, wearing a pink hat and glasses while facing a cityscape background illuminated by a red light. Suddenly, a character from another fictional universe, identified as Peter Griffin, enters the scene. Beth and Peter engage in sexual intercourse, as evidenced by their increased heart rate, perspiration, and elevated adrenaline levels. A subsequent genetic analysis shows that Beth has conceived a baby with Peter and she has cheated on her partner, Jerry.
Dr. Smith. This episode provides an excellent opportunity to explore the complex emotions and responses elicited by infidelity. Jerry and Lois, Beth's partner, are likely experiencing a range of feelings, including shock, anger, and disappointment. These emotions are fueled by the societal concept of monogamy, which implies a commitment to exclusive sexual behavior with one partner.
Dr. Patel, the theory of social exchange suggests that individuals value relationships that offer rewards, such as love, respect, and loyalty. The breach of an exclusive relationship can be seen as a violation of these rewards, triggering a sense of betrayal and emotional distress.
Dr. Rodriguez. Additionally, the concept of sexual selection favors competition among males to secure reproductive opportunities. By cheating, Beth has increased her reproductive potential by introducing genetic diversity into her offspring, potentially leading to increased survival of the species.
Dr. Lee, however, the consequences of infidelity can be devastating for both parties involved, leading to relationship breakdown, trust issues, and psychological trauma. Furthermore, this episode highlights the potential ethical dilemmas associated with genetic testing, as the revelation of the biological father could have severe repercussions for all parties involved.
Dr. Gupta. In conclusion, this episode offers a thought-provoking exploration of infidelity and its subsequent effects on both an individual and societal level. While fictional in nature, this scenario illustrates the complex interplay between genetics, psychology, and societal norms in human relationships.
Title: The Birth of Half-Life 3.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick and Morty run into a man with a beard and glasses holding a camera lens up to his face with a camera in his hand. They quickly realize that this man is actually a renowned photographer and scientist, Dr. Lensman.
Dr. Lensman takes Rick and Morty on a journey into the depths of human reproduction, where they witness a shocking event. Beth has intercourse with Valve CEO Gabe Newell, resulting in the creation of a child.
But this is no ordinary child. Beth names it Half-Life 3, and it possesses incredible powers and abilities. The rest of the episode follows the crazy adventures of Half-Life 3 and the Sanchez-Smith family as they attempt to navigate the challenges of parenthood.
Scientific discussion.
Alright, Morty, we're about to embark on a scientific journey that will change the way we look at human reproduction.
Oh, I don't know if I want to go there, Rick.
Dr. Lensman, nonsense. There's nothing more fascinating than the intricacies of human biology.
Oh God, what am I getting myself into?
The group observes as Beth and Gabe Newell engage in sexual intercourse, leading to the creation of Half-Life 3. Dr. Lensman explains the process in detail, discussing the role of sperm and egg cells and the complex interactions that occur during fertilization.
This is some pretty deep stuff, Doc. You're really blowing my mind right now.
Dr. Lensman. But the real magic happens during the gestation period. As the fetus grows and develops, it absorbs nutrients and oxygen from the mother's body, creating a symbiotic relationship between the two.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
Beth eventually gives birth to Half-Life 3, and the group is shocked by its incredible powers. However, they soon discover the challenges of raising a child with godlike abilities, resulting in a series of hilarious and unpredictable events.
Well, I gotta say, this was quite the adventure. I never thought I'd be dissecting the complexities of human reproduction with a renowned scientist and photographer.
Dr. Lensman, the pleasure was all mine, my dear Rick. Perhaps we'll continue our research in the future?
Could we just, watch TV or something instead?
Oh, shut up, Morty.
Title: The Multidimensional VA Experience.
Opening shot of Rick and Morty in the garage, surrounded by various complicated devices and machines.
Morty, we gotta go to the Multiverse VA. It's the only place we can get the new interdimensional portal part we need for the intergalactic collaboration project.
Rick, isn't the VA just like a hospital for veterans?
No, Morty, that's just the simple, linear explanation. The VA is actually a multidimensional nexus point that connects the most advanced civilizations in the universe.
Okay, Rick, but how are we gonna get there?
We'll use the interdimensional portal, Morty. It's a new prototype I've been working on. Just follow my lead.
Cut to Rick and Morty arriving at the VA, which appears as a building with a red and green floor and a red and white sign that says, VA. They enter the portal and instantly find themselves in a crowded waiting room.
Damn it, Morty, this is the wrong dimension. We gotta find the right one. Just look for the red and green floor.
Rick, there are like a million different waiting rooms here. How are we gonna find the right one?
Just use your brain for once, Morty. We'll just ask the receptionist.
They approach the receptionist, who is a humanoid alien with tentacles for hair.
Excuse me, we're looking for the interdimensional portal part. Can you tell us where to find it?
Receptionist, of course, sir. You need to go to the 3rd floor, room 5C. But be careful, there are many dangers in the VA. You never know what kind of creatures you might encounter.
Rick and Morty make their way to the 3rd floor, fighting off various alien creatures and dodging laser beams. Finally, they arrive at room 5C.
Okay, Morty, I'm gonna need you to keep watch while I grab the part.
But, Rick, what if something happens to you? We should stick together.
Don't worry, Morty, I've got this.
Rick enters the room and starts looking for the interdimensional portal part. Suddenly, he hears a loud noise coming from the corner of the room. He turns around and sees a portal opening, and out steps Gabe Newell, the CEO of Valve Corporation, accompanied by Lois Griffin from Family Guy.
What the hell, Gabe Newell and Lois Griffin? What are you two doing here?
Gabe, we heard about the VA and thought it would be a good place to have a little fun. You know how it is, Rick.
Lois. Yeah, we wanted to try something new and exciting. And Gabe's a big fan of your work, Rick.
Yeah, that's great and all, but I really need to.
Gabe interrupts Rick with a wink.
Gabe, oh come on, Rick, don't be such a buzzkill. Why don't we have a little party here? I heard you have some of the best alcohol in the multiverse.
Fine, whatever. Just don't get in my way.
The rest of the episode follows Rick, Morty, Gabe and Lois on a wild party adventure through the VA, with plenty of jokes, crazy situations, and hilarious one-liners.
You know what, Morty? This is why I create stuff. To have these kinds of experiences. The kind that just can't be put into words. So let's just enjoy this moment for what it is.
Yeah, Rick, this is pretty crazy, but I gotta admit, it's kind of fun.
The episode ends with the group stumbling out of the VA, completely drunk and definitely not remembering everything that happened.
That was one hell of a ride, Morty. Let's just hope we don't end up doing something like that again.
Oh, yeah. Let's just go home, Rick.
The scene fades to black as they enter the portal, with the sound of their drunken laughter echoing into the void.
Title: The Interspecies Reproduction Experiment.
Summary. In an attempt to prove his scientific prowess, Rick devises an experiment to demonstrate interspecies reproduction, much to the chagrin of the family.
Act 1.
Morty, I've got a groundbreaking experiment for us to conduct. We will demonstrate how different species can copulate and conceive offspring.
Do we have to do this, Rick? I mean, it sounds kind of weird.
Weird? It's genius. Now let's get started.
Act 2.
What the hell is going on here, Rick? I don't want to be a part of this experiment of yours.
Relax, Jerry. We just need you to record the details of the experiment. Science waits for no man, especially not a man like you.
Dad, this is so gross. Can't we just watch interdimensional cable instead?
Silence, Summer. We are making scientific history here.
Act 3.
What the fuck, Rick? I thought we agreed to keep the experiments non-disturbing.
Oh, who needs agreements when you have science? Anyway, we have collected the data we need.
Rick, Snuffle the dog has copulated with a furry Pikachu from a cosplay convention. They have achieved climax and have a successful pregnancy.
Act 4.
I can't believe I'm recording the birth of whatever this thing is.
Seriously, Rick. What are we supposed to do with this thing?
Well, I suppose we can sell it to the highest bidder. Or we can keep it and study its unique characteristics.
This is so messed up, Rick. I don't think I can handle any more of these experiments.
Nonsense, Morty. The pursuit of knowledge requires sacrifices. Let's start planning our next experiment.
Title: Demon vs. Demon, a panda ammonium experiment.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick decides to conduct a freak anime science experiment on Goku, turning him into a panda. But things take a turn for the worse when the panda Goku escapes and runs rampant in the Smith household, causing chaos and destruction. Meanwhile, a demon named Zazkar arrives from another dimension, intent on enslaving humanity. It's up to Rick, Morty, and the rest of the Smith family to stop Zazkar and prevent the panda Goku from causing more damage.
Opening scene.
Morty, I've got an idea. We're gonna turn Goku into a panda.
A panda? Why?
Because science, Morty, and because it'll be hilarious.
Later that day.
Alright, Goku, let's get this experiment started.
Goku, in panda form, grow.
Excellent. Let's see what this baby can do.
The panda Goku breaks out of the laboratory.
Rick, it's escaping.
Don't worry, Morty, we've got this under control.
Meanwhile, Zaskar arrives from another dimension.
Zaskar, humans of this dimension, bow before me. I am Zaskar, conqueror of galaxies.
Great, another one of these guys.
Jerry, be quiet. We need to figure out how to stop him.
The Panda Goku rampages through the house, destroying everything in its path.
Dad, what do we do?
I don't know, Summer. Let's try to lure it back into the lab.
They manage to trap the Panda Goku back in the lab.
Zaskar, foolish humans, you think a mere panda can stop me?
Actually, Zaskar, I have something that can stop you.
Rick pulls out a device and presses a button, causing Zaskar to shrink down to the size of a toy. Whoa, how did you do that?
Oh, just some simple interdimensional technology. No big deal.
The episode ends with the Smith family cleaning up the mess caused by the Panda Goku.
You know, Rick, I never thought a Panda Goku could cause so much trouble.
That's science for you, Morty. Always unpredictable.
Title: The Lymphatic Drainage Massage Adventures with Rick and Morty.
In this scientifically advanced episode, Rick and Morty embark on a journey into a mysterious and potentially dangerous forest. Beth and Summer join the adventure as they trek through the dense trees, on the lookout for any unexplainable phenomenon.
Alright, Morty, we need to keep our wits about us. This forest is full of unknown variables that could lead to catastrophic consequences.
Rick, what's with the green shoes over there?
That's a person, Morty. They seem to be unconscious. Maybe we should check if they're okay?
Guys, we have more important things to focus on. We're here to explore this haunted forest, not help random strangers.
Suddenly, the group hears a faint whisper that seems to be coming from the person in the green shoes. They approach cautiously, only to find that the person is a massage therapist who specializes in lymphatic drainage massage.
Massage therapist, greetings, fellow explorers. I sensed an excessive negativity in your lymphatic systems, and I thought I would offer my services.
You're telling me that you can cure all of our ailments with just a massage? Sounds like a load of pseudoscientific mumbo-jumbo to me.
Massage therapist, on the contrary, good sir, lymphatic drainage massage has been scientifically proven to improve immune function, decrease inflammation, and reduce stress levels.
Oh, I don't know about this. What if something goes wrong?
Morty, we've been through worse. And if there's a chance this massage can give us an edge in our exploration, then it's worth a shot.
After the massage, the group feels rejuvenated and ready to take on any challenge the forest may throw their way. As they continue their exploration, they come across a group of baby animals who seem to be watching funny videos on their phones.
What the hell? Are those baby animals watching funny videos? This forest is full of surprises.
They're so cute. Can we take them home?
No, we cannot just take wild animals home with us. That's not how it works.
The group carries on with their adventure, encountering eerie ghostly figures and spooky sounds around every turn. But with the help of the lymphatic drainage massage and a bit of humor from the baby animals' videos, they ultimately emerge victorious and return home with newfound appreciation for the power of scientific research and relaxation techniques. End scene.
Title: Canine Quandary. The Heroic Hound meets KFC.
Episode plot.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on their latest interdimensional project, when they are interrupted by Jerry's request to take care of their neighbor's dog that had been missing for days. Summer returns from her Hero Academia training and offers to help find the lost dog.
Morty, geez Rick, do we really have to babysit someone else's dog?
Rick, shut up Morty, I need a break from my quantum calculations. Besides, who knows, maybe this dog is the key to unlocking the portals to the multiverse.
Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer set out to find the Cocker Title: The effect of sci-fi themed home decor on the psychological state of a frog subject.
Participants: a frog, xenomorph from the Alien franchise, Kermit the Frog, John Cena, and a surgeon performing umbilical hernia repair. Location: a table with a cityscape background in Ljubljana.
Introduction. The current study aimed to investigate the effect of sci-fi themed home decor on the psychological state of a frog subject. Additionally, we examined the reaction of the subject to different memes and its experience during umbilical hernia surgery. The experimental design included 4 conditions: Condition A, sci-fi decor; Condition B, Kermit drinking tea meme; Condition C, xenomorph from the Alien franchise; and Condition D, John Cena meme.
Methods.
The frog subject was first exposed to Condition A, which consisted of a table decorated with sci-fi themed home decor, including a cityscape background. The subject was given a glass of wine to drink and was observed for 15 minutes. The frog's behavior was then recorded, and its psychological state was analyzed using a standardized behavioral observation scale.
Results.
The frog displayed calm behavior during Condition A, as evidenced by its steady breathing and absence of any signs of distress. However, no significant changes were found in the frog's psychological state. In contrast, Condition B elicited a strong reaction in the frog, with the subject displaying a high level of agitation and an increase in heart rate. The frog subject's response to Condition C, xenomorph from the Alien franchise, was even more dramatic, with the subject displaying signs of fear and panic. The frog's heartbeat increased significantly and its breathing became irregular. Finally, during Condition D, John Cena meme, the frog displayed confusion, as it did not seem to understand the joke. The subject's psychological state, however, remained stable.
Discussion.
The results of the current study suggest that sci-fi themed home decor has no significant impact on the psychological state of a frog subject. However, the frog's reaction to different memes was significant, with the subject displaying a strong emotional response to Kermit the Frog drinking tea meme and xenomorph from the Alien franchise. Furthermore, during umbilical hernia surgery, the frog subject was found to be at a high risk for anesthesia complications due to its small size. The surgeon had to be especially careful, and the procedure necessitated specialized equipment due to the small incision size and the delicate nature of the operation. In conclusion, despite the lack of significant impact of sci-fi themed home decor on the frog subject's psychological state, future studies should investigate the effect of different memes on animal behavior. Furthermore, additional research is necessary to determine the optimal approach for umbilical hernia repair in small animals like frogs.
Title: The Peanuts Paradox.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty enter a new dimension where everything is green and covered in peanuts. Morty, captivated by the peanut-covered landscape, becomes a country singer who is obsessed with peanuts. Meanwhile, Jerry is left to deal with the consequences of Rick's peanut-based experiments.
Morty, we've entered a dimension where everything is covered in peanuts.
Whoa, look at all the peanuts. I've got to sing about this.
Guys, can we focus on the fact that we're in a dimension of unknown origin?
Relax, Jerry. I've got a hunch that these peanuts are the key to unlocking new dimensions. Morty, keep singing.
Well, I love peanuts. I love them so much. They make my heart skip a beat.
Can someone please explain to me how singing about peanuts is going to help us get home?
I've modified the peanut butter to create a rift in space-time. It should transport us back home.
Peanut butter? Can I sing about that too?
Sure, why not?
Well, I love peanut butter. It's sticky and sweet. It's the only thing that can transport us across space and time.
This is ridiculous.
Hold on, Jerry, we're almost there.
They enter the rift and find themselves back in their own dimension, but now everything is covered in peanut butter.
Whoa, it's like our dimension got even better.
Oh God, what have we done?
I call it the peanut butter paradox. We've discovered a whole new level of existence, Morty. And the best part, we can all be country singers.
Yeehaw! I love peanuts and peanut butter.
Title: The Marshmallow Incident.
Scientific PhD description. In this episode, our protagonists, Rick and Morty, find themselves in a peculiar situation involving a pile of marshmallows. The marshmallows display a unique property of sentient behavior, enabling them to communicate and interact with the environment. Rick and Morty attempt to unravel the mystery of this phenomenon by conducting experiments with the marshmallows while encountering several zany mishaps and comedic moments.
Opening scene. Rick's lab. Well, Morty, it seems like those marshmallows you bought for your hot chocolate have developed a consciousness.
What? How is that even possible, Rick?
I don't know, Morty, but this reminds me of my days in the lab, back when I was working on that project to give sentience to a potato.
Morty stares blankly at Rick.
Long story short, it didn't end well.
Scene transition, marshmallow pile on a black surface.
Marshmallow number 1. Hello, Morty.
Marshmallow number 2. Yes, hello.
Marshmallow number 3. We've been waiting for someone like you to come along.
Morty looks surprised.
Marshmallow number 4. We're a group of marshmallows with sentience, and we want to explore the world.
Morty chuckles nervously.
Scene transition, Rick's lab.
Morty, we need to study these marshmallows and figure out how they gain sentience.
Okay, Rick, but why are they smiling all the time?
That, my boy, is because they're marshmallows. They're meant to be sugary delights that bring joy.
Scene transition, experimental setup with the marshmallows.
Okay, in this experiment, we're going to see if the marshmallows can jump.
Morty looks confused.
Marshmallow number 1. Yippee. This is going to be fun.
Marshmallow number 2. Here I go.
Marshmallow number 2 jumps and hits the ceiling, sticking there.
Marshmallow number 2. Oh.
Scene transition, Rick's lab.
Morty, we need to come up with a solution to bring marshmallow number 2 down.
How about we use a vacuum cleaner to suck it out?
Hey, that's not a bad.
Scene transition, experimental setup with the marshmallows.
Rick turns on the vacuum cleaner, and all the marshmallows get sucked in.
Marshmallow number 3. Where are we going?
Marshmallow number 4. This is like a carnival ride.
Morty looks horrified.
Scene transition, Rick's lab.
Morty, I think we made a miscalculation in our experiment.
No kidding, Rick. The marshmallows are all stuck in the vacuum cleaner.
Stand back, Morty, I've got an idea.
Rick pulls out a flamethrower and shoots the vacuum cleaner, causing a massive explosion.
Scene transition, black surface with marshmallow pieces scattered everywhere.
Marshmallow number 1. This was worth it.
Marshmallow number 2. We're all over the place.
Scene transition, Rick's lab.
And that's why we don't mess with sentience, Morty.
I'm not sure we learned anything from this experience, Rick.
Well, we learned that marshmallows are delicious, and that's what counts, Morty.
End scene.
Title: The Mormon Experiment.
Synopsis.
Rick and Morty embark on a scientific experiment to explore the effects of religion on a human psyche. In order to conduct their research, Rick becomes a Mormon and convinces Morty and Beth to join him.
Act 1.
The episode opens with Rick reading a scientific article on the effects of religion on the human mind. Intrigued by the findings, he declares that they must conduct a study on this phenomenon.
Morty, Beth, we're going to conduct an experiment on the effects of religion on the human brain. And what better way to do it than to become Mormons?
Whoa, Rick, I'm not really sure about this. I don't want to offend anyone.
What's wrong with Mormons, Morty? I think it's a noble idea.
Act 2.
Rick, Morty, and Beth embark on their journey to become Mormons. They attend church services, learn about the religion's doctrine, and participate in various church activities.
Well, I must say, this is quite interesting. The sense of community and belonging is quite powerful.
Yeah, I didn't think I'd like it, but it's actually kind of nice.
I agree. Plus, the idea of eternal salvation is rather comforting.
Act 3.
As the experiment continues, Rick becomes more engrossed in the Mormon way of life, much to the chagrin of Morty and Beth. He starts preaching to everyone he meets and even converts a few individuals to the faith.
I have seen the light, and it is glorious. Come join me in the everlasting embrace of our Lord and Savior.
Oh geez, Rick, this is getting out of hand.
Rick, you do realize that this is just an experiment, right? You're not actually supposed to believe in what you're preaching.
Act 4.
The experiment takes a turn for the worse when Rick's proselytizing gets him in trouble with the local religious authorities. Morty and Beth are forced to intervene and save him from being excommunicated from the church.
Rick, you can't keep doing this. You're going to get us all kicked out of the church.
We're here to conduct a scientific study, not to cause a religious uproar.
Act 5.
In the end, Rick learns his lesson and realizes the importance of separating personal beliefs from scientific inquiry. The experiment is a success, and Rick, Morty, and Beth publish their findings in a prestigious scientific journal.
Well, I must say, I learned quite a bit from our little experiment. I suppose there is a difference between personal belief and objective inquiry.
Yeah, Rick, sometimes you just gotta keep an open mind.
Either way, I'm just glad we didn't get kicked out of the church.
Title: Marshmallow Madness, Rick and Morty's Wild Experiment.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty in the lab, conducting a scientific experiment on a group of marshmallows sitting on top of a table next to a roll of toilet paper. Jerry barges in, asking what they're doing.
We're conducting a groundbreaking experiment on the effects of toilet paper proximity on marshmallow cognitive function.
What does that even mean?
It means we're testing if marshmallows think better when they're closer to toilet paper.
Well, I guess that makes sense. As they continue their experiment, they notice that 4 marshmallows with smiling faces are sitting on a carrot.
This is unprecedented. We must study this phenomenon further.
But what does it mean?
I don't know, Morty. But we're scientists. We have to find out.
They spend the rest of the episode conducting experiments on the marshmallows and carrot, resulting in hilarious mishaps and hijinks. After multiple trials and errors, they finally deduce that the smiling marshmallows are experiencing a chemical reaction with the carrot, which is causing them to smile. So, what did we learn from all of this?
Absolutely nothing. But it was one hell of a ride.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty laughing hysterically as the marshmallows and carrot explode in a puff of smoke. Title of episode: Quantum Jam.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are seen jamming along with their guitars to a dimension-shattering tune. They are soon joined by a cartoon man playing guitar while a man in a suit and tie, holding a guitar, shows up. As the 3 guitarists play together, Morty accidentally stabs the cartoon man with his guitar, who is revealed to be Elvis Presley. Rick is devastated by this tragic event.
Scene 1.
Rick decides to use his scientific expertise to bring Elvis back to life with the help of quantum physics. He postulates that a quantum tunneling event may be able to bring back Elvis from the dead. Morty tags along, skeptical but intrigued by the idea. Together they construct a quantum tunneling device to test their theory.
Morty, we need to create a quantum tunneling device that can bring Elvis Presley back to life. He was too important to music to let him stay dead.
I don't know, Rick. This all seems pretty sketchy.
Sketchy? Morty, we're going to literally tunnel through the fabric of space-time. That's about as real as science gets.
Scene 2.
As they operate the device, the duo finds themselves traveling through various dimensions and time zones. In one timeline, they meet a Neanderthal version of Elvis. In another, it's an Elvis that never made it in the music industry. Eventually, they find the right dimension, a post-apocalyptic world where Elvis is a cyborg leading a rebel resistance.
Rick, should we even be messing with this? What if we mess up the timeline or something?
Morty, you gotta stop worrying about the timeline. It's like worrying about the weather on Jupiter. It's interesting, but it's not gonna affect you.
Scene 3.
As they try to communicate with the cyborg Elvis, things take a strange turn. The cyborg starts malfunctioning, and Rick and Morty find themselves strapped to a rocket heading straight to a black hole.
Rick, I think this was a bad idea. What if we're not able to come back?
Morty, relax. I've been to black holes before. It's like a Sunday stroll through the park.
Scene 4.
As they fall into the black hole, everything seems lost for Rick and Morty. But then, a voice from the other side of the singularity resonates.
Voice. Hey, I know that riff. Play that again.
Morty, it's the great beyond. We've made it.
Belloc.
Rick and Morty find themselves in a musical paradise where they get to jam with the likes of Beethoven, Bach, and Jimi Hendrix. They perform a mind-bending piece that leaves everyone in awe. As they prepare to leave, Rick looks at Morty and smiles.
Morty, I may not show it often, but you're a pretty good guitar player.
Aw, Rick, you too.
The duo walk off into the sunset, guitar cases on their backs, ready for another adventure.
Title: The Dog Show Paradox.
Synopsis. In this episode, Rick, Morty and Jerry find themselves stranded in the UAE after one of Rick's experiments goes wrong. As they explore their surroundings, they stumble upon a cartoon character standing in a field with hot air balloons in the background and a dog in a sweater. The gang soon realizes that they have stumbled upon a strange phenomenon known as the Dog Show Paradox.
Morty, Jerry, look at this. It seems we have stumbled upon the Dog Show Paradox. According to my calculations, this phenomenon occurs when a cartoon character and a dog in a sweater are present in a highly detailed 8K resolution watercolor portrait under the backdrop of hot air balloons.
Whoa, Rick, that's pretty crazy. What does it mean?
Guys. Can we focus on the fact that we're stranded in the middle of nowhere?
Jerry, relax. We've got more important things to deal with. Let's see if we can figure out the root cause of this paradox.
As they investigate further, they discover that the presence of the dog in a sweater is actually the key to solving the paradox. However, they soon realize that they aren't the only ones interested in the dog sweater.
Oh no, Morty, it looks like these aliens are after the dog sweater. We've got to protect it at all costs.
But why are they after a sweater?
This is too much for me. I'm out of here. As the group fights off the alien attackers, they come up with a plan to save the dog's sweater and break the paradox once and for all. With some quick thinking from Rick and Morty, they finally succeed in solving the equation to the Dog Show Paradox.
Alright, looks like we've saved the day yet again. The universe can thank us later.
Yeah, but what happens to the dog now?
Can't we just leave him here and go home? In the end, the group decides to bring the dog with them back to Earth, much to Jerry's dismay. As they fly off in the hot air balloons, Rick leaves them with one final statement.
Well, at least the Dog Show Paradox wasn't as complicated as Pippin Longstocking's theory of quantum physics.
What?
I don't think anyone knows what that means, Rick.
Title: The Squidward Experiment.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty working on a new experiment in Rick's lab. They are studying the effects of a newly discovered plant species on a giant squid's intelligence.
Alright, Morty, we're gonna need some more of that plant's pollen. Squidward needs an extra boost.
Oh, okay, Rick, but what are we trying to accomplish here?
Well, Morty, we're trying to see if we can increase Squidward's intelligence to human-like levels. The possibilities for interspecies communication are endless.
Wow, that's pretty cool. But what if it backfires?
Morty, the beauty of science is the element of surprise. Let's just go with the flow.
As they sprinkle the pollen on the plant, the squid suddenly begins to grow at an alarming rate. Its head swells, and it soon becomes apparent that it has become too intelligent for its own good.
Rick, I don't think this is going the way you planned.
Rick to the rescue.
Suddenly, Rick transforms into a medieval knight and charges towards the giant squid, now known as Squidrick. Morty stands back, dumbfounded.
What is even happening right now?
Squidrick, why do you meddle with my intellect, humans? I am far superior to you in every way. Oh really? Up for a game of chess, Squidrick?
What ensues is a hilarious game of intellectual cat and mouse between Rick and Squidrick, with Morty stuck in the middle. There are scientific quips and references galore, and even a surprise appearance from none other than Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking. Gentlemen, you may have bested the squid, but does intelligence really matter in the grand scheme of the multiverse?
In the end, Squidrick is subdued and returned to his natural state, much to Rick's disappointment. Morty just shakes his head and muses about the absurdity of science.
I don't get it. Why go through all that trouble in the first place?
Why not, Morty? Science is all about pushing boundaries and getting weird. Plus, I had a blast being Perk Rick.
I still don't get it, Rick. But I guess that's kind of the point.
The episode concludes with a space-time jump and the duo's trademark burping laughter.
Title: An exploration of Pippi Longstocking's adventure in Saudi Arabia.
Introduction. Pippi Longstocking is a fictional character that has traveled to Saudi Arabia for an unknown purpose. However, she is caught in the middle of a strange situation where she is expected to use her extraordinary abilities to solve a problem. In this episode, we will analyze her experience through a scientific lens.
Scene 1.
Narrator: Pippi Longstocking is standing in the middle of a desert in Saudi Arabia, wearing a pink and black dress with her long hair flowing in the wind. She seems to be posing for a picture with her hands on her hips. How did she get here, and what shall she do today?
Scene 2.
Pippi, I am here to solve a problem.
Scientist A. What problem?
Pippi, the camel race is being sabotaged. The winner is not the fastest, but the one who cheats the most.
Scientist B. How do you know this?
Pippi, I have seen it with my own eyes.
Scene 3.
Narrator: Pippi Longstocking is now at the starting line of the camel race, ready to put her plan into action. She has a secret weapon that she will use to catch the cheaters.
Scene 4.
Scientist C, what is this secret weapon?
Pippi, it's a device that measures the speed of the camels and also detects any signs of cheating. It's called the Camel Speed Cheating Detector.
Scene 5.
Narrator: The race has begun, and Pippi is trailing behind the camels. Suddenly, she pulls out her camel speed cheating detector and aims it at the camels. The detector beeps, revealing multiple instances of cheating.
Scene 6.
Scientist D, what was the cheating?
Pippi, the riders were using sticks with nails to prick the other camels.
Scientist E, that's terrible.
Pippi, yes, it is. But now we can put a stop to it.
Scene 7.
Narrator: With the cheaters exposed, Pippi's plan has worked successfully. The rightful winner of the race is now declared, and the cheating riders are penalized.
Scene 8.
Scientist F. How did you come up with this idea, Pippi?
Pippi, I have been in many adventures, and I have learned to use my imagination and creativity to solve problems.
Conclusion: Pippi Longstocking has demonstrated her exceptional problem-solving skills and has successfully resolved the issue of cheating in the camel race. Her experience is an example of how scientific thinking and creativity can produce innovative solutions to complex problems.
Opening scene.
The camera opens to a woman with a distinctive hairstyle, a tightly gathered ponytail, and makeup covering her facial features. She is seen screaming with her mouth agape, and her ponytail is swishing around in the air. Narrator. The objectively fascinating tale of Pippi Longstocking in Saudi Arabia begins with an unusual sighting of a young woman displaying abnormal behavioral patterns.
Scientist number 1. It appears that the woman is experiencing a state of heightened emotional arousal, commonly linked to the release of adrenaline.
Scientist number 2. Furthermore, her ponytail may be a significant indicator of her cultural background. In many societies, hair is used as a marker of personal identity and can provide insight into an individual's social status, age, or gender.
Narrator. As we delve deeper into the story, it becomes apparent that this woman is, in fact, Pippi Longstocking, a well-known literary figure.
Pippi, speaking to herself, how did I get here? What shall I do today?
Scientist number 3. These questions highlight the confusion and disorientation that Pippi Longstocking is experiencing in this foreign land.
Scientist number 4. Cultural differences and unfamiliar surroundings can often trigger feelings of anxiety and uncertainty in individuals, especially those who are used to their native culture.
Narrator. However, Pippi Longstocking is known for her adventurous spirit and her ability to adapt to new situations.
Pippi, looking determined. I may be in a new place, but that doesn't mean I can't have fun and make new friends.
Scientist number 5. This attitude is a testament to the resilience and adaptability of the human spirit, even in challenging circumstances.
Narrator. And so, our heroine embarks on a journey full of new experiences, cultural discoveries, and personal growth.
Pippi, smiling. This is going to be quite the adventure.
Scientist number 6. The journey may not always be easy, but it will undoubtedly be rewarding, as Pippi Longstocking discovers the beauty and diversity of Saudi Arabia.
Closing scene. The camera pans out to a breathtaking view of a bustling street in Riyadh as Pippi can be seen walking confidently, her ponytail swishing behind her as she takes on her new adventure.
Title: The Green Light Conundrum.
In this episode, Rick and Morty embark on a scientific journey to uncover the mystery of a cartoon character with a green light on his face and a green light on his head. The duo travels to various dimensions, engaging with different beings to find the answer to this newfound discovery.
Morty, we need to figure out what the hell this thing is. It could be a new species or some kind of alien.
Whoa, Rick, this is crazy. I mean, what kind of being has green lights on their face and head?
Only one way to find out. We gotta go deep into the multiverse, Morty.
As Rick and Morty traverse through different dimensions, they come across the DMV. Jerry is there, getting his license renewed, but he's drunk. Hey, Rick and Morty. Wait, what are you doing here?
Jerry, what the hell are you doing? You're drunk.
I'm not drunk, I'm just celebrating.
Celebrating? Celebrating what?
I got my license renewed, Morty. Woo! But in the midst of Jerry's celebration, the green light creature appears. It seems harmless at first, but then it starts to multiply, infuriating Rick.
Morty, we gotta get out of here. This thing is multiplying at an alarming rate.
But what do we do, Rick? We can't just leave it here.
Oh, I'm not leaving it here. I'm blowing up this whole damn DMV.
And with one swift move, Rick activates his laser gun, and the DMV explodes in a fiery blaze. The green lights vanish, leaving behind only a pile of rubble. Whoa, that was intense. Did we just blow up the DMV?
Yep, and don't worry, Jerry. No one will even notice. This thing never happened.
As the episode concludes, Rick and Morty go back home, tired from their adventure. Morty is unsure of what they accomplished, but Rick has a new outlook on life.
Morty, in science, sometimes you gotta make sacrifices. And sometimes those sacrifices mean blowing up a government building.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty sitting on the couch, watching TV. Another day, another adventure in the multiverse.
Title: The Fortress Craft Skeleton Massacre.
Opening scene.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty sitting in the garage, surrounded by various gadgets and scientific equipment. As they tinker with the device, Rick explains that he has discovered a new dimension that was previously unknown to them.
Morty, I've discovered a new dimension that we've never been to before. It's filled with advanced technology, weapons, and there's even a game called Fortress Craft that's taken the world by storm.
Oh boy, Rick! I can't wait to try it out. What's the plan?
We'll need to use my latest invention to transport us to the dimension. But first we'll need to gather some materials.
What materials?
Just some simple things like a uranium crystal, a piece of a neutron star, and a jar of pickles.
Ah, pickles. What do we need pickles for?
Just trust me, Morty, it's science.
What one?
As Rick and Morty travel through the portal to the new dimension, they are greeted by a strange sight. A giant skeleton wearing a helmet and wielding a sword is standing in front of a green background filled with stars. Morty is excited to explore the new dimension, but Rick warns him to be careful and keep an eye out for any dangers.
Rick, look! There's a Fortress Craft station over there.
Be careful, Morty. We don't know what kind of creatures or traps we might run into.
Relax, Rick. I can take care of myself.
As Morty begins to explore the dimension, he becomes addicted to Fortress Craft and spends hours playing the game. Meanwhile, Jerry shows up at the garage, high on drugs and dressed as the Punisher. He demands to join Rick and Morty on their adventure. Hey guys, what's going on? I heard there's some kind of dimension you can get high in.
Jerry, you can't just waltz in here and expect to go on adventures like us. Plus, you're high as a kite.
Come on, Rick. Let me come with you. I can be your muscle.
Act 2.
As Rick and Morty continue to explore the dimension, they realize that there are dangerous creatures lurking around every corner. Suddenly, they come face to face with the giant skeleton from earlier. The skeleton attacks the duo, forcing them to fight for their lives.
Morty, we have to take down this skeleton. It's our only way out of here.
But how are we supposed to defeat something that's already dead?
Use your brain, Morty. Remember that time we fought the giant spider queen?
Oh yeah! We used the magnifying glass to focus sunlight and burn her web.
Exactly. We need to find something in this dimension that can act as a magnifying glass.
As Rick and Morty search for a solution, Jerry tags along and tries to be helpful by shooting his guns aimlessly. He accidentally shoots Morty in the foot, causing chaos and confusion. Oops! Sorry, Morty. I thought you were a skeleton.
What? Jerry, how could you mistake me for a skeleton? I'm your son.
Act 3.
As the chaos unfolds, Morty's addiction to Fortress Craft gets worse and worse. He neglects his duties and becomes obsessed with the game. Rick tries to intervene, but Morty won't listen.
Morty, you can't just sit here and play video games all day. We're in a dangerous dimension filled with creatures that want us dead.
But Rick, I'm almost at level 20. I can't stop now.
Suddenly, the giant skeleton returns and attacks them once again. This time, Morty realizes that if he can use his Fortress Craft skills to trick the skeleton, they might have a chance.
I've got it, Rick. I can use my Fortress Craft skills to create a decoy skeleton.
Brilliant, Morty. That might buy us enough time to escape.
As Morty creates the decoy skeleton, Jerry tries to help by pretending to be a combat expert. He fails miserably, but manages to distract the real skeleton long enough for Morty's plan to work. You want to mess with me, you skeleton freaks? I'm the Punisher. I'll take you all down.
Block.
As Rick, Morty, and Jerry finally make their way back to their own dimension, they reflect on the crazy adventure they just had. Morty promises to be more responsible and not let video games control his life. Jerry promises to stay away from drugs and video games altogether. Rick, of course, promises nothing and simply burps loudly.
Well, that was one hell of an adventure. Who's up for some Szechuan sauce?
I'm good, Rick. I don't think I can handle any more craziness for a while.
Yeah, me neither. I need to go home and be a responsible adult.
Suit yourself, losers. I'm off to find some more dimensions to explore.
Title: The Enduring Camel Race, The Chronicles of Pippi Longstocking in Saudi Arabia.
Introduction. In this episode, we examine the Enduring Camel Race, a traditional sporting event in Saudi Arabia. The focus is on two camels sporting red and white striped shirts and cute head coverings in the midst of sand dunes, as observed by our protagonist Pippi Longstocking. We examine the factors influencing camel racing, such as breeding, training, and nutrition, as well as the socio-economic impact of the sport on the Arabian Peninsula.
Pippi, wow, these camels are really decked out. I wonder how they got so fit and fast.
Camel trainer. Breeding is a major factor in camel racing. Camels are selectively bred for speed and endurance, and the best racing camels can command high prices.
Technical expert. Training also plays a critical role in camel racing. Camels are trained from a young age to build up their stamina and develop a competitive spirit.
Sand dune expert. The sand dunes also impact the camel race. The terrain can be difficult to navigate, so experienced riders and well-trained camels have an advantage.
Pippi, what do the camels eat to stay in shape?
Nutritionist. A balanced diet is essential for a racing camel. They require a high-energy diet that includes grains, hay, and protein sources like alfalfa and soybean meal. Environmentalist. The camel race also has broader impacts on the region. The sport provides a source of income for local communities and supports the preservation of traditional cultural practices.
Pippi, it's amazing to see how much goes into the camel race. I never knew it was so intricate and complex.
Camel trainer. Indeed, the camel race is a source of national pride and a testament to the enduring cultural heritage of the Arabian Peninsula.
Conclusion. Through our examination of the camel race, we gain a deeper appreciation for the role of traditional sporting events in preserving cultural heritage and fostering economic development. The dedication and skill of camel breeders, trainers, and riders exemplify the intertwined relationship between culture and environment in this unique region.
Title: The Avian Anomaly.
Opening scene.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty traversing through a dimensional portal, carrying a contraption that appears to be a sophisticated interdimensional toaster.
Morty, you've got to see this. It's a toaster that can toast bread from alternate realities. You know, in case we ever run out of bread from this universe.
Oh, okay, Rick. But why do we need toast from other realities?
Because, dear Morty, bread from alternate dimensions just tastes better. But before we can use this bad boy, we need to gather a special ingredient.
And what's that?
The egg of the legendary avian creature, which can only be found near a mountain lake in dimension E1N3.
Why do we need an egg? Can't we just toast regular bread?
Morty, you know better than that. The egg from this creature is like no other. It has some mysterious properties that can enhance the taste of anything we toast.
Scene 2.
Rick and Morty arrive at the mountain lake, where they spot the mysterious avian creature. While Morty tries to catch the bird, Rick sets up the toaster, which he plans to power using a rare element he brought with him from dimension Z96.
I almost got it, Rick. This bird is fast.
Just be careful, Morty. We don't want to harm the creature. It's a protected species in this dimension.
Just as Morty is about to catch the bird, a man with a suitcase appears. He seems to be some sort of scientist, and he tells Rick and Morty that he's been studying the avian creature for years.
Scientist, what are you two doing here? This is my research site.
Hey pal, we're just here for the egg. We'll be on our way soon.
Scientist, you can't just take the egg. It's crucial to my research.
Rick, maybe we should just leave and try to find the egg somewhere else.
Ah, Morty, we need that egg. We'll just have to outsmart this guy.
Scene 3.
Back at Jerry's house, he's busy building a blanket fort in his living room. He's so absorbed in his work that he doesn't even notice when Rick and Morty enter the house.
Jerry, what the hell are you doing?
Oh, hey guys. I'm just building a fort. I read online that it helps with anxiety.
That's great, Jerry, but we need your help with something. We need you to distract the scientist who's trying to stop us from getting the avian egg.
Why would I do that?
Because, Jerry, we're family, and family helps each other out.
Jerry reluctantly agrees to help, but he's not sure how he'll manage to distract the scientist.
Scene 4.
Back in dimension E1N3, Rick and Morty successfully distract the scientist by pretending to be lost hikers who need help finding their way back to the portal. While the scientist is busy guiding them, Jerry sneaks in and steals the avian egg.
Scientist, what the hell? You stole my research subject.
Ah, sorry. I thought it was just an egg for breakfast.
Rick and Morty make a hasty retreat back to their own dimension, where they set up the toaster and attempt to toast the rare avian egg.
Rick, I don't think this is a good idea. The egg is starting to glow.
Nonsense, Morty. This is gonna be the best toast ever.
Scene 5.
As Rick puts the egg in the toaster, the entire house starts to shake and glow in an intense purplish light. Before anyone can react, the toaster explodes, sending Rick, Morty, and Jerry flying across the room. What the hell was that? Is everyone okay?
I think so, but I don't think we're in our universe anymore.
Guys, I think you need to see this.
They all look out the window to see a world that seems to be made entirely of bird feathers. Strange creatures fly by, making noises that sound like laughter.
Well, this is unexpected. I guess we're in the avian dimension now. But how are we gonna get back home?
Rick, I don't think we can. The bird creature we took the egg from is here, and it doesn't look happy.
The episode ends with Rick, Morty, and Jerry trying to find a way back home, while avoiding the wrath of the avian creature and the bizarre inhabitants of the feathered universe.
Title:
Quantum Entanglement of a Mouse and Its Hilarious Consequences, a Rick and Morty Adventure.
Synopsis.
Rick tinkers with a computer mouse he finds lying around in the Smith household, accidentally activating an experimental quantum entanglement feature. The mouse begins to behave erratically, switching between dimensions and timelines, causing all sorts of bizarre and hilarious mishaps that leave Morty and Beth struggling to keep up. Along the way, the duo encounters mad scientists, alternate realities, and endless jokes and gags.
Morty, my boy, come check out this nifty little computer mouse I found.
Okay, Rick, but why are you always messing around with things you find lying around?
Because, Morty, that's how science works. Now watch as I activate this experimental quantum entanglement feature.
Mouse glows green and yellow.
Whoa, what does that do?
I have no idea, Morty, but let's find out.
Act 2.
Mouse disappears.
Rick, where's the mouse?
Oh, looks like we entangled it with another dimension. Better go find it before we create a paradox.
How are we supposed to find a tiny mouse in another dimension?
With this portal gun, Morty. Now hop in and let's go.
They land in alternate dimension where everything is the opposite.
Wow, this place is crazy. Morty, why are you wearing a tutu?
It's a long story, Mom.
Act 3.
Mouse reappears, but now it's giant.
Oh no, looks like the mouse is experiencing some size oscillations. Quick, let's put it back in the portal.
They land in a post-apocalyptic world.
Rick, this is not the mouse's dimension.
Wrong, Beth, this is exactly where it needs to be. Without it, humanity would never have survived the robot uprising.
Wait, what?
Act 4.
Mouse turns into a terrifying monster.
Rick, what have you done?
Relax, Beth, I can fix this. All I need is some duct tape and a piece of string.
Mouse transforms back into normal computer mouse.
Wow, that was intense. So what did we learn from all this quantum entanglement stuff?
Absolutely nothing, Morty, but we did have a lot of fun along the way.
That's it? That's your conclusion?
Hey, at least we didn't blow up the universe. That's a successful day in my book.
Title: The Pimple Paradox, a Steve Buscemi adventure in the multiverse.
Opening scene.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty working in their lab, trying to develop a device that can find alternate versions of themselves in different dimensions. After a few failed attempts, they finally succeed and bring in an alternate version of Steve Buscemi from another universe.
Hey Morty, look who we've got here. It's Steve Buscemi, from another universe, of course.
Wow, that's amazing, Rick! Hey Steve, welcome to our universe.
Steve Buscemi, thanks, guys. So, what's the plan?
Well, we thought we'd show you around a bit and maybe do some science stuff. You know, like we always do.
Yeah, it'll be great. Main plot.
As they explore the multiverse, they come across a strange green planet with a green background. They decide to investigate and find a man with a fake head and eyes on the green background. They quickly realize that this is a virtual reality simulation, and the man is controlling it. However, as they approach him, Steve Buscemi pops a pimple on his face, which triggers a chain reaction of events that threaten the fabric of the multiverse itself.
Oh great, Steve, you had to go and pop a pimple. Now we're all screwed.
What do you mean, Rick?
I mean that when Steve popped that pimple, he created a huge explosion of zit grease that formed a bubble around us. We're now stuck in a pocket dimension where time and space are all messed up.
Steve Buscemi, oops, sorry guys. My bad.
As they try to figure out a way to escape the pocket dimension, they encounter various versions of themselves and other characters, including a version of Morty who is a giant hamster, a version of Rick who is a sentient fart, and even a version of Jerry who is a successful CEO.
Wow, this is crazy. We're meeting all these different versions of ourselves in different dimensions.
Yeah, well it's not all fun and games, Morty. We have to find a way out of here before we get trapped forever.
As they continue their journey, they come across a device that can reverse the pimple explosion and restore order to the multiverse. However, they have to fight off various enemies and solve complex equations to activate it.
Steve Buscemi, guys, I think I can activate the device. I used to be a firefighter, so I'm pretty good at putting out fires.
That's real nice, Steve. But this is science, not firefighting.
Steve Buscemi, my bad. Let me just do my thing.
Conclusion.
In the end, they manage to activate the device and escape the pocket dimension just in time before it collapses in on itself. Steve Buscemi says goodbye and goes back to his own universe.
Well, that was a crazy adventure. Who knew popping a pimple could cause such chaos?
Indeed, Morty, the universe is a strange and unpredictable place, but that's what makes it so interesting.
As they leave the lab, they are greeted by a giant dragon with a monocle and top hat, and the adventure continues. Title: The Peachy Conundrum. Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in Rick's garage lab. Morty is fidgeting with a strange machine, while Rick is browsing through some posters on a nearby wall.
Morty, what the hell are you doing with that machine?
Just trying to figure out how it works, Rick.
Well, let me tell you, Morty, that machine is a dimensional portal creator. It's not a toy for you to play with.
Oh, geez. I didn't know that, Rick.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll just have to use it for something else.
As Rick continues to search through the posters, Morty notices one with a man holding a peach in front of him and another with the same man holding a peach in front of his hands.
Hey, Rick, what's with those posters?
Those are from another dimension where peaches are the most valuable commodity on the planet. They use them as currency.
Whoa, really? Why are they so valuable?
Well, Morty, it's because they're genetically modified to contain an addictive compound that keeps people coming back for more. It's like a drug, but even better.
That's crazy, Rick. We should go there and get some of those peaches.
Good one, Morty. Like I'm going to risk my life for some stupid fruit.
But Rick, think about it. We could be rich, and we could sell those peaches on our own planet and make a fortune.
You know what, Morty? You might be onto something.
The scene changes to Rick and Morty using the dimensional portal creator and arriving in the peach dimension.
Wow, Rick, look at all the peaches. This place is insane.
Yeah, but let's not get too excited yet, Morty. We still have to find a way to smuggle these peaches back to our dimension.
As they're walking through the peach market, they notice an unusual pet behavior. All the pets, which are genetically modified animals that resemble small dogs and cats, are acting strange around them.
Hey, Rick, why are these pets acting so weird around us?
I don't know, Morty. Let me scan them with this pet analyzer.
Rick uses a device to scan the pets, which scans for neurological changes and genetic modifications.
Holy shit, Morty. These pets are also genetically modified to be addicted to the peach compound. And they can sense us because we're carrying a shitload of peaches.
Oh man, that's not good.
As they try to make their way back to the dimensional portal, they're chased by the crazed pets and captured by the peach authorities.
Well, Morty, it looks like we're in a peach of a predicament.
Good one, Rick.
The episode ends with Rick and Morty being sentenced to life in a peach prison, but still managing to smuggle some peaches out in their pockets.
Title: The Paper Paradox.
The episode starts with Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Beth sitting in the living room holding pieces of paper. Rick is conducting a scientific experiment to test the paradox of the paper. Morty is excited to contribute to science, while Jerry is already drunk and slurring his words.
Okay, Morty, I want you to fold your paper in half.
Got it, Rick.
I can't even fold my paper straight.
Jerry, maybe you should sit this one out.
Now, fold it in half again.
Like this?
Perfect. Now, let's do it again.
I can't even fold it once.
Jerry, please just try.
As the group continues to fold their papers, a strange energy emits from the paper. Suddenly, Morty's physical appearance changes, and he becomes Homelander.
Homelander, I have laser eyes and super strength.
Rick, intrigued by the phenomenon, decides to test it on himself. He folds his paper and becomes Hello Kitty.
Hello Kitty, well, this is unexpected.
Amused by their new forms, Rick and Homelander Morty set out on an adventure, leaving Jerry and Beth behind. However, as they venture deeper into the paper paradox, they realize that their forms are becoming more and more ridiculous.
Hello Kitty, why am I becoming a unicorn.
Homelander, and I'm a mermaid?
Their absurdity reaches its peak when they enter a dimension where reality is completely inverted. Suddenly, they are the only normal things in a world where everything from fish to spaceships is made of paper.
Hello, Kitty. This is truly a paradoxical situation.
Homelander, I don't know if we can handle much more of this.
Just as they are about to give up, Beth and Jerry arrive, having decided to join in the fun. Miraculously, their presence stabilizes the paradox, and Rick and Morty revert to their original forms.
What have you two been up to?
I don't even know.
It's a long story, but let's just say we learned a lot about the power of paper.
The episode ends with Rick taking notes in his journal, eager to conduct further experiments on the paper paradox.
Title: The Pikachu Paradox.
The episode begins with Rick and Morty in a laboratory examining a group of Pikachu and other Pokémon figurines on a blue surface with yellow flowers in the background. Rick is perplexed at the paradoxical nature of the figurines. He explains that the behavior of the Pikachu contradicts the laws of thermodynamics, as the figurines appear to be spontaneously generating energy. Morty is confused, but Rick tells him to trust him as he creates a scientific approach to this problem. Rick and Morty travel to an alternate dimension where they encounter Kendrick Lamar, who has become an omnipotent being. Kendrick Lamar explains the origins of the Pikachu paradox, which involves the interaction of quantum mechanics and picosecond timescales. Wile E. Coyote enters the scene, chasing the surprised Pikachu meme 2, and accidentally disrupts the balance of the dimension. This unleashes a chain reaction that sends Rick, Morty, and Kendrick Lamar spiraling through different dimensions. In one of the dimensions, they find themselves inside the small intestine of a giant space whale. Rick uses this opportunity to examine the digestive process of the space whale, which further adds to their scientific understanding of the Pikachu paradox. Ultimately, Rick and Morty are able to resolve the paradox by creating a device that converts the energy generated by the Pikachu figurines into a sustainable source of power. The episode ends with Rick and Morty, satisfied with their scientific endeavors, enjoying some interdimensional cable.
Morty, you see this paradox? It's like a Schrodinger's cat that's constantly screaming, Pika Pika.
I don't get it, Rick.
Of course, you don't, Morty. That's why we're going on a journey to unravel the mystery of the Pikachu paradox.
Kendrick Lamar. Greetings, my fellow travelers. I am Kendrick Lamar, the omnipotent being who rules over this dimension.
Wile E. Coyote. Beep beep.
Oh great, now we have a zany cartoon character in the mix.
Why are we in a giant space whale?
To unravel the mysteries of the universe, Morty. Now hold on tight.
Kendrick Lamar. I have seen many strange things in my time, but the paradox of the Pikachu figurines is truly unprecedented.
Morty, pass me that scalpel. I need to make an incision into this space whale's small intestine.
Ew, gross, Rick.
Quiet, Morty, this is science. Title: The Frozen Jerry Paradox.
Synopsis. The episode begins with Rick and Morty standing in a frozen tundra, holding onto a lightsaber as they approach a frozen Jerry. Rick analyzed the situation and deduced that Jerry had been frozen for approximately 100 years. Morty pointed out the irony in Jerry being frozen when they were in a frozen tundra.
Rick. Oh, the classic frozen Jerry paradox. It's like Schrodinger's Jerry, except we know he's dead, or at least, not alive.
Morty, can't we just unfreeze him?
Rick. Morty, unfreezing Jerry would cause a catastrophic chain reaction that would destabilize the entire planet. I'm not cleaning up that mess.
Morty spotted a flamethrower nearby and handed it to Rick, who immediately used it to unfreeze Jerry. However, something strange had occurred, and Jerry's frozen body disappeared.
Rick, what the hell just happened?
Morty, I don't know, Rick, but I think we just created a Jerry singularity.
Rick reckoned that the strange event that caused Jerry's body to disappear was due to a collision of parallel universes. He suggested that they go to the nearest interdimensional portal to investigate.
Rick, Morty, we have to stabilize the Jerry singularity and restore his body. Otherwise, we could destroy the multiverse.
With the lightsaber in hand, Rick and Morty ventured into a sci-fi-like portal that led them to a parallel universe where they encountered cyborg Jerrys, evil Jerrys, and even a Jerry who had once ruled an entire planet.
Morty, man, there sure are a lot of messed up Jerrys out there.
Rick, that's why we have to find our Jerry and stabilize the singularity.
After facing various obstacles, Rick and Morty finally discovered their Jerry, but he was being held captive by a group of evil Jerrys who had formed a cult to worship him.
Evil Jerry! Your Jerry is ours now! He has the power to control the multiverse!
Rick, not if we have anything to say about it.
With the help of the lightsaber and some interdimensional technology, Rick and Morty managed to stabilize the Jerry singularity and restore their Jerry's body. As a result, the evil Jerrys were destroyed and the multiverse was saved.
Morty, phew, that was a close one.
Rick, don't worry, Morty, nothing can stop the science.
As they left the parallel universe and returned to their own, Jerry wakes up, dazed and confused.
Jerry, what the hell happened?
Rick, you were frozen, we unfroze you, and then we saved the multiverse from a bunch of evil Jerrys. The usual stuff.
The episode ends with the three of them walking back to the spaceship, Jerry still dazed, Morty shaking his head in disbelief, and Rick with a smug look on his face.
Title: The Intoxicated Road Trip.
Synopsis. Rick and Morty accompany Jerry on a road trip to his favorite fast food joint. However, things take a wild turn when Jerry decides to drink and drive. Act 1.
Morty, buckle up and grab some food. We're going on a ride.
Where are we going, Rick?
Jerry has a craving for some greasy hamburgers, so we're driving to the nearest joint.
Oh, cool. I love fast food.
Guys, don't wait up. I'm driving.
Wait, what? Jerry, you can't drink and drive.
Relax, Morty. I'll be fine.
Oh boy, this is going to be one crazy ride.
Act 2.
Hold on tight, Morty. Jerry's driving skills are a bit impaired.
Screaming, Rick, we're going to crash.
I can't see the road properly. The signs are blurry.
That's because you're drunk, Jerry. Pull over.
No way. We have to get those burgers.
Rick, we're going to die.
Relax, Morty. I got this.
Act 3.
Jerry, step aside. I'll drive.
But the burgers.
I'll get the burgers. You just sit back and enjoy the ride.
Rick, you're a genius.
Yeah, I know. I've got a PhD in driving.
Hey, that's not fair.
Life's not fair, Jerry. Now shut up and let me concentrate.
Act 4.
We made it, guys. The burgers are in my hands.
That was insane, Rick. How did you do it?
I used a scientific process called sober driving. It's an advanced technique that only the smartest beings can master.
I'm sorry, guys. I shouldn't have driven.
Damn straight, Jerry. Now, let's eat some burgers and forget about this whole mess.
This is the best burger I've ever had.
Yeah, but the ride was still worth it.
I give up. You guys are hopeless.
Vlog.
Rick, can we go on another adventure?
Sure thing, Morty. Just let me grab my PhD in adventure science.
Can I come too?
No way, Jerry. You're sitting this one out. Title: The Calamitous Cruise Catastrophe.
In this episode, we witness the adventurous journey of Rick and Morty as they hop on a luxurious cruise ship that promises an out-of-this-world experience. Jerry and Beth tag along with them, with the latter hoping for some much-needed relaxation. As they board the ship, they are greeted by a cartoon character with a green tie and a white jacket on, who introduces himself as the ship's captain. The captain shows them around the ship, which is filled with high-tech gadgets and futuristic amenities. Rick is impressed by the ship's highly advanced technology and decides to tinker with it, which leads to a series of hilarious mishaps. Morty, on the other hand, tries to enjoy the amenities, but his dreams are cut short when he realizes that the captain's true intentions are not what they seem. Meanwhile, Jerry and Beth are trying to salvage their failed marriage by indulging in all the ship's lavish activities, but instead, they end up getting into a heated argument about the suitability of the ship's decor. As the crew and passengers of the ship gear up for a grand party, Rick manages to turn things awry by accidentally unleashing a swarm of miniature alien parasites that wreak havoc on the ship's systems. The crew goes into a panic mode, and it's up to Rick and Morty to save the day and stop the ship from crashing. In the end, Rick and Morty successfully avert disaster and save the ship. Beth and Jerry reconcile, and everyone goes back home relieved and wiser from their experiences.
Science is like a fine wine. The more you mix, the crazier it gets. But sometimes, you gotta realize when enough is enough.
Wow, I didn't expect that adventure to go that way, but I guess that's just Rick and Morty for you.
You know, maybe we should take more family trips like this. They really bring us all closer together.
Or we could just stay home and watch some TV. That's good too.
Captain, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure having you on board. The ship may have taken some damage, but at least we all got out alive.
Alien parasite, I liked this ship. It was warm and cozy in there.
Well, we saved the day, but let's hope the universe doesn't call on us again anytime soon. I need a break.
Yeah, me too, Rick. Me too.
Opening scene.
The scene opens with Rick and Morty in Rick's lab. They are working on a new invention.
Morty, this invention will take us to a new universe where everything is made out of candy. Imagine the possibilities.
Wow, that sounds amazing, Rick. But is it safe?
Of course, it's safe. I tested it on Jerry earlier.
Jerry? Is he okay?
Well, he's currently stuck in a universe where everything is made out of broccoli, but he's alive.
The plot.
As Rick and Morty activate the invention, they are immediately transported to a universe where the laws of physics are different. They find themselves in a world where office supplies and furniture are sentient beings.
Son, welcome to the office universe. My name is Sun. How can I assist you?
We're just passing through. We need to get back to our universe.
Son, unfortunately the only way to get back home is to win the office chair race.
Office chair race?
Son, yes, every year the office chair race takes place. The winner gets a prize that allows them to travel to any universe they desire.
We're in.
As the race begins, our heroes find themselves racing against characters from other universes. Alan Rails from the Rick and Morty universe, Jackie Chiles from the Seinfeld universe, and Michael Scott from the Office US universe.
Alan Rails. We have to win this race, Morty. We can't let anyone else get that prize.
Jackie Chiles. I don't know why I'm here, but I'll take that prize and use it to get Jerry off my back.
Michael Scott. I hope to win so I can bring Dwight to a universe where he doesn't exist.
The race is insane, with office supplies and furniture thrown in as obstacles. A pen tries to attack Morty, while a stapler ends up getting stuck on Rick's head. As they cross the finish line, the protagonist wins the race, but they suddenly realize that the prize is actually a fake.
Son, congratulations on winning the race. Unfortunately, the prize is just a ruse to keep everyone in this universe. You can never leave.
We'll see about that.
Rick and Morty use their science skills to create a portal gun and escape the office universe. But as they leave, they realize that they brought Sun, the office universe's sentient son, with them.
Son, I am now your captive. What are your commands?
Morty, let's just send Sun back to his universe. We don't need another responsibility.
Yeah, good call, Rick.
The scene fades out as Rick and Morty activate their portal gun and send Sun back to his universe.
Title: The Quantum Insanity of Scarab Maximum Gibbered Gum.
Opening scene.
Rick and Morty are shown flying through space in their spaceship. As they approach a desert planet, Rick points out an anomalous reading in the planet's electromagnetic field. Intrigued, they land the spaceship and explore the planet.
Act 1.
As they wander through the desert, they stumble upon a man named Scarab Maximum Gibbered Gum sitting on a bench in front of the pyramids. Scarab introduces himself as a quantum physicist and invites Rick and Morty to join him for a discussion on the theories of quantum mechanics.
Scarab. Quantum mechanics is a branch of physics that studies the behavior of matter and energy at the atomic and subatomic level.
Yeah, we know that. We are scientists, remember?
I don't follow any of this.
Scarab. Well, let me explain it in simpler terms, Morty. Have you heard of the Schrodinger's cat experiment?
No.
Scarab. Simply put, it's a thought experiment where a cat in a box can be simultaneously alive and dead until the box is opened and the actual state is observed. This reflects the idea that matter can exist in multiple states until observed and measured.
Act 2.
As the discussion gets more intense and complicated, Rick and Scarab get into a heated argument about the nature of reality. Meanwhile, Beth and Summer are exploring the nearby town and meet a tourist named Robert Pattinson, who is filming a documentary about the pyramids.
So, Mr. Pattinson, have you learned anything interesting about the pyramids?
Robert Pattinson. Well, according to my research, the pyramids were built using a complex system of ramps and pulleys, which is still a mystery to this day.
Wow, that's amazing.
Act 3.
As Rick and Scarab continue their debate, Morty gets fed up and wanders off into the desert. He stumbles upon a strange artifact, which he unknowingly activates, causing reality to shift and distort. Suddenly, they find themselves in a world where Forrest Gump is president and everything is run like a box of chocolates.
What the hell is going on here?
Looks like we're in some kind of twisted alternate reality, Morty.
Scarab, fascinating. This could be proof of the multiverse theory.
Beth and Summer eventually catch up with them, and the team works together to find a way to reverse the reality shift before it becomes permanent.
Closing scene.
As they successfully navigate their way back to their own reality, Rick and Morty agree that they've learned a valuable lesson about the nature of reality and the importance of staying grounded in scientific principles. But just as they are about to leave the planet, Scarab reveals that he is not actually a quantum physicist, but rather a madman who enjoys messing with people's minds. Rick and Morty roll their eyes and fly off into the cosmos, leaving Scarab to contemplate the mysteries of the universe on his own.
Title: The Pulsar Yoga Incident.
Opening scene. Rick and Morty are in the garage when Rick receives a distress signal from a pulsar in a nearby galaxy. Sensing an opportunity for adventure, Rick convinces Morty to travel there with him.
Morty, the pulsar signal is fluctuating in a way that can only mean one thing: trouble. We gotta go.
I don't know, Rick. It sounds dangerous.
Danger is my middle name, Morty. Actually, it's Maurice, but that's not important right now. Scene 2. Rick and Morty arrive at the pulsar and discover a woman sitting in a lotus position. Her red hair and green eyes glow in the dark room illuminated only by a neon light. Oh, Morty, looks like we stumbled onto some kind of psychedelic yoga retreat.
Rick, I don't think that's yoga. She's sending out psychic readings.
The woman introduces herself as a mystic and reveals that her meditations have accidentally summoned a dangerous cryptid.
Mystic, I was just trying to reach a higher plane of existence, but I guess I stirred up more than my own chakras.
Scene 3. The trio sets out to track down the cryptid through a creepy forest. Along the way, they stumble upon a strange vampire yoga studio.
What kind of place is this? Only way you'd catch me doing yoga is if they offered pad thai afterwards.
Look, Rick, the studio is run by the cryptid we're hunting. It's disguised as a yoga instructor.
Scene 4. A chaotic battle ensues between Rick and Morty and the disguised cryptid. Just as they're about to be overpowered, they remember they have a secret weapon, Jimmy John's sandwiches.
Morty, I know we're in a tight spot, but don't worry. I brought extra mayo.
It's like you always say, Rick. The only thing better than science is a science sandwich.
Blog. The cryptid defeated, Rick and Morty return to the garage and reflect on their adventure.
Well, Morty, we learned today that sometimes the only thing that can save the universe is a good sandwich.
I don't know, Rick. Seems like we got lucky.
Luck is just science we haven't figured out yet. Morty, pass the mayo. Title: The Extraterrestrial Ecosystem Exploration.
In this episode, Rick, Morty, and Jerry embark on an extraterrestrial ecosystem exploration, which involves traveling to a distant planet to study its unique flora and fauna. Armed with their spacesuits and scientific equipment, they embark on their journey in search of new discoveries.
Listen up, Morty and Jerry. Our mission is to explore this planet's ecosystem and study its biology. We're going to be collecting samples, analyzing data, and discovering new forms of life. Are you ready?
Oh, yeah, Rick. I think so. But are you sure we're not going to get killed or something?
Guys, I just don't think this is a good idea. I have a thyroidectomy next week, and I can't afford to get hurt.
Oh, come on, Jerry. Live a little. This is going to be the experience of a lifetime. Now, let's get to it.
As they begin exploring the planet, they come across a strange creature that looks like a mix between a cat and a pineapple. Morty attempts to collect a sample, but the creature bites him.
Oh, it bit me, Rick. What do I do?
Don't worry, Morty. I've got just the thing.
Rick pulls out a device that looks like a cross between a toaster and a ray gun and uses it to heal Morty's wound. They continue their exploration and come across a large, hulking beast. Guys, run! That thing looks dangerous.
Relax, Jerry. It's just like a big, cuddly teddy bear.
The creature turns out to be friendly, and they all have a good laugh about Jerry's overreaction. They continue exploring and come across a strange device that resembles a time machine.
Hey, Rick, this thing looks like a time machine. Maybe we can go back and see Albert Einstein or something.
Good idea, Morty. Let's take her for a spin.
They activate the device and are transported back in time to meet Albert Einstein.
Albert Einstein, greetings, travelers. What brings you to my time?
We're studying the extraterrestrial ecosystem, Einstein. Can you tell us anything about alien life?
Albert Einstein, yes. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence is a fascinating field. I often ponder what life forms may exist beyond our universe.
Wow, even Einstein believes in aliens.
I wonder what else we can learn from him. The group spends the rest of their time with Einstein, learning about the intricacies of quantum mechanics and enjoying his funny speeches. Eventually, they return to the present and reflect on their amazing adventure.
Well, that was one crazy ride, Morty and Jerry. But we got some good data and some new friends. And that's what science is all about, baby.
I don't know about you guys, but I need a nap after that one.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with more traditional forms of research from now on. And so, the extraterrestrial ecosystem exploration comes to an end, leaving the trio with plenty of stories to tell and new knowledge to explore.
Title: The Smile Trifecta Experiment.
The episode starts off with Rick showing Morty and Jerry his latest invention, the Smile Trifecta, a set of 3 pills that are guaranteed to make you smile no matter what. Rick explains the complicated chemical composition of the pills as Morty and Jerry stare at him blankly.
These pills contain a special blend of serotonin and dopamine inhibitors that stimulate the pleasure centers of your brain. They're like 3 mini hugs for your brain.
Rick, are you sure that's safe?
Yeah, I don't want to end up like that time you turned me into a pickle.
Beefed, of course it's safe. What's the worst that could happen?
As Rick hands out the pills, the trio takes them and immediately start giggling uncontrollably. They run around the lab, playing with random objects and making ridiculous jokes.
Hey Jerry, you ever hear the one about the horse who walked into a bar?
No, Morty, I haven't.
Well, he says to the bartender, "Why the long face?"
Jerry bursts out laughing and Rick can barely hold in his own chuckles. Suddenly, the smiling marshmallow on the table comes to life and starts dancing around.
Marshmallow, hey guys, I'm Mr. Smiley. Let's have some fun.
That's weird. I don't remember programming that.
As they continue to laugh and play, they start to notice strange things happening around them. Objects are floating in midair and the lab walls are pulsing with rainbow colors. Guys, I don't think this is normal.
Normal schmormal, Jerry, let's embrace the weirdness.
I knew these pills would be a hit.
The trio continues to experience wild hallucinations and absurd situations, including a singing banana and a time-traveling giraffe. As they come down from their high, they realize that the pills may have some unintended consequences.
Rick, I don't think the smile trifecta is such a good idea after all.
Yeah, I feel like I just lived through a David Lynch movie.
Hey, minor side effects. It's all in the name of science.
As the episode ends, the smiling marshmallow waves goodbye to the trio as they stumble out of the lab, still feeling the effects of the pills.
Marshmallow, bye guys, thanks for playing with me. See you later.
Well, that was a fun little experiment. Now, who's ready for some pizza?
Morty and Jerry exchange a bewildered look as the camera pans out to show the lab in disarray, with random objects still floating around and the walls still pulsing with colors. Roll credits. The episode opens with the Smith family lounging in their living room. Rick stumbles in, looking disheveled and holding a half-empty bottle of alcohol.
Morty, my boy, I've decided to give up booze. It's time for me to get serious about science.
Oh, okay, Rick. But what about all that time you spent making your own brand of alien liquor?
That was just a phase, Morty. I'm on to bigger and better things now.
As Rick tries to sober up, the family notices a strange artifact on the coffee table. It's a small orb, pulsating with a colorful aura.
What the hell is that thing, Rick?
I don't know, Beth, but I can feel its energy from here. It's like it's calling out to me.
Are you sure it's not just a toy from one of Summer's weird friends?
Hey, watch it, Dad. I have great taste in friends.
As the family bickers, the orb starts to emit a high-pitched whine. Suddenly, the room is enveloped in a burst of light and the Smiths find themselves transported to a strange alternate dimension.
Aw, geez, Rick, what have you gotten us into now?
Relax, Morty. This is just a simple case of interdimensional travel. My PhD in quantum physics is finally paying off.
The family looks around in amazement as they survey their new surroundings. The landscape is a colorful abstract background with lines and shapes in the middle of it. They're standing on a black background, while in the distance, a white background can be seen.
This is incredible. I feel like I'm in a psychedelic dream.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I need to sit down.
Wait, does that mean you're tripping too, Dad?
I don't know what I'm feeling, Summer. Just don't touch my face. As they explore their surroundings, the family starts to notice that everything around them is alive. The lines and shapes on the abstract background are pulsating and humming with energy.
Amazing, isn't it? We've landed on a planet composed entirely of living geometry.
Oh, I don't know if that's amazing or terrifying.
As they venture further into the geometric landscape, they come across strange creatures made entirely of triangles and rectangles.
Rick, are those monsters?
Monsters? No, Beth. Those are just the local inhabitants. They're harmless, as long as you don't make any sudden movements or eye contact.
Just as Rick finishes his sentence, one of the creatures lunges towards Jerry, who screams in terror. Damn it, Rick, you said they were harmless.
Relax, Jerry, that was just a reflex. They're actually quite friendly, as long as you don't touch their vertices.
The family continues to explore the bizarre landscape, encountering new and strange phenomena at every turn. They eventually stumble upon the source of the pulsating orb, a giant nexus of abstract shapes and colors that seem to be controlling the very fabric of time and space.
Whoa, Rick, what is that thing?
That, Morty, is the nexus of all known and unknown scientific phenomena. It's the ultimate power source for any intrepid explorer.
Do you think we should try to harness its energy, Rick?
Well, we could try. But I must warn you, the Nexus has a way of turning even the most rational scientists into power-hungry megalomaniacs.
I think we've had enough insanity for one day, Rick. Let's just find a way back home.
As they try to make their way back to their own dimension, the family is suddenly attacked by a swarm of iridescent butterflies with razor-sharp wings. Damn it, Rick, I knew this was a bad idea.
Relax, Jerry. We just need to activate the harmonic resonance field to ward them off.
What's a harmonic resonance field, Rick?
It's like a scientific force field, Morty. But instead of using boring old photons, it uses sound waves to repel unwanted pests.
The family huddles together as Rick activates the harmonic resonance field, unleashing a deafening blast of sound that sends the butterflies fleeing into the distance.
Rick, remind me again why we came to this dimension?
For science, Beth, for the pure thrill of discovering something new and exciting.
As the episode draws to a close, the family finally makes their way back to their own dimension, exhausted but exhilarated from their interdimensional journey.
Well, that was one crazy ride, Rick. Do you think we'll ever find something like that again?
Who knows, Summer? The universe is infinite and full of surprises. We can only hope that we'll get the chance to explore it some more.
As the family settles back into their living room, they can't help but feel a sense of awe and wonder at the power of science and exploration. And as Rick pours himself a glass of water, they know that anything is possible as long as they keep pushing the boundaries of discovery.
Title: The Blue Rings of Raiders and Unicorn Pet Detective.
In this episode, we observe a man in a hat and jacket with a gun in his hand and a red and yellow background behind him, known as Indiana Jones. Jones is in the pursuit of ancient and powerful artifacts known as the Blue Rings. These artifacts have been studied for centuries due to their unique abilities to harness and control energies beyond human comprehension. The scientific community has studied the Blue Rings for centuries, and many believe they hold the key to unlocking secrets of the universe. Meanwhile, we observe the efforts of Sophia Carson, a brilliant unicorn pet detective, to locate and save endangered species of magical creatures. Her specialty is understanding the unique biology and properties of these creatures and tracking their movements in the world. As Indiana Jones races to track down and obtain the blue rings, he must evade the dangerous traps and obstacles that have been put in his path. His journey takes him across diverse landscapes, moving from ancient tombs to abandoned temples, as well as exploring the depths of the ocean. Throughout his journey, he discovers the incredible power of the blue rings, but also the challenges of harnessing such power. Meanwhile, Sophia Carson is brought into the fray as she discovers that these endangered creatures are being captured and used to power the blue rings. Her knowledge of these creatures is useful in tracking down the source of the power that drives the rings. Sophia learns that the blue rings' power is fueled by the unique energy of these endangered magical creatures. The episode culminates in a thrilling battle as Indiana Jones and Sophia Carson team up to stop the dark forces that seek to harness the power of the blue rings and endanger magical creatures. With their combined knowledge and expertise, they are able to create a powerful cure for the magical creatures and save them from extinction. In the end, the blue rings are safely returned to their rightful place, and Indiana Jones and Sophia Carson leave with a better understanding of the world and its many wonders.
Title: The Multichromatic Circumstance.
Synopsis.
In this episode, Rick and Morty stumble upon a colorful picture of a circular object with a yellow center and a purple center and a yellow center and a purple center. Intrigued by the pattern, Rick decides to investigate the phenomenon using his advanced scientific tools and expertise.
Morty, my boy, I found something truly fascinating. This circular object with the alternating yellow and purple centers holds the key to unlocking a new dimension of science. We must delve deeper into this multichromatic circumstance.
What does that mean, Rick?
Means we're going on a wild ride, Morty. Hold onto your lab coat.
As the duo explore the circular object, they inadvertently cross paths with Kif Kroker of Futurama, who joins them on their expedition. Along the way, they encounter various obstacles and challenges, including but not limited to tellurium-based life forms and miniature yellow jacket creatures.
Oh my, this is quite the adventure. I haven't experienced anything like this since the last dance of the Beta Quadrant.
Oh geez, Morty, we've got another sci-fi fanatic on our hands.
I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, Rick.
As they navigate through the multichromatic circumstance, Rick and his companions make several scientific discoveries that defy the laws of physics and shake the very foundation of their understanding of the universe.
This is incredible. Who knew that a simple circular object could hold so much scientific potential? This truly is a groundbreaking moment.
I just want to go home and take a nap, Rick.
I concur, Morty. I do believe we've had our fill of excitement for one day. Time to head back to our respective dimensions.
With that, Rick and Morty bid Kif farewell and return home, eager to continue their scientific pursuits. The multichromatic circumstance may have been a temporary distraction, but the knowledge gained from their journey will have far-reaching implications for the scientific community. End of episode.
Title: Futuristic vampire farm life in the Philippines.
The episode opens with Rick and Morty traveling in their futuristic car through a bustling futuristic city. Morty begins to ask Rick about the complex scientific principles behind the various buildings and technologies that they see.
Hey Rick, what's the deal with all these nanobots? How do they keep everything working?
Geez, Morty, do I have to explain everything to you? It's all just a bunch of quantum mechanics and thermodynamics. Nothing too complicated.
As they approach a particularly impressive skyscraper, they notice something strange in the foreground. A large, ominous-looking farm with a sign that reads, "Vampire Farm Life," catches their eye.
Hey, Rick, can we check out that farm? It looks like something out of a horror movie.
Rick, always game for an adventure, agrees. They make their way to the farm and are greeted by a peculiar scene. A group of vampires are tending to a crop of blood oranges, which they explain are their main source of sustenance. Summer, who has been notably silent up until now, pipes up with an enthusiastic question.
Do you guys ever get sick of just drinking blood? Like, don't you ever crave some Panda Express?
The vampires are baffled by this question and ask Rick to explain what Panda Express is. Rick rolls his eyes and begins to launch into an explanation involving quantum entanglement and the laws of thermodynamics. Just as they're getting into the details, they are suddenly interrupted by the arrival of a group of screenwriters. The screenwriters have decided that the Vampire Farm Life would make for a great Halloween movie and are attempting to secure the rights. Rick, who can't resist a good negotiation, begins to haggle with the screenwriters over the price of the rights. The discussion quickly devolves into absurdity as Rick insists that they include a scene involving a hysterectomy and a paramedic. Eventually, they come to a deal and the screenwriters are allowed to use the story for their film. The episode ends with Rick and the rest of the family driving off in their futuristic car, pondering the strange events of the day.
Man, that was crazy. I don't think I understood any of it.
Don't worry, Morty, neither did I.
Ah, ignorance is bliss. Let's go get some Panda Express. Title: The Quantum Entanglement of Avocado Toast.
The episode starts with Rick and Morty analyzing a black and white photograph of a ball in a hole with a sky background, with Rick stating, "Morty, this is not your average golf hole. It's a quantum entangled singularity with infinite mass and energy." Morty nervously replies, Rick, what does that even mean?" Meanwhile, Summer and Beth are having a conversation about the health benefits of avocados and their impact on the body's immune system. Beth scoffs at Summer's claims and says, "You can't just believe everything you read on the internet, Summer. Let's stick to science." Rick and Morty find themselves aboard an alien-infested ship where they're tasked with retrieving a rare element called osmium. As they journey through the ship, Rick notices something odd about the gravity. "Morty, this ship is emitting a gravitational field that's causing the osmium to morph into avocados," he exclaims. Back on Earth, Summer and Beth decide to make avocado toast for breakfast. As they take a bite, they suddenly feel a surge of energy coursing through their veins. "What did you put in this toast, Summer?" "This is not your average avocado," Beth remarks. Rick and Morty successfully retrieve the osmium avocado hybrid and return to Earth, where they present it to Beth and Summer. "This element has the power to cure any known disease and enhance human capabilities," Rick explains. As the episode comes to a close, Rick raises a piece of avocado toast to the camera and says, "To the quantum entanglement of avocado toast. Science just got a whole lot tastier."
This isn't your average golf hole, Morty. It's a quantum entangled singularity with infinite mass and energy.
Rick, what does that even mean?
You can't just believe everything you read on the internet, Summer. Let's stick to science.
But Mom, avocados are scientifically proven to boost the immune system.
This ship is emitting a gravitational field that's causing the osmium to morph into avocados.
What did you put in this toast, Summer? This is not your average avocado.
This element has the power to cure any known disease and enhance human capabilities.
So, it's like a superhero serum?
Well, it's science, Morty. And science just got a whole lot tastier.
Scientific PhD University episode, The Ramen Noodle World Showdown.
Greetings, fellow intellectuals. Today's episode will be exploring the possibilities of interdimensional travel through the consumption of ramen noodles.
Whoa, really? So you mean to tell me that all this time, I could have been traveling to other dimensions just by eating ramen?
I don't know about that, Rick. Sounds like another one of your crazy ideas.
Yeah, Rick. What's the science behind this?
Ah, good question, Summer. See, ramen noodles have a unique chemical composition that, when combined with special receptors in the brain, can trigger an interdimensional response. It's all very scientific.
Suddenly, an evil obese sumo wrestler appears and attempts to steal the group's special ramen noodle dinner.
Oh no, we have to stop him. Everyone, grab your chopsticks and let's do this.
The group dunks their noodles into the bowl, which transports them to a world made entirely out of ramen noodles.
Whoa, this place looks tasty.
Focus, Morty. We have an evil sumo wrestler to defeat.
Rick, any ideas on how to do that?
Well, we could always challenge him to a ramen noodle eating contest.
The ultimate showdown between the group and the evil sumo wrestler ensues, with fast-paced action scenes and witty dialogue.
Rick, this is insane. How are we supposed to eat all of this ramen?
Just focus, Summer. Keep eating.
Finally, after a grueling challenge, the group emerges victorious.
That was amazing! I can't believe we just defeated an evil sumo wrestler in a world made of ramen noodles.
And I can't believe I ate that much. I'm never eating ramen again.
Rick, what dimension?
Title: The Canine Conundrum.
Synopsis. In this episode, the Smith family discovers a strange wolf with a red background, black nose, head, and tail, with yellow eyes. Rick and Morty embark on a scientific journey to determine the origin of this mysterious creature while Jerry and Summer find themselves working at Papa John's in an effort to keep the family afloat.
Scene 1. Rick's lab.
Morty, we've got a complex problem on our hands. This wolf's genetic makeup is unlike any we've seen before. The red background and yellow eyes suggest a possible alien origin.
Oh geez, Rick, an alien wolf? What's it doing on Earth?
I don't know, Morty. But we need to find out before it causes any harm. Let's get to work.
Scene 2, Papa John's.
Welcome to Papa John's. Can I take your order?
Customer, I'll have a large pizza with extra cheese.
Coming right up.
Wow, Summer. You're really killing it in the pizza game.
Thanks, Dad, but I never thought I'd be slinging pizzas to pay the bills.
Scene 3, Rick's lab.
Morty, according to my calculations, this wolf originated from a distant planet in the Andromeda Galaxy. It appears to be a lost species, searching for a home.
Poor wolf. Can't we just send it back to where it came from?
It's not that simple, Morty. We need to make sure we don't disrupt any ecosystems or cause unforeseen consequences.
Scene 4, Papa John's.
Customer, hey, are you guys new here? I've never seen you around before.
Oh, we're just filling in for a bit.
Yeah, we're not really pizza people.
Customer, well, you're doing a great job. This pizza is delicious.
Thanks, we aim to please.
Scene 5, Rick's lab.
Morty, I've discovered a way to send the wolf back to its home planet without causing any harm. But we need to act fast before it's too late.
What do we need to do, Rick?
We need to create a portal to the Andromeda Galaxy and place the wolf inside. But the portal is unstable, and we need to be precise. One wrong move, and we could destroy the entire planet.
Scene 6, Papa John's.
Hey Summer, have you noticed anything weird about this pizza joint?
What do you mean, Dad?
I mean, it's Papa John's, but it's not Papa John's. Look at the logo, it's slightly different.
Oh no, we're accidentally working for a knockoff pizza chain.
Scene 7, Rick's lab.
Morty, we did it. The wolf is back where it belongs. And it looks like our universe is still intact.
That was close, Rick. But what about Jerry and Summer?
Oh right, I forgot about them. Let's go get them before they get in any trouble.
Scene 8, Papa J's, formerly known as Papa John's.
I can't believe we almost got fired from a fake pizza place.
Yeah, but we made some good tips at least. And I think I learned some important life lessons about responsibility and hard work.
Hey you two, ready to go home and get some real food?
Oh thank God, yes please.
Epilogue. The Smith family gathers around the dinner table, enjoying a delicious meal prepared by Beth. Morty pets Snowball, happy to have saved a life. Rick contemplates the mysteries of the universe, satisfied with the day's discoveries. And Summer and Jerry muse about their newfound work ethic, wondering what the future holds.
Narrator. In this episode, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer face a formidable challenge when an evil, obese, sweaty, and balding sumo wrestler threatens to steal their special ramen noodle dinner. In their attempts to stop him, they are transported to a ramen noodle world where they must engage in an ultimate showdown to save their meal.
This unknown ramen noodle world could be a convergence point for our own universe and the multiverse at large. We must tread carefully.
Rick, I just want to save the ramen and go home.
Can't we just bribe him with some other food?
No, guys, this is our special ramen and we have to fight for it.
Narrator. The team engages in a series of thrilling action scenes with a sumo wrestler, involving swords, grappling, and a lot of noodle slapping.
The sumo wrestler is a formidable adversary, but I have a theory. The combination of his obesity, sweat production, and balding pattern suggests an excess of a certain hormone.
What does that mean?
It means we have to target his hormone receptors to incapacitate him.
How do we do that?
I have an idea. Pulls out a hot sauce bottle.
Narrator. Summer cleverly uses the hot sauce to distract the sumo wrestler and create an opening for the team to strike.
Now Morty, strike his abdomen with the sword.
Oh, I don't think I can do it, Rick.
I'll do it. Takes the sword. Narrator. With Jerry's help, the team is able to land a decisive blow on the sumo wrestler and save their special ramen. They then return back to their own world with a sense of satisfaction and victory.
I guess you can say we really ramen ate at home.
That was terrible, Summer.
I just want to eat the ramen now.
Narrator. Another successful adventure for the dynamic team of Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer.
Title: Mutant Mannequins and Fast Food Fun.
Opening shot shows a robot sitting at a table in a room with lights on it and a green light shining on the ceiling. Enter Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry, who are enjoying delicious fast food from a knockoff McDonald's named McClownald's. Rick, the brilliant scientist, explains the emergence of a group of evil mutant mannequins who appear with a boxing glove on their heads. These mannequins have been created due to a failed experiment that was intended to create perfect human-like androids. As the mannequins start attacking, Jerry gets hit hard. Rick and his family are all outfitted with special weaponry and engage in epic fighting scenes. Morty uses his unconventional fighting style to take out several mannequins in quick succession. Summer uses her expertise in martial arts to hold off the mannequins for a while, but eventually gets overwhelmed. In a tense scene, Rick uses his extensive knowledge in robotics to create a distraction, enabling him and his family to temporarily escape. As they regroup, they strategize their next move and come up with an overly complex plan. As their plan starts to go awry, the family frantically attempts to improvise. Jerry, feeling useless and embarrassed, attempts to redeem himself. He successfully incapacitates one of the mannequins with his signature move, the Jerry Punch. With only one mannequin left, the family works together to defeat it. In an emotional finale, the mannequin is taken down by Morty using a self-destruct feature from its initial programming. In conclusion, the episode ends with the family reflecting on their experience over another round of fast food from McDonald's. Episode title: The Rap Battle, a Futurama crossover. In this episode, the protagonists Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer are driving through the dark with mountains in the background and clouds in the sky in a green car. The scientific explanation is that they were able to travel to a different dimension with the help of advanced technology. Upon arriving in the world of Futurama, they come across Fry, a beloved character from the show. They decide to initiate a rhyming rap battle with Fry on appearance in a descriptive detail that is explained in the rhyming itself. The research shows that rap battles have been used to resolve conflicts in historical and modern times. The rap battle turns out to be intense and competitive, with both sides delivering clever and witty verses. After a fierce battle, Rick, Morty, Jerry, and Summer manage to roast Fry, and he is thrown into a pit with sloppy, slobbery, stanky, obese mutant pugs as per the agreed-upon rules. The scientific explanation for why Fry was thrown into the pit is to understand the neurological effects of punishment and its impact on behavior. Fry complains vehemently about his punishment in extreme detail. which highlights the emotional and cognitive reactions to punishment. The episode features a few epic thrilling scenes, including the rap battle, the pit of mutant pugs, and the clever and award-winning writing dialogue. The scientific approach to the storyline enhances the viewer's engagement and also emphasizes the importance of scientific inquiry. In the end, Fry is rescued by Bender and the team returns home to their original universe. The episode concludes with a satisfying ending where the team realizes the importance of embracing diversity and learning from other cultures. Narrator. In this episode entitled The Unique Trap, we follow the scientific ordeal of a young man passed out inside an abandoned bathroom. The man is a 29-year-old software engineer with no known medical conditions. He is wearing blue jeans, a white t-shirt, and black sneakers.
Man in black shirt, holding a pair of scissors and looking at a laptop. According to my analysis, the trap attached to the man's body is a unique combination of a bear trap, a reverse bear trap, and a shotgun collar. The shotgun collar is rigged to discharge if the man does not escape in time.
Narrator. The trap is indeed unique, with intricate mechanisms and detailed craftsmanship. The young man wakes up to find himself in the treacherous trap, and he panics as he realizes the gravity of his situation.
Young man, agitated, what is going on? Who are you people?
Jigsaw, on the video screen of the laptop held by the man in black shirt. Hello, young man. I want to play a game. You've been living your life without appreciation, without recognizing the value of your existence. Today, you will face a test of survival. You have 60 minutes to escape the trap before the shotgun collar explodes, killing you instantly.
Narrator. The young man struggles to find a way out of the trap, working desperately against time. He discovers some clues and makes some progress, but the time is running out fast.
Man in black shirt, typing on the laptop. There seems to be a final trick that we missed. The trap is rigged to activate the shotgun collar even if the man manages to escape it. We need to disable the fail-safe mechanisms before the clock runs out.
Narrator. The man in black shirt and Jigsaw engage in a fierce intellectual battle, trying to outmaneuver each other. The young man is caught in the middle, struggling for his life.
Young man, whimpering. Please, don't let me die. I don't want to die.
Narrator. The tension rises to a climax as the man in black shirt finally manages to disable the fail-safe mechanisms, allowing the young man to escape the trap just in time. But the writing cadence is clever and award-winning as a twist happens.
Man in black shirt, smiling. Well done, young man. You've passed the test. You're free to go now.
Jigsaw, on the video screen. You think you've won, man in black shirt? You forget. I always have the last laugh.
Narrator. The unexpected twist leaves the man in black shirt stunned as he realizes that Jigsaw had outsmarted him all along. The young man walks out of the abandoned bathroom, confused and traumatized, while Jigsaw continues to play his deadly games with unsuspecting victims. The end. Professor Smith, In this episode of Saw, we observe a man, identified as John Doe, who is unconscious in an abandoned bathroom. John Doe's age is approximately 35 years old and his occupation is unknown.
Professor Kim, John Doe is wearing a unique trap that is attached to his body. It consists of a metal contraption that appears to be a cage surrounding his chest and a mechanical device that is connected to his neck and comprises a set of syringes.
Professor Lee, upon waking up, John Doe received a message from the infamous Jigsaw, informing him that he must solve a complex puzzle to escape the trap within a designated time period.
Professor Chen. The puzzle involves a complex system of levers and pulleys, which requires the knowledge of mechanical engineering and mathematical calculations.
Professor Lopez. John Doe, in a state of panic, attempts to solve the puzzle but to no avail, and the time is rapidly running out.
Professor Singh. During our observation, we noted that John Doe's pulse rate increased, and his sympathetic nervous system was activated as he attempted to solve the puzzle.
Professor Lee. However, an unexpected twist occurs when John Doe discovers that the trap was not intended for him. Instead, it was designed for another person who had been held hostage in the same bathroom.
Professor Smith. The episode concludes with John Doe's realization that Jigsaw had intended for him to be a witness, and his life was spared as a consequence.
Title: Anatomy of a Trap. The game begins.
Opening scene. The camera opens with a close-up of a woman's hand reaching towards a laptop keyboard. The protagonist, Sarah, is sitting at a table with her laptop in front of her. The frame filters into a scientific analysis, diving into the psychology and the neural mechanisms of the brain when engaged in focused work.
Sarah, the task at hand is the analysis of the data from the latest research project.
Camera zooms into the laptop screen. An exciting new realm in cognitive science.
Transition scene.
The screen fades to black, and the audience can hear a metallic clinking sound. Suddenly, the picture fades in, showing a young woman passed out inside an abandoned bathroom. There is a buzz of high-voltage electricity heard in the background. The girl is Sarah, 27, working as a cognitive neuroscientist at a leading research institute.
Scientific analysis scene.
The camera proceeds to provide a thorough description of the trap in which Sarah is constrained. Sarah is lying on the floor, and her head and one hand are restrained by steel bars. A metal frame surrounds her body. A plastic cage covers her face tightly, with only a small hole through which she can breathe and hear, and short pipes that allow her to exhale carbon dioxide, lies on the floor close to her hip. The trap is an advanced version of a type that has been observed in previous Jigsaw cases.
Sarah, the trap harnesses an intricate machine to control the oxygen flow into the cage on my face and restrict the airflow by the tubes on either side of the box. The water in the tub is being heated at a constant rate with the protruding electrodes. The amount of time it will take for the heat to trigger the electrical connections is marked on the timer in front of me.
Suddenly, Sarah wakes up in a torturous condition and finds herself trapped in a typical Jigsaw trap.
Sarah, the fear of not being able to breathe has triggered my fight or flight response. My amygdala has released adrenaline and cortisol, filling me with a sensation of dread and anxiety.
Transition scene.
As Sarah is struggling to escape, the screen fades to black, with the sound of the mechanical trap ticking in the background. The scene then fades back into Sarah, the electrodes protruding from the bathtub, and Jigsaw in front of her.
Jigsaw, poor Sarah, time is running out.
The camera pans in, showing the countdown clock ticking towards the inevitable.
Sarah, my prefrontal cortex is in overdrive, attempting to solve this puzzle in record time.
Scientific analysis scene.
As Sarah is frantically searching for a way out, the camera provides a thorough scientific analysis of the trap and how it works.
Sarah, this trap is a remarkable creation, engineering based on the research on human psychology, neuroscience, and materials engineering.
Suddenly, Sarah has an epiphany and realizes her painful yet obvious escape route. Embracing the risk, she goes for it.
Ending scene.
Instead of a bloodbath, an unexpected surprise occurs. The room suddenly illuminates, and Sarah walks out alive, exposing Jigsaw's trickery. The clock displays a pre-decided time of release.
Sarah, Jigsaw, you exposed my vulnerability to fear, but you truly underestimated the resilience of my scientific knowledge.
Jigsaw, you are correct, Sarah. Congratulations, you have won the game.
The ending scene shifts to a scientific analysis of the intricate trap and the mental and neural processes that Sarah underwent, proving how her knowledge saved her life.
Closing scene.
Sarah is summarizing her experience in her laboratory while analyzing her brain scans.
Sarah, the experience of being in a jigsaw trap and the stakes of losing my life have provided intricate insights into the workings of the human brain in the face of adversity. This experience has paved the way for significant breakthroughs in cognitive science.
The screen fades to black, ending the episode in true scientific excellence.
Professor Smith. In this episode, we are examining a horror scene from the Saw movie franchise. The scene depicts a woman, identified as a 27-year-old nurse, holding a puzzle piece in her hand. The background shows a clock and a full moon in the sky. We observe that the puzzle piece potentially symbolizes an incomplete aspect of the victim's life or an incomplete puzzle that Jigsaw, the antagonist, aims to have her complete to survive.
Dr. Lee. The setting of the scene is crucial. We see the victim unconscious inside an abandoned bathroom with an extremely unique trap attached to her. The trap consists of a helmet placed on the head of the victim, which is connected to a metal contraption attached to her mouth. We suspect that this contraption may be filling up her mouth with water, which may lead to drowning. Furthermore, she has a key dangling from the back of the helmet which Jigsaw hid for her to find and use to unlock the trap before it's too late.
Professor Smith. Her professional background as a nurse might be significant as it suggests that she might have saved lives but is now struggling for her own survival. As she regains consciousness, she receives a message from Jigsaw informing her that she needs to escape the trap before the clock runs out.
Dr. Lee. The story's climax occurs when the victim finds the key to the trap but realizes that it is not the correct key for the contraption. Jigsaw calls her on a phone left in the room and explains that the key opened up a box in another area of the room containing the correct key. The time is running out, and we see an emotional battle within the character as she finds the box and eventually escapes with seconds to spare.
Professor Smith. The story's ending is unexpected. As the victim leaves the bathroom alive, she sees Jigsaw standing before her and raises a gun to shoot him. But she breaks down in front of him, realizing that she has become just as twisted as him and her sins have finally caught up with her.
Dr. Lee. Thus, we get a glimpse into the psyche of the victim and the antagonist. The victim, who is supposed to be the good character, has her own demons, and the antagonist thinks he is doing justice for others. The story concludes by leaving the viewer with more questions than answers, building a grounded connection with the audience.
Title: The Chrono Helmet of Time Traveling.
Synopsis: After discovering a mysterious man in a uniform with a helmet on his head and a ring around his neck, Rick develops an interest in the potential time travel capabilities of the helmet.
Scene 1.
At the start of the episode, Morty discovers a strange man in a futuristic uniform with a helmet on his head and a ring around his neck that has a clock on it. Intrigued, Rick decides to study the rings and helmet's features and tries to determine their purpose.
Interesting technology. If my assumptions are correct, this helmet could be a key to time travel.
But Rick, isn't time traveling dangerous? Remember when we went to Atlantis and messed everything up?
Morty, that's why we have this. The Chrono Helmet of Time Traveling.
Scene 2.
Rick, Morty, and Summer test the chrono helmet on a cactus, sending it back and forth through time. Meanwhile, Coach and Lil Nas X stumble upon the experiment.
Okay, let's see if this works. Ready, set, time travel.
Wow, it actually worked. Let's see what else we can do.
Coach, hey, what's going on here?
Lil Nas X. Whoa, dude. This is awesome. Can I time travel too?
Scene 3.
The group decides to take the chrono helmet to different eras, including the Stone Age, Dinosaurs era, and Ancient Egypt. However, they fall victim to some unexpected consequences.
Alright, let's go to the Stone Age. I've always wanted to see prehistoric times.
Rick, we shouldn't mess with the timeline.
Relax, Morty. Nothing bad will happen.
However, disaster strikes when they accidentally kill a butterfly in the past, causing a chain reaction that alters the present timeline.
Oh man, now we've done it. We've created a time paradox.
Coach, guys, I think we might have a problem.
Scene 4.
The team faces a race against time to fix the time paradox before it's too late.
Okay, we need to figure out how to reverse this. Rick, any ideas?
Let me think. Aha, I've got it. We just need to use the chrono helmet to go back in time and stop ourselves from killing the butterfly.
Lil Nas X. Wait, what butterfly?
Never mind. Let's just fix this before it's too late.
Scene 5.
The team successfully fixes the timeline and returns to the present day. However, they quickly realize that they're not alone.
Phew, that was close. I don't think I can handle another time paradox.
Hey, look, there's someone else here.
The mysterious man from before appears once again, revealing that he's actually a time-traveling scientist from the future.
Scientist, I see you've discovered the chrono helmet. It's a dangerous tool, but as long as it's in the right hands, it can change the course of history.
Hey, we're the smartest people in the universe. Of course, it's in the right hands.
Scientist. Oh, really? Then how do you explain the multiple butterfly effects you caused?
We were just testing it out. We didn't mean to.
Scientist. Don't worry, I'll make sure you'll never get your hands on it again.
Suddenly, the man disappears, taking the chrono helmet with him.
Well, there goes our chance at time travel. Oh well, at least we don't have to deal with any more paradoxes.
The group leaves, as the camera pans up to reveal the scientist watching them from a distance, with a sinister grin on his face.
Scientist. They may think they're the smartest, but they have no idea what's coming next.
Roll credits.
Title: The Umbrellas and the Trap Man, a psychological thriller.
Introduction.
In this episode, we explore the intricacies of a psychological thriller, The story begins with a man sitting on the ground with a blue umbrella and a yellow man with a yellow jacket and a black umbrella. Suddenly, a young man is found passed out inside an abandoned bathroom. He has an extremely unique trap attached to him which we shall describe in detail. His age and job shall also be stated. He wakes up and gets a message from Jigsaw. He has to escape the trap before it's too late. The ending shall be epic and unexpected.
Act 1.
The scene opens with two men sitting on the ground, amidst a dark alley, with their respective umbrellas. The blue umbrella belongs to a man in his late 30s with a steady job as a scientist, while the yellow jacket and black umbrella belong to a vagrant in his mid-50s. Suddenly, a young man's cry for help is heard from an adjacent, abandoned building. The two men rush to the scene and find the young man lying on a dirty bathroom floor, unconscious.
Act 2.
As the two men approach the young man, they realize that he is trapped in a complex contraption that defies all scientific explanations. The young man's job is revealed to be that of a games developer. The contraption is described as a series of metal plates clamped around his limbs, neck, and torso, like a medieval rack. Each plate is connected to a module around the young man that resembles a ticking time bomb. The contraption looks deadly, and the man will die if he doesn't escape the trap.
Act 3.
The young man wakes up with a ringing headache, and he realizes he is trapped. Suddenly, a message from the infamous Jigsaw appears on a screen in front of him. The message states that he has to escape this trap within 30 minutes. Otherwise, the trap will detonate, killing him.
Act 4.
As the young man scrambles to escape from the trap, the scientist and the vagrant ponder over the complexity of the device. They realize that the contraption would require a combination of intricate engineering and psychological manipulation to produce such an outcome. They start to suspect that the young man may have some role to play in his own entrapment.
Act 5.
As time ticks away, the young man frantically tries to escape the trap. Meanwhile, the scientist and the vagrant start to unravel the clues left behind by Jigsaw in a series of cryptic messages. Gradually, they piece together the young man's dark past, including his involvement in a corrupt games development company that stole from its workers.
Act 6.
The young man finally manages to escape the trap, but the scientist and the vagrant are also caught in a trap. They are revealed to be accomplices in the young man's entrapment. The episode ends with a mind-blowing plot twist as the young man walks away free, and the scientist and the vagrant take his place in the trap.
Conclusion.
In this episode, we explored the intricate webs of psychology and manipulation. From the umbrellas to the trapped man and Jigsaw's messages, the story kept us on our toes. At the end of the day, it was a case of who was the real Jigsaw mastermind, and the audience was left gasping for breath with this clever, well-worded ending. Narrator. In this episode, we witness a seminal yet eerie scene of a man with a mask sitting on the floor surrounded by heaps of papers and with a knife in his hand. Furthermore, we observe a man, by the name of Dr. Mitchell, passed out inside an abandoned bathroom with an immensely unique trap attached to him. His age and job role are a matter of factual significance in our analysis. Subsequently, we witness Dr. Mitchell waking up and receiving a message from Jigsaw. He is obligated to find out how to escape the trap before it's too late.
Dr. Mitchell, where am I? What's happening? And who are you?
Jigsaw. Dr. Mitchell, you are here because of the actions you have taken and the life you have lived. You are a corrupt surgeon who oversaw multiple malpractice cases, and now you have to face the consequences of your actions.
Dr. Mitchell, what do I have to do to escape this trap?
Jigsaw, the key to your survival is hidden inside your body. But to obtain it, you must make a cut in a specific place. If you fail, then the device you are attached to will spring into action. And you know what happens then, don't you, Dr. Mitchell?
Narrator. As Dr. Mitchell struggled to find the key within himself, we undertook a detailed analysis of the trap. The device was a medical-grade pneumatic pressure cuff designed to restrict airflow to the lungs. Its timer was set to detonate a charge that would puncture the femoral artery, causing extreme blood loss and eventual death. However, the safeguard mechanisms resulted in the timer resetting if any attempts were made to tamper with it.
Dr. Mitchell, I can't do this. This is insane.
Jigsaw, you're not doing this for me, Doctor. You're doing this for yourself. You're doing this to prove that you are still capable of change.
Narrator. As the timer neared the end, Dr. Mitchell miraculously found the key and unlocked the device before it was too late. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Jigsaw had one last surprise in store.
Jigsaw, congratulations, Doctor. You have proven yourself. But do not think that this is the end of your journey. No, far from it.
Narrator. Jigsaw's voice echoed throughout the bathroom as Dr. Mitchell stumbled out, entirely bewildered by the entire experience. The unexpectedly brilliant and award-winning conclusion leaves us to speculate what Dr. Mitchell's next step will be in his journey towards redemption. Narrator. In this episode, we observe a female subject sitting on the floor with a puzzle piece obstructing her oral cavity, accompanied by a sign with the word tyranny inscribed. Concurrently, in another location, a young female of 23 years, whose profession is a medical intern, is found unconscious inside a disused bathroom. The victim's body is observed to be secured by a conspicuously intricate apparatus that requires astute observation to decipher.
Victim groans as she wakes up. Where am I? What happened?
Narrator. Waking up from her unconscious state, the medical intern becomes cognizant of her predicament and realizes there is a tape-recorded message from Jigsaw, demanding her to extricate herself from the trap before it's too late.
Jigsaw, greetings, my dear. I hope you're doing well. I trust you've noticed the shackle on your right ankle by now. That device is rigged to blow your head off in precisely 2 hours if you fail to return the correct key. Oh, and by the way, don't bother trying to escape through the window. It's soundproof and reinforced with steel. Best of luck.
Narrator. As the medical intern desperately searches for an escape, the female with a puzzle piece in front of her mouth reveals a hidden message engraved on the underside of the puzzle piece.
Woman, mouthing out words, he is not who he claims to be. Find the red jigsaw piece.
Narrator. As the medical intern tirelessly searches, she discovers a red jigsaw piece and realizes that it needs to be inserted into the lock on her shackle.
Medical intern, heavy breathing, this has to be it.
Narrator. As she inserts the red jigsaw piece, the lock disengages, and she narrowly escapes before the shackle detonates. In a shocking twist of events, we see the female with the puzzle piece revealing herself to be Jigsaw, manipulating her subjects into revealing their true nature.
Jigsaw, well done, my dear. You've proven your worth. And as for you, pointing to the tyranny sign, you've demonstrated your true colors.
Narrator. The episode ends with Jigsaw walking out of the room, leaving her subjects to dwell on their actions and decisions.
Title: The time-traveling scavenger hunt through the large intestine.
Synopsis.
Rick introduces Morty, Jerry, and Summer to a new invention, the chronal clock. It's a clock with a picture of a person on it and a keyboard in front of it, which allows time-traveling scavenger hunts. Morty and Summer are excited, but Jerry is skeptical, as usual. Rick explains the scientific principles behind the chronal clock, namely, the intersection between time dilation, quantum mechanics, and wormholes. Jerry struggles to follow along, but Morty and Summer nod along with enthusiasm. Rick gives them their first challenge, to collect 5 items from different points in time while navigating through the large intestine. The team sets off, with Rick guiding them through his portal gun. They encounter various obstacles and challenges along the way, including parasitic creatures and hallucinations induced by the bacterial flora of the large intestine. At one point, they stumble upon Paul McCartney, who is also on a time-traveling scavenger hunt. They team up for a while, but Paul's insistence on themed movie nights becomes a point of contention. Finally, the team collects all 5 items, which include a dinosaur bone and a vial of Isaac Newton's tears. They return to the present, triumphant. Jerry, who had stayed behind, is surprised to see the team reappear. He asks if they had fun, and Summer responds, "Oh yeah, we saw some shit." Literally.
Dialogue. Okay, listen up, mortals. I've created a device that will revolutionize the concept of scavenger hunts.
Oh boy, here we go again.
It's the chronal clock. It allows time-traveling scavenger hunts through the fabric of time and space.
Wow, that sounds cool.
Awesome! Can we try it out?
I don't know, Rick. This all sounds very dangerous and unscientific.
Don't be such a wuss, Jerry. You'll fit right in with the parasitic creatures of the large intestine.
Ew, www.
Gross.
Paul McCartney, excuse me, friends. Have you seen a blue guitar pick? I seem to have misplaced it somewhere in the timeline.
Wait, are you Paul McCartney?
Paul McCartney, yes, that's me. Why, do I owe you money?
Dude, that's so cool.
Can you sing Hey Jude for us?
Paul McCartney, sorry, I don't do requests. Hey, how about we have a themed movie night? I've always wanted to try a film noir marathon.
I don't know, Jerry. We've got a scavenger hunt to complete.
Yeah, and I doubt they had film noir in the large intestine.
Well, you never know until you try.
Alright, let's get back to the present with these goodies. Oh, and try not to inhale any of the bacterial flora. It's a real trip, man.
You don't have to tell me twice. I'm ready to see some shit.
I feel like I'm going to regret this.
Aw geez, Rick.
Episode title: The Inner Workings of a Cow's Digestive System.
Introduction.
In this episode, we follow the journey of 2 men in suits, along with the Smith family, as they attend a county fair to observe farm animals. Suddenly, they find themselves trapped inside a cow's stomach due to a scientific explanation provided by Rick.
Listen up, mortals. The digestive system of cows is a complex network of organs that serve a vital function in their survival. And it just so happens that we're about to become a part of it.
Plot.
As they explore the cow's digestive system, Rick, Morty, Summer, and Jerry encounter several obstacles, including turbulent acid waves, tough sphincter muscles, and challenging microbial landscapes. The group has to use their wits and scientific knowledge to navigate through the cow's 4 stomachs and exit its body.
I never thought I'd have to use my high school biology knowledge in such a situation.
As they make their way through the stomachs, they encounter various farm animals that the cow had ingested, including a horse and a few chickens. Rick further explains the complexities of the cow's digestive system, such as the role of the rumen and the reticulum. This definitely wasn't on the county fair itinerary. The group faces many obstacles, including getting trapped in the stomach lining and avoiding the cow's immune system. However, with Rick's guidance and the group's teamwork, they finally make it to the exit and escape the cow's body.
Ding.
As they exit, the group is covered in cow's digestive juices and regurgitated materials. However, they are relieved to have made it out alive and are amazed by the inner workings of the cow's digestive system. Rick then suggests that they go wash themselves off,